Hi, Mark. Are you here? Are you there? Hello? Anybody in the house? Hello? Mark, the House of Keen. Are you there? Nah, well, maybe I should be there. Bye-bye.
Hours blur into dreams. Light bleeds into truth. Everything unforgiven. Everything becoming hollow. Loneliness consumes. And there is no way back. The places you played. The places you called home. The people you thought you loved. All of them reduced to another life. A life you never lived. All the yesterdays began to form a tomorrow. All the tomorrows never came from yesterday. A new beginning. Because forever is never forever.
As you must walk with your sheep a lot because they'll follow you and they're going to trust you.
Whoa. Presentation. Hello, Mark. 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 Hello, 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 hello.
Kids, here we are at the slavery exhibit. Now, as you can see, the slaves were kidnapped from their homes, chained together for weeks. They would cram them onto these ships in very appalling conditions.
Correct.
They were treated like...
Mark.
Some of the slave masters were very cruel. They whipped them and they beat them, as you can. So, before moving on, are there any questions?
Does this still happen today?
We return with prophet the slavery which is behind us, but the slavery which is ahead of us.
Can you tell which of these children was not born free? Can you tell which of these children was not born equal? Can you tell which of these children does not deserve to be treated with dignity? We can't hear.
What they're doing. Let's bear in mind, we are all equal. If we are all equal, who has the right to make any demand upon you? Who has the right to do anything to command you, put orders on you? Who has the power? No one.
How are you getting people to change? Small acts of defiance, he says. Never makes. Just left. I didn't want Carl's reaction. I didn't want to see him again.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll just another one.
I'm getting feedback from your other computer.
Yeah, I just muted it.
I'm still hearing it.
We can even pause it.
That's weird, man. That's really weird. I think I'm tripping, but I'm not tripping. But no, I'm still hearing it. I'm still hearing it, man.
Oh, hang on. I'll turn the other one off.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting feedback from your other computer.
You just muted it.
Yeah. No, I'm still hearing it.
You can even pause it.
That's weird, man. That's really weird. I think I'm tripping, but I'm not tripping, but... No,
have you got it playing in the background at your end too?
Oh, hang on. I'll turn the other one off. Yeah,
I can hear the echo from somewhere. It must be the other one. Hang on. I'll go down the other end of the house and check the third one's not fucking out.
I'm making a good song, though.
It must be the other one. Hang on. I'll go down the other end of the house and check the third one.
Let's do it. Where? Jesus. Do you live in London?
Is that good?
No, you're facing
That feedback seems to be coming from your end, Richard.
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you at all. All I'm hearing is feedback.
It's from your end, Richard. It's from your end. You're getting the feedback.
Is it?
No, your face is.
All three here are muted. Are you
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
you don't have another tab?
Right,
You
yeah,
might
yeah.
have another tab in the background playing the YouTube of this live event,
Yeah,
because it sounds like you're getting an
listen, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that's it. I had you running at the same time, that's it, sorry. Not, now I'm not hearing you at all. I'm not
That's
hearing.
better. Now you
Yeah,
can hear me.
that's it, that's it, man. That's
That's
fucking
right.
weird.
What is it, 10 to 10 in the morning over there, isn't it?
9:45, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my watch is always 5 minutes fast.
What are you? What are you? What are you in? Yeah, time. Yeah.
Oh, 10 to 10? Yeah,
Yeah.
5 to 10 at night. We're 12 hours ahead of you.
12 hours.
Like for television.
So you're Sunday.
It was
Yeah.
Saturday night
Sunday,
for us.
yeah.
Your
Yeah.
Saturday morning, isn't it?
Well, no, we're Saturday.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah, that's right. But I'm ahead.
Yeah, you're ahead of us, yeah. It's a bit strange to get my. Well, it's not really, because time doesn't fucking matter to me, and honest, doesn't matter.
Time is a relative thing, Richard. I've always found it's the one commodity. Time is the one thing that we all have. We all have the same value of. It's one thing that cannot be replaced. It's one thing that's always worth something and irreplaceable once lost. And it's one thing you can never get back. You know, time is a valuable thing. People don't seem to, they'll waste half their.
I actually don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. It's not something that we lost. We never lose time. We never lose it, ever. It's in the now. We're always in the now. You know, there's people.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're living in the present, you're never losing time.
Yeah, and then
it's a cunning.
Yeah, and you know what you said as well. My brain farted now, so I can't remember what I was going to say. But I've been up for 48 hours. I don't sleep very well, and 48 hours I've been a week, and
Have you?
yeah. So
why? Why have you been awake for 2 days, Richard?
Yeah, I have been. Yeah, I've been awake for 2 days. Yeah. Some days I sleep for 2 days, and other days no, that's a lie. I have been. I did in the past. You know, this is the thing about time, right? What is time? What is time? What's the time for you? You know, people say, what's the time? What's the time? Blah, 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 blah. What is time, though? Is it the now? Is it the past? Is it the future? What is time?
For me, it's a measurement. It's a measurement of us flowing through a three-dimensional fucking space. Measurement of one point.
Measurement. Yeah. I get that. I think it's more a constraint.
True.
I see time in the system right now as a constraint. I see it as a.
Right there, eh? Too many people complain they don't have enough of it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah.
I'd love to do that if I had the time. Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. But then
People say
Time-
make the
Time for
Well,
me.
they don't need to make more of it. It's already there.
Yeah, there's a delay in what we're saying here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, time for me is nothing. It's absolutely. What's nothing though? How do you explain that? I don't know. It's like, is it the now? Yeah, I think it's time's now. Time is, what is the time? Who made that time? That's the thing.
It's living in the present, isn't it? That's the difference between living in the present and living in the future or the past. That's all time is. People that want to live guided by what happened in the past, or people that want to live thinking of the future, or people that are just living in the now.
Yeah.
If you get my drift there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got what you say, but that's what I said earlier. It's like a constraint at the time.
Mm.
It can be a constraint. It can be what can it be? It can be beautiful. It can be bad. It can be
Whatever red you want to slap on the front of it, yeah.
Yeah.
The starting word is the defining word of the latter word.
No. Yeah. No. No. Well, it can be that too, but I think it's more. It is a constraint in the. If you look at the system that we're all in, and I'm sure you're in New Zealand, I'm in Scotland, okay, and it's, what time is it there? What time is it here? Everything is like a whistle.
It's more so so people can tell when they should be getting up in the mornings. I think. I mean, before they had fucking sunshine, and that's all it is for measuring fucking whether or not they should plant their plants or not. Really,
no, I don't think that at all. I think it's more in the system, right? In the system, the global system.
Sure.
It's more it's constraint. It's like a whistle. It's like it's time to go to work. It's time to do this. It's time to do that. Blah de blah de blah. Like when I went to school, I remember I'm sure, I don't know if it's different when you were in that time.
We all had different periods of the day that we went to. There was or itineraries or timetables. It's all the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Training sheep at a certain period of day to do a certain thing. If you're a good sheep, you get a good treat. You get a good peanut if you're a good monkey and perform the correct task.
But not only that, though, Mark. Not only that, it's like it's time to go to work. It's time to do this. It's time to do that. It's not always a treat. It can be a labor. It can be a pain in the fucking ass. You know what I mean? It can be whatever. Me personally, I don't want time.
You're just happy to do things when you feel like doing them.
Yeah, the somebody I was very friendly with once, and she would say to me, "It's Indian time," because she was an Indian. She was a native Indian. I love her. I still love her and whatever. But I'm not gonna. But the thing is, she would go into Indian time. And Indian time was like any time.
India as in curry eating India, or Indian as in...
No, as a native Indian.
American Indian.
Right. Native
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. There's two different types of Indians. Gotta check.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. On that too. Yeah, I like Indian. Yeah. Not too hot. I like the kurma. That's about it. But No.
All lovely. They're all lovely people.
Made up time. This is what is time? You know,
Could be a way of gauging the human sweat equity, isn't it?
yeah, but beyond that, I'm talking about beyond. I know what it's about. Okay, it's about routine. It's about this, that, and the next thing. It's about routine. That's a good word to use. Now, but beyond that, who made fucking time? Who did it? Who thought of time?
I don't know. Who thought of the sundial, I suppose, is what it goes back to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It was with the first measurements of the shadow of that it passes and the sun. It's got to be when the first measurement.
Well, it's Greek. It's Greek, and then beyond that, and I know myself. I'm just asking, but so there's actually, apart from having some kind of structure, Walter, let me put it this way, okay? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anybody or people, I'm trying to find the right words, group of people, community, was there a community in the world that never went by time?
It never what? Went by time?
Yeah, that never thought of time.
Isn't there a lost tribe that was only just recently found that hadn't been discovered by man? Pretty sure they would have not had to worry or give a fuck about what the digital clock said.
I think the thing is that man has not is it, well, last time, right? Was it like 45-50% of the world that they haven't actually discovered of the actual land mass on the earth?
Yeah. They haven't actually discovered.
Yeah.
Or
explored food, because so condensed and shit like that. And that blew my fucking socks off.
Like that trench down at the bottom of the ocean. Couldn't get there very quickly.
Yeah, ocean, and not just ocean, but above the ocean as well. It's a huge mass, and it blew my fucking socks off. And this is the mainstream that's seen this, like National Geographic, whatever. It just above land. I'm talking about above land. I'm not talking about like sea level, within the sea. But yeah, of course, the sea, huge amounts. You know nothing about the sea when it comes, below water, so many whatever meters.
So we're a bunch of ants that have stuck our head out the hole and gone, fuck, look, there's another ant we haven't even been looking at lately.
Oh, I don't know. You see, that's the thing. I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. We can only go by what someone else knows, and that's only what they know and what they believe.
Then you've got to, for me, you've got to then, how do they know that? And then you've got to ask them. If you can't ask them, then you've got to, you've got to try and find out, how they know that shit. And if they don't put the links, or if I say something, if I said to you, Mark, look, blah de blah de blah, and you go, well, how do you know that? Well,
yeah,
because
I could do my own diligence and take what you've said and go look it up for myself instead of expecting you to come up with it.
Yeah, exactly. But 50, I think it was, and I'm only going by because they have it. Was it 55%? It just blew my fucking mind.
It's an unreal amount when you think about it. It's quite
like
a huge amount of
there,
people
people
of
talk
the
about
world.
sorry, there's a delay, but there's people talk about going to fucking space and shit like that. We need to discover what the fuck is. Why aren't we?
I think that's their whole idea of going out to space is just to keep the old fiction followers happy. You know, you're
So
right.
what's the future then?
It's kind of like New Zealand. You know, I've never left New Zealand. I've got no wish to leave New Zealand.
Really?
I don't know what the point is to leave New Zealand because every other fucker around the planet seems to like New Zealand and come here and talk about it being wonderful. Land of the long white cloud.
Sorry,
You know?
have you been around New Zealand? Is there places in New Zealand you haven't been?
Yeah. I've gone right from the bottom of the South Island right across to the top of the North Island. So I've gone right to the top, right to the bottom. I was a travelling salesman, door-to-door salesman, and I went from every town in the country, North and South Island, selling magic cleaning water many years ago. And I spent 13 months living in a suitcase, hotel to hotel, door to door, selling stuff. So yeah, I got to see the country pretty well. And I mean, we would go to any little town. It didn't matter what. We were hawkers, mate. We just went round to sell the product.
So what do you think then of New Zealand? You were born there, I take it.
Yeah, born and bred on the South Island. I think New Zealand is an amazing place because it's got such a diverse amount of types of areas. It's not just all of one type or all of one type of another.
What do you mean?
I can't really make a judgment as to what it's like to the rest of the world because I've never seen the rest of the world. But from what you see and the information out there, New Zealand's, I suppose, pretty good because I mean, you look at the Lord of the Rings movies and stuff. That sort of scenery you don't get anywhere else in the world, where you can go from a nice plains and have the huge.
Yes,
Sorry?
in the Highlands, but I live in Inverness. It's capital of the Highlands. You would get that. You would get that in Ireland too, and but the thing is, I don't know.
You've got to know your own country before you can go on and see others. I reckon you've got to know where your homeland is from. You've got to know your roots before you can
absolutely.
something else.
Absolutely. That's
it for me. Go to see the rest of the world and they know nothing about their own country. So they go to see the rest of the world and the people in the rest of the world go, oh, well, you're from there. What's that like?
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head for me. That's why I said, when I met my partner 25 years ago, in fact. 4 years, 25, she's going to hit me now, but, you know, we said about, we went to Spain, okay, this is an example. We enjoyed it, but it was like, I said to Julie at the time, I said, look, now, I want to discover my own country. That's the thing, you see. I want to discover. Scotland's not big. It's not fucking big. You know, it's like, I don't know, is New Zealand bigger than Scotland? I don't know. I don't know the land mass or whatever. I've never think about that. But New Zealand is not a big place, is it really?
No, well, no, not really. Not as far as sizes of countries. It's probably about the same.
No,
land
like
mass.
Australia.
It's probably compared to Australia, you could probably fit about 6 New Zealands in one Australia.
Yeah. Well, it's probably bigger in Scotland then. Land mass. I don't have a clue. But anyway, I've always said to myself, I've always said to myself that I want to see my own country before I see anybody else's country, and that's what I did. And no, okay, I haven't gone everywhere, but yeah, I've seen most of it, and I could give you a good idea on the regions and what have you, and districts, as we call it here. But, but yeah, I've been abroad, what, 1, 2, 3 times. That's it. That's it.
Well,
That's it. And yeah, that's it. 3 times. I don't think I'm missing anything. It's 3 times, but I've been awake now for a long time, so I could be
you
missing.
gotta get yourself some sleep there, Richard.
Yeah, I've not. I don't sleep a lot. I don't sleep a lot, Mark. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't want to be honest. I don't want to sleep at all. That's probably half the fucking trouble. Yeah, there's times that I want to sleep, of course. I feel so tired, my bones, my muscles, shit.
Oh,
Yourself when things, boom, you feel fucking tired and shit and sick. And that's the feeling, it's like a flu feeling, but for many years down, I haven't slept a lot. No, not a lot. Not a lot at all. I used to sleep 8 to 12 hours. 8 hours would do me. I feel absolutely perfect. Now, I'm lucky I get 2 hours.
I'm usually
Within 72
yeah,
hours.
I'm
Within
more to
72 hours. Within 72 hours, I get 2 hours, 3 4 hours. And the whole.
insomnia or can't sleep or your mind's ticking
Well,
over or
I suffer from Gulf War syndrome. That's why I suffer. That's why I got
what?
Gulf War syndrome.
Oh, Gulf War syndrome. Oh, okay. My uncle had a similar thing like that with the Vietnam War. He had a hard time fucking resting his head.
Yeah, it's
But,
not like post traumatic stress disorder. It's not
sure,
like no, it's not like
like shock or anything.
physical to mental. It's like mental. It's not like mental to physical. It's like physical to mental. If you know what I mean. It's not
Sure.
It's not psychosomatic. It's a
Yeah,
physical thing. But then,
it's your physical thing causing the psychological not wanting to do things, as opposed to the psychological not wanting the physical to do things. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah. But then, when you get to the point of, I've seen me awake 72, 86 hours a week straight. Yeah, you're fucking like tired. Your voices.
Well, I've got a few days without sleep. I know what it's like. It's fucking hell. Once you get past that 2 days straight, every day, by God, your body starts to fucking hurt.
Yeah, it feels like flu. That's what it feels like. It feels like fucking flu, and it feels like you're shivery, and you go in and out, and then you pass that shit, and then it's like you're riding it, and then boo, and you're talking shit and all the rest of it, and you're forgetting things or
It's
whatever.
like getting your second wind, and then your third wind, and your fourth wind, and your fifth wind.
Yeah, I've gone past that shit. I've gone past it. But no, recently it's like I'm turning night into day now, and that's the thing. You see, that's the thing. I've got, and that's why I mentioned time at the beginning of this conversation. I don't think it's any relevance. It shouldn't have any relevance. Of course, it has relevance in when the sun goes down, the night comes up. There's relevance in that, but there shouldn't be relevance into routines or whatever. But yeah, I work night shift. You see, as a nurse for um, what was it, 10, 11 years straight night shift.
No,
So you know that people will say my best mate was it says to me, that's got to fucking a little play into that and things like that. But nah, it's like now it's like within the system we have, within Scotland, I'm saying within my own environment. My wife doesn't like it when I'm not like within the time, within the routine, within
When his
the
body clock's screwed up, so to speak.
yeah. No, she doesn't like it. Of course, she doesn't like it. Now, my kids are like older now, so therefore
Because their routine's not really reliant on your routine anymore.
exactly, yeah, and that's it, and that's why, when I came into the conversation, it was like into the hangout, it was like I'm thinking about time, and I should be really, I should have had a sleep, and I should have woken up, and I should have been breakfast, because right now it's what 10:10 in the morning here, and it's like I should be, fucking up and about, ready to go. It's like I'm not even fucking tired enough being like, what?
Yeah, you're onto your body's gone. Your body's gone into its third day now, though, mate. It's awake now.
Yeah. I'm wide awake, but I'm also dreaming in the sense of my speech is starting to slur and shit like that. And,
motor skills are starting to deteriorate.
Yeah. But the cognitive functioning, is starting to fall too. So, and yeah, you're absolutely right. You're spot on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's after a night. I'm not gonna say, but anyway, that's after a bottle of Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've drank it. Yeah, I drank it. I drank it last night. I was speaking to Tony and the boys, and then I went through a patch.
Because I was in the Bopcast today.
Yeah. I know.
I was trying to find out the link to join in with Tony and that, and I didn't get the link off of him. In the end, I gave up. Fucking gave up on the Bada Bing one about midday. I thought, fuck, because they were just talking nothing in the end. After Bada Bing left, because I found his stuff quite interesting. He's quite a learned guy. That he's got stuff that sort of.
I don't know. I don't know him. No.
You heard it.
But a lot, yeah. But Bibbling. What did you say, Bibbling? Did you say Bibbling? His name was Bibbling.
Oh, Bada Bing.
Bada Bing.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know.
Bada Bing. No. Oh, he seems very clued up with the law and different types of law. We're not just talking statutes.
You're into the law. You're into the law of things. You see, you know what? Me, Mark. It's all made up, mate. It's all made up.
Oh yeah, that's all fiction.
It's like five guys. It's like five guys. I know. But it's like me, you landing on a fucking planet tomorrow, and we're going, right, you go that way, I go this way, okay, right, whatever you discover, Mark, whatever you discover, Richard, right, we fucking own, okay, right, okay, we'll go that way. That's what it is. It's all fucking made up shit, man. It's nothing. And what it is secure. Secure. I can see the whole fucking system in front of me, and it's all it. You take down, right? Put it this way, right? If you take down the financial system, boom, it topples. Finished. End of fucking story. And then
Oh,
it's
when the financial
whatever.
system goes, so will the societal systems go.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
It'll all happen in the one big kaboom.
Why do you think it's got it on the fucking US note? It's like it's going to implode anyway. It's going to implode anyway. And that's why they're going to come in and say, "Woo, we've got a fucking." It's like what Ike says, whether you like him or not. And I don't really like David Ike. Reaction.
There's some truth to what he says, but there's a lot of hype and bullshit that goes with it.
Yeah, reaction, problem, solution, man. That's what it is.
Problem, reaction, solution. I get that. I get this. The theory of that. You've got to break something to make something new. You got to break the old, and that's what's basically.
Well, not so much breaking. I wouldn't say breaking. I wouldn't say breaking. I would
Perhaps
say,
it's simple.
yeah.
Yeah. Not so much breaking the bits, but disassembling them so you can reform them into something more cohesiveness that fits better with the society that's now grown out of what it was beforehand. It's like, otherwise we'll be driving Model T fucking cars, wouldn't we? But no, we took apart the car.
I like Model T cars.
Oh, my father's got a 1925 Fiat, mate. And
I want horses back. I want the horse.
A 1925 Fiat 501 with the collapsible hoods that shut down, so it looks like a big reclining couch at the boot. Dad fully restored it since it was in a fire. The first owner donated it to a museum, and then the museum went up in flames. And Dad bought it as a fire wreck as the second owner since new. So we spent. No, it's a Fiat 501 special. 501, It's a 1925 vintage car that he's still got sitting in the shed, and it's got the suicide doors and the gear change, and like a tractor, the throttle's on the middle of the steering wheel with a little turn knob, and you've got a little motor above your windows for your window wiper. You know, little pop-up headlights with the concertina engine bays.
I love that shit. Yeah. I love that. But listen, I don't want to live in a mud hut. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to do that shit, man. We don't need to do that shit. There's hidden shit out there. I absolutely believe, and that's where the occult. You know, people say, "Oh, the Illuminati," and fuck you, man. It's like occult is hidden. That's what it is. There's hidden shit out there. I mean, absolutely. I think it goes beyond the imagination. I absolutely believe. Well, I don't know. That's the honest truth, of course. Because I can't prove it. Because I like to go by facts. That's why I wanted to. You see, I don't make many videos. I research. Okay, if I can't, and I say to people, you know, if you can't go by facts, this is what you think might be this or might be that.
You need a lighter, Richard. Yeah.
Sorry?
You need a lighter. You're waving that thing around for a while now.
Yeah, no, man. I don't need a lighter. I just need some sleep. You're absolutely spot on. I do need a lighter. You're fucking. You're good. You're good. I'm gonna get a light from the cougar. Okay.
I'll do it. I don't know where everyone else has gone today.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's been
a lot weirder than I am. Not. Yeah, I'm fucking it. I sleep. I'm gonna get a light. That's not like it. Yeah, but I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna fart. You don't want to hear me fart.
It's a shame you don't have the lighter when you've got that happening, man. You rocket power yourself. I remember my brother did that when I was just a wee little boy, and I remember seeing my brother run through the kitchen on the way to the bathroom to put his underpants out because his pajama bottoms caught on fire when he's
Yeah.
lighting his bath. It was
Listen,
funny.
what did you do for a living?
Me,
Not what do you do now, but what did you do? What's your background?
well, I'm a jack of all trades, really.
Yeah?
Well, up until when I was working, I was self-employed for 5 years doing sky installations, installing satellite dishes. Before that, I was doing iHug installations. Yeah, well, I was doing satellite also for iHug for internet connectivity with 90 centimeter, 1 centimeter satellite dishes on top of hotel complexes and shit for commercial. Before that, I was doing spread spectrum radio for other types of internet communication.
Electronic
Well, yeah, and before that, I was putting up TV aerials and fixing videos and brown goods and laser repairs and laser cleans, and as well as I can build you a car, or I build the house, or I build a computer. Nothing's hard. Just if you know how to, you don't think anything's hard. You just don't know how to do it. So you go online, you look up how to do it, and then you do it. And if you fuck up doing it, you know what you did wrong last time, not to do it again. That's how I learned. Sorry?
Jack of all Sorry.
Jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
There was an old TV show called The Pretender that used to be on.
Just. I'm going to get a light, okay? I'm getting a light from the cooker, okay? Yeah, give me a sec. Yeah. Yeah, this is public, yeah?
It's the what?
Public chat, yeah. Everybody can see it, yeah?
Oh, it's live, yeah.
Yeah, not live. I don't know what that fucking word means, to be honest.
Everything. Put it this way, I always think about it in this respect, that the fact that you and I are talking like this, it might say live or it might say off air, doesn't really make fuck all difference. You're still putting it out across.
It does. Of course it does.
So I have absolutely no expectation of privacy. I don't have any expectation of privacy in my own home, in closed doors, because I know that at least in almost every room in this house there is an device with a key.
That's where I'm going to disagree with you, right? Yeah, there's a huge difference between live and private. There's absolutely a huge difference. Now, what the difference is, can I explain that in words? No, I can't. But in my mind, I know what the difference is. And I'm not my man of words. I like words. I don't like the English language. I think it's fucking bullshit. Not that I can speak any other. Well, Scottish Gaelic. That's about it. But I'm looking outwards towards the sun, and it's like. No, I think there's a huge difference. The difference is that. I can see it. It's people are listening. Well, You know, people listen to fucking all kinds of shit. You know, in the private chats, wherever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that unless it's just you and me talking face to face, which is a private conversation and can be held in private property, and you can be pretty much guaranteed it's private, unless you're standing.
If you and me were up the Glen, you know, like Fume Ben, it's one of my favourite, and it's like a Corbett. I think it's classified as a Monroe, whatever, right? If you were up Fume Ben, it's called, and it's on the west coast of the Highlands. It's a beautiful hill. It's such a gradual hill. I've had so many times up there, good times. And if we were up there right now, would somebody pick up that conversation? Who knows? Whatever. Is it private? What's private mean? I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
English
that's what I mean.
language. Yeah.
There is no such thing as privacy.
I'm going too deep, and it's like a sleep deprivation now.
Oh yeah, mate. No, I get it. You have a hard time putting the focus on.
When I get sleep deprivation, I get deeper and deeper and deeper, and yet I see people. When I was nursing, I was a nurse and mental health, and I was a RNMH. That's what I was, a registered nurse for mental handicap, and
It's a hard job.
no, it wasn't. It was. Well, yeah, it was stressful.
Yeah, demanding, mate.
It wasn't as stressful as mental health, RNMH. Registered nurse for mental health. It was like learning disabilities. That's why I specialised in, and it was RGN that I wanted to go into initially. From the age of 16, I left school. Well, 15. Left school. I wanted to join the army. I don't know what fucking possessed me to do that. I can't answer that question. And yet I did that.
Programming got to you.
So,
Because their programming got to you in some fashion.
well, I did it. I went to the first Gulf War. I was in the TA as a medic.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I've got Gulf War syndrome. Yeah, and it's illegal, yeah.
So you learnt your trade through the military to begin with?
Yeah. No, well, I didn't actually. I learned my trade through, it wasn't a trade, it was some more like life experience, and whether you call it a trade or what's a trade, you know. Then you come down to meanings of words and shit like that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The words that the people that control us, well, they don't control us. We let them control us.
We acquiesce, mate.
Yeah.
We don't want to be grown up enough to look after our own bullshit, so we need mummy and daddy government to tell us what to do. We don't want to make any hard decisions. We just want a nice, simple life where we only have to do a few things that we have to remember, and we can easily become brain dead and numb at each end of the day and go to sleep, wake up and get the latest whatever, read the latest whatever, get fed whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Don't go out and hunt for yourself or build your own things or be self-responsible or look after your own shit or help others that need them because you should.
You know what I want, Mark? What I want is not the word. It's like, in Gaelic is, what would you call that? Gaelic.
Nice to have wants, but it's good to just wish for things.
Yeah. No, it's like what we should have in the sense of, should be able to have in the sense of,
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. We should be able to have free energy right now. We should have had it 100 years ago.
We have
but they couldn't put a meter on, and charge somebody for it. So instead, we'll go the other way. We'll go for the Watts idea instead of the fucking whatever his name was.
Have you heard of a system called yeah? Have you heard of the system? The Mike Killinger. Is it Killinger?
Yeah, Mike Tellinger, the Kubuntu.
Yeah. Have you heard? You will obviously have. Yeah.
South
I would
Africa
like, you know what I would like to do, like start, is to be able to have my own space with like-minded people. You know what I mean? Have a community together. You've got like in Copenhagen, you've got the wife sneezing, Christiana. So, yeah, sorry?
Gesundheit. It's what you say when somebody sneezes over here. You say Gesundheit. Apparently it's German. I wish you good health, I think it means.
Yeah. Bless you. Yeah.
Bless you. Yeah. Gesundheit.
Now, I'm thinking about getting like-minded people together. Within that, I think an island would be the best. Well, I live in an island. It's Scotland. It's UK. There's Copenhagen and Christiana. Is it Christiana they call it? And it's been going for.
The problem with any good idea is that it becomes wanted by more and more, and it ceases to becomes a good idea. Because then the greed kicks in.
But then listen,
you can have it all on an island, and then everybody else say, well, fuck that, those people on that island have got a fucking good idea. Let's all go over there. And then all of a sudden that good idea turns to shit. Or a group of force says, we want what you
I get that. And then if you try to stop it...
The human race is ridiculous. It's going to take a mindset change.
No, no, I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's stupid.
Well, yeah. I mean, to think that everybody's going to change their mind just slowly, or come around, or wake up. And yes, we are coming to a critical mass, but something bigger happen before that ever comes to a fruition. Something large is going to happen. That's by design.
I don't think it's large. I think it's within us. I'm sorry, there's a delay when you speak, so I might be talking over you. But you know what I feel? I feel that everything is going to come into place. Yeah, that might sound ridiculous, and it is to
not at all.
Yeah, but
I look at everything at the moment sort of like magnetic filings all thrown strewingly on top of a piece of paper. All right, yeah. And the magnet's getting closer, and the electrons and the ion filings are all starting to take shape into the wavelengths. People are all starting to put two and two and get together. Ion filings are all starting to take shape. People are starting to wake the fuck up. And that strewn chaos that was everybody's individual thoughts is all coming into a universal sort of what the fuck are we doing type consolation prize. And people are going to wake up, and then that'll be it. It'll be it for the elitist or whatever you want to call it in the world.
I don't think it's going to happen like that. I think it's going to come down to the old fisticuffs.
There's going to be violence, but it doesn't have to be total and utter mayhem.
Well, I think it's going to die. I don't think it's if you look back in history, if you believe what somebody said in a book, whatever,
sure.
Yeah.
If you listen to history or want to, if you repeat history, you end up doing the same thing again. And
exactly. Yeah.
Insanity.
How many millenniums have we done that? How many millennium? I do not believe, right, that you can name a time. There have been people like you and I right now talking about the same thing 12,000 years ago. See, on the top of from the cuff of my fucking collar, whatever. They have been fucking speaking about this shit. It's not revolutionary. It's not.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a cycle.
We've been doing it for fucking millenniums. Yeah, nothing.
It's a cycle we go through, Richard. It's a cycle. It's just like anything else. Like a wall. You have a to and a fro. And every time you get to a...
But nothing changes, Mark. What's has changed? What's changed?
Nothing's changed. It's just different time, same shit. Different group of people, same argument.
Circumstances have changed, and you could say, yeah, we got TV, we got radio now, blah blah blah. But nothing for
and people that made the old stretching rack and the Iron Maiden and stuff. The cavemen said, "Fuck, look at the shit they've got," because the cavemen just have clubs. It's just technology, but it's still the same mentality of human.
I think there was no cavemen. I don't think there was a caveman. When I go back you can go back so far, and I think they were more advanced than we are now. They knew. Put it this way, they were more aware. They were more aware of their surroundings, their environment, and how
they were more one with nature.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's
and more one with nature, Richard.
Yeah. Exactly. They were more advanced than what we are now. Absolutely. And people say, "Oh, don't be fucking stupid." Pyramids. You telling me what I was taught in school is correct? Fuck off. What, a fucking chisel and a fucking improvised chisel and a fucking piece of stone or wherever they battered that, and they got to the fucking finite. I mean, the engineers today will say to you, the people that are in the know that do that for a living will say to you, they can't fucking do what they did with how they built the pyramids and shit. You can't fucking do that.
They still can't move those rocks, those giant fucking, I forget the name of them, giant rocks.
You know what I mean? You can't put a paper in between them. I mean, they're so fucking beautiful. They're beautiful, man. They're absolutely what you would
I've seen the docos and all of that shit. There's no way we can't even...
I have to, and it's that's the occult, you see, but then you get the Illuminati. That's a lot of bullshit. The occult means hidden knowledge, and that's what I said earlier. I think I said earlier on that there's hidden knowledge, man.
Jordan Maxwell goes into that quite a lot, doesn't he? Jordan Maxwell. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a fucking piece of pish. That's my personal feelings. No, listen, I think, whatever. I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I see often too much is I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's this, what's that, what's the truth, what's the lies. I can react things, I can have feelings about it. My feeling about Jordan Maxwell, personally, I've learned a lot from him. I've learned a lot from him, and it's 90%.
He's got some interesting information, but again, with any information, I take it with a grain of salt, and I'll third-party verify and do my own due diligence. I'm not just going to...
We don't know. We don't know. It's when somebody says, this is it, this is how it is, bloody blah, that's when the fucking red flags go up for me. Maxwell, he didn't do that. He, you know, and there was a lot of fucking divers.
Yeah, he wasn't the guru that came up with the answers. He was a guy that just liked to try and give information out.
Yeah,
he wasn't
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to...
he did turn him on. So I don't think there's anybody that banked him fully. I fully believe that myself, hand on heart. I don't think there was anybody. I mean, the first thing I do is look at them bank, you know, for somebody to bank, and then I'll look at their evidence or whatever. But the thing is, a researcher has got to go to the source. I've never gone to the source of Jordan Maxwell, you know, so I don't know. A good researcher.
What I generally do with any documentary like Jordan Maxwell or any other one, I'll generally have it playing on one computer, and as it goes through and I'll mention a reference point, I'll then pause it and then jump on the other computer or whatever, and I'll just look up their reference point, and then I'll track back a few more of them as well. So that way, because anybody can ramble off something that sounds rather intelligent through any fucking speech, but unless you're actually willing to go through and back up and verify and you know, make sure that what they're saying is actually backed up.
Yeah.
Instead of just a rambling of some, you know, subsection code this, which doesn't exist. Do you know what I mean? It's doing. That's what I call due diligence. So, you know, I do that. I like to stop through documentaries and fact check whatever the fuck they say, because if I'm going to take their word for it, I'm going to make sure that I'm not just taking their whole out of their ass that they're talking through.
Well, that's what most people do. So, you know, in a sense, what you just exactly said is that's what I do too. You know, it's and it's, you know, it's easy. It's easy now. It works for you, and it's against you. And
sure. But a lot of things I'll try too. Like I'll make my own hydrogen generator and blow myself up in the process, or I'll you know, whatever the fuck I want to do or create or make, I'll do it myself, because I'm not going to expect some other idiot to do it.
But then, right, who's the guy that fucking what's his fucking name? I'm talking about the guy that fucking got heavy time over the Second World War. He said that the Jews weren't being what's the fucking historian?
Who's that?
He's not a popular historian. He's British. He's English. What's his fucking name?
What was he saying? That the Jews weren't killed or they weren't exterminated or something?
He denounced the Holocaust. That's what he did initially. He said it wasn't.
So he thought it was like a false flag or something, and that they.
Was it Irving? Was that his name?
I don't know the name.
No, but anyway.
I remember seeing a documentary about how they were showing the gas chambers and the holes in the roof and where they supposedly dropped things and where
this was the guy. That was the guy that you know, that documentary would have come from. This guy didn't look. Most historians, most writers, whatever, researchers will go from book to book, you know, into a library. This guy went to the people that actually lived in that area. Yeah, and that's what he did. And the people thought, oh, that's not fucking right. This guy's a fucking whatever, a Nazi, racist, or whatever name they put on him at the time. That's what they did. But if you look into this, I'm sure it's Irvin.
They were shooting the messenger, but he was pointing out whether those partition walls were.
He interviewed. He went to archives in Russia. He went to archives in Germany. He interviewed people that actually or spoke to people that were with Hitler. You know what I mean?
did a research. He did
And
research.
then that's what you've got to take. It's not like, and he points out, and he's absolutely right. It's not like he read a fucking book and, he got it from that book and somebody else said that. It's not what he did. He went to the source. That's what I'm saying. But then you could interview somebody, or you could speak to somebody, or try and retract information from somebody that has been at the source that you want to, or with the source that you want. That's their interpretation too. So therefore, it's second hand. It's always going to be second hand.
Yeah.
Even if you actually see it as second hand, in the sense that you're interpreting it as somebody else.
Yeah.
Unless you show a graph. And that's where the camera comes in nowadays. And, the world has changed now with camera. And,
I love the camera. Love it.
yeah.
My little argument with the old speed camera with the police commissioner over here at the moment. I sent him a letter about 10 days ago. Going to be sending him a notice of default shortly, just to let him know. He didn't respond, so I guess he agrees that he's wrong and I'm right.
Yeah.
I had fun with that one, mate.
What's that? Speeding? Is it?
Oh yeah, it was speeding, but I mean, I've got the whole thing on camera, and they're saying that I failed to produce a driver's license.
Have you put it up?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I'm saying, if you put it up online, if you put the video up, yeah.
It's all online.
Yeah.
And but they're trying to say that I failed to produce a driver's license when required by an enforcement officer.
Okay.
But see, the problem is that the guy that came to the car window identified himself as Constable Neil Winterbottom. At no time did he identify himself as an enforcement officer, and at no time did he require me to do it, because I asked him, was it a request or an order, and he said it was a request. So at no time did he require me to do fuck all, because he didn't say it, and I've got it all on camera. So if he wants to get up on stand, and I'll ask him, did you say that?
The thing is, Mark, if they want to fucking do you, they'll do you. End of story. That's what I think. And I know it's pessimistic. And it's...
I'm happy to throw shit at the wall, and at the end of the day, if it doesn't stick, and if I still get done with the speeding ticket at the end, whoop-de-fuck. It was going to come out at $10. It's going to come out at $10 a week. See, over here, Richard, if I completely ignore a speeding ticket, if I ignore the ticket, 30 days later I get a reminder, and then I ignore that, throw it in the bin or light the fire with it that night. Ignore it, 30 days later I get a final demand. Ignore that, then I get a notice from the Ministry of Justice saying that it's going to court. Ignore that, then there's a judgment, summary judgment issued. Ignore that, then an attachment order goes on to my benefit. At the end of the day, it comes off at $10 a week. I don't notice it. So what's the harm in trying? That's the way I look at it. And yet some idiots out there will spend over $200 jumping out of an airplane for an adrenaline rush. The last time I stood in a courtroom, I was surrounded by 8 fucking policemen. I had the prosecution's lawyers standing up screaming at me. I had the judge at the bench fucking yelling at me. And I was getting I stood up and told the judge that he was in dishonour and walked out with a big smile on my face thinking, fuck you all, I lost. But fuck, what an experience. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it was all a game to me. It was over $30.
What is it though, Mark?
I was just testing things I'd learned.
Yeah, but no, let's go with I'm saying, what is it though? It's a big fucking distraction, that's what it is, isn't it?
Oh sure, it's like any game. Any sports game's good to keep a large amount of people interested in one thing. It's just like a rugby game or a cricket match or anything, 5-day event. That fucks up 5 days for a lot of people.
Yeah. I was, as I said in the last time, that we were in, I was in previously.
Sleep's getting you rich, mate.
Yeah. Listen. I'm tired, but I'm not ready for sleep. Another 2 hours, I think. When I think sometimes, and I could be really awake, just grouse. Listen, I've never felt freshly awake. I pray for the day that I waken up feeling that was a good sleep. That was real, and I feel awake. I feel fucking. I haven't done that for a long time, Mark. Believe me.
I wonder what a good night's sleep would do.
24 years, I can say to my heart that I've not felt like that. Not felt that.
You've gone out
for a long time, but it's a slow progression.
Something and absolutely exhausted yourself, so you do get a good night's sleep, and so your body just goes, fuck this.
Yeah. That's true.
You know, because I always find after a hard day, like hiking up a hill or something, or going out with the kids.
I'll be speaking to somebody, I have to close my eyes, you know, sometimes, to concentrate. And that's what, that's what I've got to fucking do. And I did it at work for many years after I came back, and it's something. This is not something I did before, but something I have to do since. But it's like 2014 now, and I went in 1990. And then, you know, I need to kick myself for that in the sense that I can get stuck in the sense of your brain can get your mind can get stuck on things, and it's like it's not good.
Yeah. You gotta keep in motion. The human body's not meant to stay stagnant.
No, it's not. It's not good. And that's.
I'm still listening. I'm just walking.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a light anyway. I'm gonna get a light for like toppy in my mouth. So I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, good.
I'm right, give me 2 seconds. All right. Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry? Okay, no, yeah. What's she got? You okay? Good. Into electronics then, Mark, yeah.
Sorry?
Electronics.
Yeah.
Are you like electronic man? My son's into that shit, you know.
Mate, when I was 12 years old, I made my first Dick Smith electronic organ kit set thing, and I learned all about resistor codes and the different color codes of resistors and how to put a circuit board together.
Really?
That was when I was 12. By the time
That's mental because I'm sorry, there's a delay. I don't mean to speak over you, but my son is just like he's just fucking said there. You know what I mean? He's been like, yeah. Go on. Sorry.
No, that's all right. And
Yeah.
well, we used to have an old black and white valve tube TV set, the old pre-transistor sort of theory. And
Yeah.
what I did is I didn't know back then whether or not, because I wanted to make my black and white 14-inch television bigger. So what I did is we went to the rubbish and I found a 21-inch black and white TV. And what I did is I took the yoke, which is the coil of wiring on the back of the tube. I took the yoke and the high voltage lead from the line output transformer on the circuit board. I took all of those leads and all of the controls and brightness and contrast, and I extended all of those 30-odd cables up onto a wigwam and mounted it on the outside of this book cut of the wooden box of the 20-inch, because I wanted to see if I was going to get a 14-inch picture in the 20-inch screen or if it was going to expand out. I didn't know. I was just fucking around with electronics, doing it myself in my workshop, you know.
What year?
I was 15, so that's 27 years ago.
Fuck.
So, yeah, so it worked. It worked for a year and a half. And I ran my old Commodore 64 computer on my black and white television until I earned enough money doing my milk round after school and my paper round before school to buy my my first colour TV set, which was a Gold 14-inch TV. CT14V, I think, was the model number from memory. Ever since I was 15, when I had my brain aneurysm, a lot of my memory before my 15th birthday I don't remember, because I had my brain aneurysm about 12 days after my 15th birthday.
Aneurysm.
Sorry.
Aneurysm.
I had a subarachnoid brain aneurysm when I was 15.
Really?
And yeah, I've got a little Fujita clip just so you can see the scar. It goes from here all around, and it comes down to there where they cut. And what they did is they took this whole piece of skin off and they filled the flap over, and then they took out the bone. And then there's a borehole here in the front of my head where you can see. I'll put my finger in it, and there's a little borehole there where they had the drain coming out after the operation.
Why did they do that? Because you had aneurysm. Yeah.
They had to put a clip on it because the artery had burst.
Bleeding. Yeah, bleeding. Aneurysm's bleeding.
Yeah, and I had a subarachnoid brain aneurysm, so it bled in the subarachnoid region of my brain. So up by the trigeminal nerve behind the retina.
Yeah.
So that was when I was 15.
Yeah, people ask me questions, you see, because I was a nurse and shit, and it's like 14 years back, and it's like, when I did my nursing, it was like, I did 1 year, then I went to the Gulf. I was called up to the Gulf because I was stupidly fucking joined the TA, and anyway, and I came back and I did another 3.5 years as a student nurse. I loved being a student in the sense that there was you had to, you didn't have the fucking responsibility, you weren't to blame because you were a student. And these days, nowadays it's different. It's the Project 2000.
Sure.
Yeah. So anyway, I learned a lot. I was from the age of 15, 6 weeks unemployed. I got a job as a pourer, and then nursing assistant for 8 years, night shift.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm probably. It's the night shift that fucks me up.
So you've probably seen your fair share of aneurysms come in the doorway then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back when I had them, they didn't have MRI scans. They only had the CT scan or the complex tomology scan,
Yeah,
and they had the angiogram where they would shoot the dye up through either the arteries in the groin or in the neck.
Yeah. I was an X-ray. I was an X-ray. I worked in X-ray. I understand what you're saying. I worked in X-ray in the sense that I would take patients at them. But what I would do, I would ask questions to the radiologist and, you know, and the people that were working.
All up, I've had 3 lumbar punches, 12 complex tomology scans, and 11 angiograms.
Jesus Christ.
To make sure there were no leaks, and that was the month.
My wife's listening to this. She's a nurse as well. I met my wife. Her name is Julie. We met in the asylum. That's where we met. Yeah, that's where we met. We courted from there, courting, we call it up here. So.
All games are played in court, mate.
What were you saying, Jules? She said I thought she was a snob. I did, actually. I saw her and I thought, she's a fucking snob. And now, you know, we've 2 kids later, and, you know, but my story is, in a sense, is fucked up. It's absolutely. It's not because what I seen. It's afterwards. It's what I was given, and then afterwards it was fucked up. It was not so much. People say, "Oh, did you?" You know, the first question people, if you say that you've been in conflict, and this is what got into my. This is what we were told, right? We were told it's not war, it's conflict. And it was to bring Saddam out of...
Police action. It's a police action.
Yeah.
It's a police action. We're peacemakers.
Yeah, peace. Fucking peace.
Oxymoron.
I'm ashamed, you know, and my kids.
You're doing what you thought was best at the time. It's that simple.
You know, I need to make videos of it. I've not done it, and I said I would. And people have been saying to me for a long time now that have got to know me. My best friend has known me since long before then, long before I met my wife. We worked together, myself and Julie, 24, 25 years. So,
I'm still listening.
But yeah, that's okay. I see. I gotta look at somebody before I speak to them. That's a beautiful house you're in, man.
This is just the lounge, mate. I built this.
Really?
I built the whole house.
That's beautiful, man. I love your chest. See the behind your right shoulder. Right shoulder.
This one?
Yeah, I love that.
That's my wife's doll display cabinet. She loves these dolls.
Well, I you know what
I don't know, they're vampire dolls. They're quite neat things.
I know about that shit. Yeah, I tell you why I know about it, right? I was like,
I forget.
In 2001, August the 17th, 2001 was the last day I worked as a nurse. August the 7th, sorry, 2001. And, that was me. And my prognosis wasn't good. Anyway, here I am now. But 2006, I said to Julie, I need to do something. I'm getting cabin fever. You know, I'm coming.
Going a bit
so, you know what I did? You know what I fucking did, man? I looked in the cupboard one day and I just opened this, and this fucking shit came up on top of me, on my head and everything, and it was like collectibles. And I thought, I know about this shit, man. Why don't I fucking look at this? So I looked it on the internet, and I got, I sold my website is called Cool Collectible Toys, and I sold vintage toys, collectible toys, dolls, from dolls to fucking whatever, and one or two general antiques as well. I did it for 8 years. I closed it down in just January. You know, when you mentioned the dolls and the shit like that. Yeah,
My wife and my mother-in-law, because we all live on the same property. The mother-in-law has the main house, the legal house, and she has 2 rooms in her house are dolls, full of dolls, and some of the ones that she collects are pedigree dolls. And I don't know if you know pedigree dolls. They're all like 1950s type things, walkie-talkie type pedigree dolls. Really big collectors, but she hand sews all of the clothes for them. She does really good collector's items, and she restores them as well. She gets me to pull them apart and make talkie boxes work again for her. And, little records.
A lot of them are battery operated, the pedigree dolls.
Well, some of them aren't even. Some of them are gyroscopic. And the old mechanical ones from the 50s, you just got to tilt them and they start to talk. And there's like a little plastic record inside with a little stylus and everything that goes. Really amazing shit. Fucking amazing. So, they fix them up, but we go to like doll shows and we'll go and spend $100 on a bunch of dolls. But between Leah and Rose, they'll buy the dolls that they know they're going to be able to buy one for $5, and they're going to be able to sell that for $40 to a collector because they know what they're buying. But at the dolls, they don't know. Just whatever people donate, and people will donate sometimes some little treasures. If you know what you're looking for, make a packet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had to pack it in. I had to pack it in the last day I traded was January 24th this year, and because the tax man did my fucking head in. You see, when I finished as a nurse, I got a nurse's pension, NHS pension, and then I fought for a fucking war pension, and it was like 60%. That's what I get. That's what I'm on. That's it. And I made a loss, and then they fucking taxed me. I thought, fuck this bullshit. Fucking, I mean, Jesus Christ. You taxed me for making a loss. But what they did was, they didn't take the money. They didn't ask for money. What they did, they put it on my code, tax code, you know.
Yeah.
I said to the guy in the phone, you don't fucking stick out of your fucking mouth. You ain't got a fucking penny off me. He said, no, we're not going to ask you for fucking money. We're going to put it in your tax code. And I thought, well, what's the fucking sense? What's the sense? I mean, I tried. I fucking did. And for the first couple of years, I did really well. Well, then you got to take it. When you start off, you spend money to get in there, and then you fucking.
Of course.
So I leveled out.
Large amount of your income goes straight back into the maintenance and property and building up your assets.
Well, it was just a website I had. It was like working from home, but with stock and shit, and I did it all right, and.
It takes a lot out of you, no way. You got to do all the work that goes. It's what I found when I was self-employed. I was earning the same amount I'd be doing if I was doing a 40-hour working for some other bugger, but I was doing 60 hours. I was working my ass off. I had to do all of the paperwork, all the accounting, every
I can
section
appreciate that, yeah.
for absolutely fuck all, if not less, in the hand at the end of the month. There was no point in being self-employed. Absolutely none. In fact, I get paid more being on a benefit than I do working in New Zealand.
Then you get these cunts, like the fucking Royals. I mean, they get my goat up right up, you know what I mean? Not just because I'm Scottish in the sense that I'm from the Highlands, but I mean, we fucking hate these cunts. You know what I mean? They fucking pillaged us. They ruined our fucking. I don't think I could live with a class system as it is, but
I'll tell you something, Richard. My great grandfather was Edward VII, and I really hate my old family. Yeah, but Henry Keane was the illegitimate son of Edward VII, King Edward VII, and the maidservant. And Henry Keane was then shipped over to Australia as an Australian convict, who then made his way over to New Zealand and married, and so became the Keane name in New Zealand.
really,
So yeah, my sister's done the genealogy way back, right back to Edward VII. So yeah.
You fucking asshole.
Yeah, I mean, it's no difference.
No, listen.
But I've done a lot of genealogy on the Royals, and they're fucking just German Nazis, for fuck's sake. From the House of Saxe-Coburg, Windsor, and Gotha. They're just...
Well, the Windsors, just a fucking name they adopted after the First World War.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Make them sound English.
There's Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, but before that, they're Hanoverian. She's got Hanoverian lines. If you look at the fucking...
I think it's got something to do with, it was a certain shaped carrot that she kept shoved up her ass for, I think, the first that made her speak in that certain particular manner. You know, how do you do there? So I think that's how that happened.
But no, what they did up here, Mark, okay, is I'm a McLean. Richard McLean is my name, the name I was given, and McLean, you know, I don't tie myself to a rock, okay, that's what I don't want to do, but I do, and I don't, and I do, and I don't, you know, and it's McLean's one of the oldest clans, if not the oldest clan, and we're from the Irish, and
my mother's the Camerons. She's from the Cameron clan.
Camerons, yeah.
That's my mother.
I know. I better not meet her. No, the Camerons and McLeans were okay. But they were fucking manipulated. So that's the thing, you know, that's... Alright, for instance, right, if you can get a clean slate tomorrow, okay, think of the world as a clean slate when we come into it. What's going to happen? Pecking order. That's it. It's a prison. That's the way I see this reality. It's a prison. It's a pecking order. It's a reality. Yeah, I don't see it as a world, as a land. I see it as a reality we're in. I mean, you know, what we can see is only visible light, you and me, right? Unless you've got extra powers. A scanning machine, an X-ray machine, can see more than what we fucking can see. We can't see.
I'll put that into a fathoming for you, right? Like, say we can see in the spectrum of light, we can see the length of 8 octaves of a piano. Okay, that's what we can see. Now, if you want to see what the full length of the spectrum of light is, it would go. The start of that octave of the piano would be where we were standing. The end of the octaves of the piano would end where the sun is. That's how long the spectrums of light are, and we get to see 8 octaves of that length of the piano keyboard going from us to the sun.
I get what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. We're fucking blind. We're blind. We are fucking.
We apparently know fucking everything.
Sorry?
And we supposedly know everything.
Oh, fuck off, man. We don't know
You
that.
know? The people that go on.
That's it. Then you get the other spectrum, but somebody, genius, he's a genius. You know, he can do this shit and that shit. Really? No, he ain't a genius. What he is, he can do whatever he can do better than what we can do. But he ain't a fucking
He
genius.
wouldn't be able to rub two sticks together and make a fire, though, would he?
Now, survival. That's it, Mark. Yeah, you hit the nail on the fucking head.
Yeah. And if the answer's not in the book, he's not going to know how to work that one out, is he?
Well,
Push a key.
I've only met one person, right, that I could say, boom, you know what I mean? Certain things, but then I look, that resonates with me, what you just said, yeah. It's like all of us, you know, could you do this? Nah, I can't do that. I can do this, you know, whatever. But I don't know, where does it originate from? You know, what's the fucking big question, you know? The big answer, I should say.
42.
Sorry?
42. 42 is the answer. Apparently. 42 is the correct answer.
That's like a fucking stalker game. My son bought this fucking game, right? And it's the stalker it's called. And it's like, he's called 42, isn't he? This guy with the ball.
Meaning of life. The answer to the meaning of life is 42.
That's what he's called.
According to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Remember? He goes all over the galaxy looking for the answer to the meaning of life. And he comes up to the giant computer that knows everything and it tells him the answer is 42.
What the fuck does that mean?
Fucking brilliant. Left him wondering, oh, so what should I do with that then? You know, sort of. You've wasted half your time and walking around the place trying to find the answer. Now what? Oh, it's classic.
Yeah.
It goes to show the pointlessness to asking some questions, I suppose.
I think you said a key word there. I think you said pointless. You say pointlessness.
Yeah.
I'm starting to fucking slag, but lag. You don't have
to apologise for the technology.
Yeah, well, it's me.
I'm used to it.
It's me. Yeah.
Your cat wants food.
A cat
is hungry.
What's a cat? 18, 17, 18.
Getting on.
Oh, listen, it's a fighter, man. It's a hobo. That's what it is. It's mental. That Shadow. It's named Shadow. It's beautiful, and I've it's my buddy. We're buddies. We've got like at the moment. Well, not at the. I used to see at the moment. That's why I see it now. But we have now 16, 17 animals. We used to rescue a lot of animals and things, and now we have Dino the iguana, 2 African spur-thighed tortoises. We had 3. One died.
Oh, that's cool. Tortoises are always fun.
The African spur-thighed tortoises were on their way to 3 of them. Well, how many was on the fucking ship? 5,000. 5,000 were on their way to Japan to be eaten as a delicacy. Yeah. So anyway, how many did we?
It's like my mum and dad, you know, they've got a Shetland pony down on their farm. They've got 16 acres down in
Yeah.
Eliora, just south of Timaru on the South Island, and they've got this little Shetland pony. It's called Lucky because Dad originally got it for the dog tucker. So you can imagine why it's called Lucky, and it's still kicking. It was sold to them. It was so malnutritioned and just run down, and they were selling it for dog meat. And Mum and Dad instantly loved it.
We're animal
And they give
people.
it food, and it's been part of the family now for 15 years. This horse.
Yeah, well, Julie fucking put a tube down the tortoises, didn't you? When they came.
Oh yeah, you rehydrate them, did you?
Yeah, chicken soup. 10 chicken soup.
Can't get past the chicken soup. Bit of veggies thrown in there.
Was it chicken soup? Yeah.
Corn and chicken.
Sorry? Fruit and murmur, that's what it was, yeah. Fucking tube fed them. You see, we're both nurses, myself and the wife, and oh man, I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't even look at it. You see, when I see a human difference fucking story, animal, why is that? I keep thinking to myself, why the fuck? And she's going, oh, come on, you know, you're a fucking nurse. And I'm going, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. She did it with the animals.
Human. Blood and gore doesn't bug me at all.
Sorry?
Blood and gore doesn't bug me at all, or doing anything to animals.
No, listen.
All the animal side of things doesn't bug me either. But if you stick a fucking spider next to me, I won't be next to that spider for very much fucking longer.
That's me opposite to what you just said there, right? Well, no, in the sense that blood and gore, human, not a fucking problem. Me, mungle that fucking decapitated forever. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter. I won't feel sick. Dead bird, I'll physically be sick.
Oh, see, that doesn't affect me at all.
Julie's laughing now because the dead bird thing is like dead mice, dead bird. I mean, actually fucking Bobby.
Doesn't bug me at all. It's any of it. It's just the spider.
Human, not a problem, man. I've been in like I've seen all sorts of shit. I mean, I've like.
Oh, mate, I was I think 17 when I was travelling along a road with my uncle going down to Waimate, and a truck had jackknifed, and the HQ Holden had gone underneath the trailer and decapitated all six of them. 2 of the heads were rolling around in the back seat of the HQ Holden, and we were first on the scene.
Well, I can handle that.
Oh, I saw that
big dog in the road, bird or a small mammal. I'm gonna puke, right? Fucking puke there. And she's laughing. Julie's laughing.
So road cool's not a big thing for you then?
No. I don't know what it is. The thing is, right? When I went, I remember I was working as a nursing home. Okay. I was a student nurse at the time. It was like my last year of management. And I went in there, and there was a fucking crow. I swear to God, I puked my fucking guts up. They put me in a flat, right? And it was like I walked into the room, and the old chimney, it was an old nursing home with the chimney, the open fire, so great. I walked in there, and there's this crow lying dead on the floor. It had gone down the chimney, obviously. I puked my fucking ringer. There then, I was disturbed, man. I not only just puked, but I was like fucking really like disturbed by this shit, man. Yeah, I worked in casualty. I worked, you know, that says, oh man, I saw RTAs. I saw a guy being shot in the head with a fucking what do you call it, bow and arrow, but the fucking crossbow. He shot
Yeah.
himself. Yeah, he killed his kids, shot himself.
I've been shot in the head with an arrow.
Yeah, I was shot in the head with a
I
bullet.
mean, I was shot right there in the face with
Yeah?
a three-prong arrow. Looks like a Mercedes sign on my cheek.
I can't see that, but
Oh,
yeah.
hang on. It's just,
I believe you, like.
but
Oh, yeah.
anyway. It went in about two inches deep. Hit my cheekbone and bounced out again. It was my brother was firing it from the back side of a fence, and I stuck my head up over the fence just as he let the arrow go. And missed the target, and my head caught the arrow. It was yeah.
Well, this guy.
That was only 6 months after surviving the brain surgery.
All right. Okay.
Mum and Dad were not pleased with my brother. They were not pleased at all with him. You know, how dare you shoot your brother after he just survived?
Sorry, I'm talking over you. How old were you when you had the surgery with the brain?
Who operated on me?
No, how old were you?
15. I just turned 15.
Right. Okay. Do you
So
see?
1988. Sorry.
Okay. No, I was going to ask. You see a difference at all before and after?
From the brain surgery?
Yeah, but what you were like before and after.
No, I was into computers beforehand as much as I was afterwards. No, there's no like the only difference I think, as I was going to mention earlier, was my memory. Now I have near photographic memory. I can remember things that happened years ago.
Really?
After my 15th memory, but before my 15th birthday, very sporadic. I don't remember fuck all. Like I remember things that my mum tells me I did. You know, like when my brother hung me from the clothesline when I was 1.5, or you know, things like that. You know, fond memories.
Do you think it was because? Do you think it was because of the surgery that you can't remember, or was it that you've got enhanced memory since it?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. I know that when they put things back together, I can now wiggle my ears when I try to raise my eyebrows. I don't know if they put things together wrong or not. Fuck knows.
No, I don't. No. I think you probably have. I think you probably have.
But it really enhances my way of understanding things more. And I mean, I have colloidals on a daily basis.
Have your parents ever said to you then, if your parents, mum, dad, whatever, have your parents ever said there's a difference between? I mean, 4 and 5. That's why I asked your age. You see, 4 and 15. There can be differences. If you were like a little boy, 2 or 3, then ever. But is your parents ever fucking?
No, I was still the same kid before and after. Same kid at school before and after. None of my schoolmates.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. I still passed all my school certs, and I mean the aneurysm happened in the middle of my 4th form, so yeah, right in the middle of my high school years. So I still passed school cert, so I didn't think it had any issue. But not 95% of people that have aneurysms die, and
that's what I'm saying. You're 50 likely
that survive are
Well, I don't. Really, 95%. As high as that, yeah.
Back in those days when I was getting clipped.
When was that then?
In 1987, and the Dr. Bashara, an Egyptian doctor, was the man that did my operation in Dunedin Hospital.
Yeah, and that's what it is, isn't it? I'm going to sound racist, but it's like Pakistani, Indian, race, Arab. My daughter, heart transplant, Afghani.
Oh, really? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, Dr. Bashara seemed like a very nice. He was a nice enough gentleman, you know.
No,
He was
no,
a
he was too.
hard
I
guy
mean,
to get mild.
this guy, the surgeon. I mean, in fact, the registrar was also Afghanistan. And so you know, and then he argued with the consultant. The consultant was British, and he actually got. You remember that Esther Ronson, that fucking pubic fucking tit.
Okay.
Esther Ronson, that fucking girl, that woman, Esther Ronson. She had a program on every week in the UK. Esther Ronson with the back teeth. Anyway. She had this heart of gold thing. She had given this guy, was my daughter, right? She was 9 months old at the time, and he had said that she wasn't ill enough to get a heart transplant. You see, to go even down, not just to get a heart transplant, but just to go down and to see if she would be able to get a heart transplant. Because that's what they've got to do, is you've got to be assessed, you see, whether you're fucking worthy or not to get a heart transplant. And that's what it was, you see. So this guy fucking steps in and he gives it shit, this Afghani guy. His name was Dr. Ashir, anyway, he steps in and I was what, well, I was doing my training at the time, my student nurses training, and the only thing that fucking did it was I went into that room. He wouldn't let her go down to Newcastle, which was the nearest, for getting an assessment for a heart transplant. And I said to him, he said to me, I've seen many patients, and many little girls and boys, and they were a lot worse than your daughter, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, if that was your daughter, what would you want? What would you want right now? I said, she is deceptive. She's bright in the eyes, but she's ill.
Yeah.
What would you fuck it? I went off I not choice words. I was going swearing. I was like at the end of my tether.
As you would. Hello.
نعم يا حبيبي نعم الدراسة تبدأ
Is that?
Someone you know, Richard.
No, I don't know. Is that?
I have no idea, mate.
That's Arabic, isn't it?
Samako.
I don't know who that fucking is. But anyway, as I was saying, anyway, I went off my fucking head. And the guy, Bashir, he came in and then he fucking came out. And the consultant fucking slammed the door on me. On the bedroom. She was in a cubicle, that's what it was, and he slammed the door. This guy got the fucking heart gold fucking thing from us, Esther Ranson. This fucking bit which Esther, you must have heard of Esther Ranson. Anyway,
No, I haven't.
she was a TV presenter in the UK.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was it. So she was taken down, and it was because this guy Bashir. Now I heard about 18 months or 2 years after this guy was out of medicine. He was thrown out, man, because he went against the grain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he went against the grain. Now I saw it. I saw it myself as a nurse. You go against the grain, you're fucking out on your toes, you know? you're swimming against the current. You either fucking leave or you're fucking out it. End of story. I went into mental health, learning disabilities, so that's why I specialised in. And it was not many people went into that, so we were okay in that sense. We weren't swimming against the tide. We were in different fucking avenues, but because of fucking revenue, money, nobody wanted to fucking spend a penny on these people. And we didn't want money to do shit, but that was it. But general nursing, nah. No go area. Not for me. Not fucking, no.
What is the deal? Richard, I don't get what the deal is with this guy for repetitively showing this building getting hosed down for.
Who's that?
Whoever this Samiko is, he keeps showing the water cannon hosing down that building time and time again.
What building? What building?
If you click on the screen down the bottom next to where his face is.
He's showing you. Oh, he's showing you.
He's doing a screen share.
Go fuck yourself, man. Go and fuck yourself up your arse, you fucking prick.
I can easily go down to the server and just kick him if need be.
Yeah, yeah.
He wants to keep fucking.
Listen, if you've got something to say, bro, say it. If not, go and fuck yourself, you prick. I know you're fucking taping us. I can hear the echo in the background, dickhead.
It's because we're live, mate. It's because we're live, Rich. So because we're live, people will jump on and want to broadcast and screen share whatever they want. Easily just pick them off.
No, I'll check this.
But I don't mind.
No, I don't mind either, really.
He's not doing anything too annoying me.
No, it's QL.
But as the host, one must moderate.
No, you're okay.
He does not need to show us a building getting hosted.
What is Samiko? What is Samiko?
I don't know, mate. I don't understand.
An engineering company, oil company.
Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Al Balad.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Saudi Arabia. You're a fucking engineering firm.
Don't know. Each to their own, eh?
I'm gonna get a light from the cooker. Oh, here we go.
What?
We got a face. We got a bit of a Nite right there.
Oh, we got a head bin.
Here, man, stop wanking the fucking come on screen. I'm gonna go for a light. No, nothing wrong with that. Nothing right. No coming on. Oh, pardon me. No coming on then, Samiko, forever.
No, we're just getting a little love heart, is all.
Anyway, yeah, I can't remember what were we talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? My screen went off fucking down. I was saying, in the last hangout I was in tonight, I was speaking to Tony, Tony Meehan, and all weird shit was happening. But one night, right?
What shit?
Fucking, I froze myself, right? I froze on screen. I'm with BT Infinity, and I froze the screen. I could see myself freezing on the screen, and then eventually Tony went out, rang out, and that was it. I got my son down, and he is a physical computer. And that's what I was talking about earlier on, you know, but I resonate what you were saying.
Sure.
He's into electronics and shit. Anyway, I got him down. He said, "Dad, you changed the settings." And I said, "No, man, I didn't change fuck all, man. Do you know what I mean? I was just like speaking to Tony, and no, he showed me the steps to changing the settings. I had not changed now. Took 4 steps, 5, 6 steps for him to. I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked by this cunt. Why are you fucking hugging the screen? Is he hugging the screen?
No, it's because your pointer's down on it. Pointed on yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm pointing at you, I'm pointing at me, but then I shouldn't.
Wherever you've got the box down the bottom highlighted.
Yeah, I know that, but no, that's not it.
Okay.
No, I didn't point at him at all. Anyway, the cursor, I didn't move the cursor. Anyway, so I don't want to look at myself. I'll look at you instead. Yeah, the settings were changed. My microphone settings were changed, and my camera settings were changed. I didn't change them.
Sometimes they all
that could not happen. Sorry?
Fuck with them.
Sorry?
Sometimes if they're doing an update or something, an update can fuck with them. They might be doing a Google Plus update.
Oh, he was saying that. He was saying that, but then, nah. It was like 4 or 5. You know, to change the settings, for him to change them back, it took him about 4, 5, 6 steps to do that. You know, like click into this and the properties and all the rest of it. I mean, you understand computers.
Sure. So he's done quite a few steps to rectify what had been.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah, who we got joining in? I can't read it from that far back.
So I can't.
That's that same guy playing with tiny faces.
Yeah, he's playing ourselves.
Yeah, we'll just give him a. Who the fuck are you?
Block the fucker, man. If you can't do that. Not that it's causing me any fucking harm, but yeah. So that's what happened to me, and I thought it was really, really. That's it. You know, I thought it was. My son couldn't understand. He said, "Well, you must have done. You must physically, you must have done it." And I said, "No, I didn't change fuck all. I didn't do it. I didn't do that." So did somebody log into me? I'm not sure what happened that night anyway, Mark, but I'm gonna Sorry?
You need to push. Sorry. That's just calling you.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, she's gorgeous. Getting old though, isn't she? Oh my.
So he's 18.
No.
He's a hobo, man. He's a hobo.
I've got a couple of 12-year-olds here. A couple of 12-year-olds, I've got a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. As far as cats.
Yeah, we've got an iguana, we've got 2 tortoises, we've got 2 cats. We had fucking weeks. We got a Colombian boa snake. We've got the corn snake. We have a tarantula. We have.
We used to have a couple of bull mastiffs and a Shannon goat. We got the goat because the goat was we got that to keep the lawns down, but then the goat ate all of our feijoa trees and ate all of our ivy and all of our bamboo. The goat just went for gold, and then in the end, you see what happened is we had 2 bull mastiffs, and one was the father and one was the son. One was a tan bull mastiff and one was a brindle red bull mastiff. Saxon, the brindle red, was the father, and Rohan was the son. Now, Rohan never dropped one of his nuts, so we had to take him to the vet because it could have been tumorous, right? So you had to get it removed just to be on the safe side. So he got deneckarized. Now, for the entire week, Saxon, the father, kept trying to date rape the son because he had no nuts any longer. This was in retaliation because the goat, the female goat, was trying to date rape Saxon. There's nothing stranger than watching a goat trying to get on top of a dog. It's hysterical. So anyway, after a week, I kept telling Saxon off for trying to date rape his son all the time. So in the end, I said to Saxon, mate, if you don't knock it off, because he'd already sired 11 pups by that stage, so he'd had a good life. So I thought, mate, if you don't settle down, you're going to get chopped next, because, that would settle him down too. And, just a minute. I just got something here.
No problem. I'm going to get a light,
Okay. So, where was I?
Yeah, the goat.
Oh, yes. So, because Saxon wouldn't stop date raping his son, there's the dog's balls. I've still got them. Sadly,
I thought it was a cup of coffee you had or something.
That's the dog's balls.
What the fuck have you got that for?
Because I said to the vet at the time, if you're going to take them out, give them to me. I'll take them home in a jar, and every time he misbehaves himself, I'm going to shake his balls in a jar.
That's fucking wicked, man.
You should have seen my dog's look on his face every time I brought the jar out when I told him off. He would just lower his head and walk away like, oh, God, what have you done to me?
What?
I ended up, I had, unfortunately, he got cancer in his shoulder, so I had to get him put down last year.
Yeah.
But so this is the only thing I have left of my dear sweet Saxon. He was 11 when I had to get him put down.
Mark, that's weird, man. I'm sorry, but that's fucking strange as fuck, man.
It's just to be on the safe side for him. I got a little bit of myself here too. That's from when I got my vasectomy. So I've got my little bit of a tube here next to his dog's bollock. So me and we collect everything in this house, mate. You'd be surprised what we collect. You'd be surprised what's in the freezer, actually.
That's fucking weird.
We've got things to plant under the trees. Actually, I did that for my wife for her birthday present.
Oh.
Me getting that was her birthday present because she wanted to stand there and record it. So now that's her. Me and my wife, we're best mates, mate. So she stood there with the camera and recorded the whole thing. Hey?
Have you got her in a jar too?
No, I haven't. No, not yet. I'm waiting. I've got to be patient for that one, I think. Might take years. But yeah, she loves her gore and stuff, eh? She's
Lecter here or what? Like,
she loves Dexter, mate. Gore and Lecter. Have you seen the TV series Hannibal?
No, I don't watch TV. I don't watch TV.
Oh, well, we don't watch TV either. We download everything and watch the series without the ad.
But I haven't seen it. No, but I saw the Silence of the Lambs. You know.
Oh right, yeah. That's some sick shit. That stuff, eh? But,
I watch movies. I like movies. Don't get me wrong. I like the movies and shit. And I'm a movie man in the sense of thousands of movies. You know, there'll be some nights, and I'll go to the free movie site, download it, watch it. But no, the TV series, no, I didn't see. I know what you're talking about, so, but no, I've not seen it.
Well, there's some good ones out there actually. It's surprising to see what shit the people actually get pumped into the fucking brains by watching some of this.
I can't believe what you just fucking showed me.
Oh, was that a bit too much like Dead Animal for you?
Was it you? Fuck that, man. You fucking freaked me out. Like.
Mate, I'm a mainlander. You know, we're men and sheep are nervous.
Is your wife alive? Is your wife alive? Is she really real? Are you dressed? Are you Simon? Is your name Simon? Simon.
Buffalo Bill, just call me. Hang on, let me look at that.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
I'll try and find a video clip of her. Just recent like for you. Hang on, let's see. What have I got here?
Is your wife out?
She's asleep, mate. It's
What's time?
10 to 12 at night now for her.
Yeah, it'll be midnight. It's 10 to 12 here too. So you're 12 hours. Are you? So you be Sunday now, or Saturday night?
Yeah, 10 minutes to midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. 10 minutes to Sunday. Yeah. Hang on, where is there? I'm pretty sure there's one here of her. Let me just find one. There's one there when the tree broke. There it is. We had a storm one day and the tree broke, so I'll play it so you can see. Let's see here. I'll screen share it. There we go. Hang on, just bear with me. I'll just screen share this so you can see. If you click on my box down the bottom, you'll be able to see it without it cutting out. You see that?
Thought I heard a crack. And making a Volta cake for my boy's birthday.
No, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that.
Eh?
I'm saying all I'm seeing is a black screen.
Are you? Shit,
Yeah.
hang on. Hang on. I think it's because I opened it in the wrong player. Hang on, let me just try that a little bit again. That could be
So
why.
that's when she was alive, yeah.
Yeah, that was before the tree fell on her. Yeah.
You're fucking. I can't believe you fucking showed me parts of your own body and the fucking dog's fucking.
Nothing wrong with a good set of dog's bullets.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I reckon I fucking prescribe you. Well, you probably smoke it.
Nah, I've had too much Dilantin already in my time, I think.
That's weird, man. That's strange. I'm not. I shouldn't say that. It's weird, but it's
Oh,
not
no.
like. It's not like.
I can't see why you're not seeing it, actually.
No, no. I can see the box. I can click on it, but it's all black.
Mm-hmm. So can you see that little player there?
Yeah.
Can you see that? Just a black screen, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I
okay.
don't know what that why that would be, but
It's generally because of the video player that I'm using that it fucks out like that. You have different types of media players for different things.
how many computers have you got in your home?
At last count, there's 9.
Working ones, like.
Yeah. Like I'm talking on one here. There's the one.
I know you fixed them. I know you fixed them. Yeah.
One over in the corner, and that also plays to the television that I'm looking at. So we have play the movies on there and can watch it on the TV in front. There's 3 in the kitchen, 2 upstairs, and 4 over in the other house. So actually,
Listen, Mark. Sorry, but what's that tattoo in your right arm? The spider.
This one?
Is that a spider?
No, it's a dream catcher.
Dream catcher.
A dream catcher.
All right. Okay. I've got one.
It's got the 2 feathers, and instead of having a web in the centre, it's got a 6 and the 9 for the Cancerian side.
Well,
and then I've got an Anubis above it, which is another one that my sister did for me. My sister did all of these tattoos.
It's similar to what I have here, showing you on the cam. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, same thing, but in the centre I've just got my it looks like a yin and a yang, but it's a 6 and a 9.
Yeah, I've got you. So anyway, this guy is showing me, showing us, sorry, another.
Spider web's on the other arm, I think. Yeah, there's a web there somewhere.
What?
There's a
web yeah.
Pretty sure there's spider webs there. I've fucking got everything on this body somewhere.
That's a beautiful tattoo, yeah.
I just let my sister go wild, eh? She can practice on me.
I've only got 2. I've only got I've got this one.
Oh yeah. Cool.
No, it's shite, actually. I got it down when I was 15, and it's still full of fingers with the fucking 2 things, 2 fingers up, and then got this one.
Yep, I've got a couple on the back as well. The old attacking tiger and the one.
This is ironic because yeah. Well, you know, C&D used that, but that's the thing, yeah. See, when I was 12, 13, 14, 15, before life school, I was into the C&D and the movement, and I was an activist very early compared to most. Yeah, I went to conflict, you know, so just can't fucking why did I, you know, well, I know why I did it, but I don't have a fucking problem with it now, but
something in the past, man. It's not really something you can.
Yeah, well, it's not in the past. It's not in the past for me, Mark, in the sense that I'm reminded every day about it, you know.
Oh, you granted the memories there, but it's not something you physically change.
It's not the memories. It's I've got a condition that's Gulf syndrome, and my daughter, she had a heart transplant, and I associate that with that, and
Huh?
yeah. So whether we like it or not, it's there.
Oh,
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't fucking. I mention it. You know, like I mentioned it now. I'm cool with it in the sense that I've accepted it. I've been able to change negatives into positives. You know what I mean? In my mind, and that's what it's all about. If you can if there's a negative, you can change it into a positive. Then yeah, you're halfway there.
yeah.
I don't forget. I'll never forgive them what they did to us. But yeah,
Fucking yeah.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
Fine, thanks, mate.
Yes, Samarco. No,
Yes. Hi, Samaku.
hi,
Where in the world are you?
Saudi Arabia, Jeddah.
Us, Daddy.
Yeah, yes,
New Zealand.
New Zealand. أنا إن شاء الله يجي نيوزيلاند السعودية عربية.
Mm. Long way away.
أنا سماكو مرض سواجن بودي إلى سواجن كار.
Okay. Finding it hard to understand.
What?
Difficult to understand.
Yes, yes.
What was the news you were showing?
Uh-huh.
What was it? The
كار
fire?
سماكو كار. إيه؟
Oh,
على
was it
البلد.
your town?
هذا فاير بلد.
Fire.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
هذا سماكو هذا كار سماكو ماني كار سماكو. Uh-huh. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Hello? You have any hand? Hello? Hi? Hello?
Hello.
Hmm?
Just a minute.
طيب يا شر.
You there, Mark?
Yeah, Rich.
I don't know what happened there. I was like, anyway, I'm back.
Yeah, you
Uh,
dropped
yeah,
completely off.
I shouldn't have dropped, but well, should have dropped. But I was dropped. It was like, anyway, whatever. I'm not going to make a conspiracy out of it.
I
But
went,
yeah,
I went and kicked that other guy, that Samiko. He started talking to me.
yeah, I felt like I was kicked. I felt I was kicked out of there, and it seemed a bit weird. I could get back in. I did the link. I had the link obviously to get in here, and
That's
it was
weird.
only when you invited me back in. You invited me back in, right?
No, I didn't. Well, I
No,
sent the invite. I sent the invite to everybody. Perhaps you just re-clicked
no,
on
no,
this.
no, no. Just 20 seconds ago.
No,
But I fucking yeah. You sent me an invite.
nope.
No, you
20,
did.
20 seconds ago, I kicked that Samiko. I walked
Well,
down.
20 seconds ago, I got an invite from you. That's how I got back in. I couldn't get back in any other way. Because
Not.
I can't be. I'm getting. Wait. Give me a second, okay? Eden, just
No,
give me 2 seconds. I'm getting
I
something.
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But what happened after you left is that Samiko guy talked to me with very broken English for a moment or two, telling me he was from Saudi
Yeah, I
Arabia.
saw that. I've seen that.
Right.
I've seen that. I was trying to get back in. I couldn't get
Yeah.
back in. And then I
And then
got a video
what
call
happened?
from you.
And
Then
then
I
what happened?
got. Then I.
No, I didn't call you. I didn't.
Yeah,
I got up. I went
that's.
outside
But
after I.
it said Bart invites you or invite you're fucking the screen that you get when somebody invites you to a fucking
Yeah, I know what you mean. It comes up with an invite.
something's happening here. Eden, give me 2 seconds, okay? Because
That's
I'm
really weird, eh? That's
I'm
weird.
yeah, no, give me 2 seconds. We're gonna get on to this.
Sure. But
Yeah,
after I
I'm
finished,
gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself. I have to mute myself, okay?
after I went to that other guy, I spoke to him. I went out for a piss, and then I walked down to the other end of the house to where I've got the server running on the computer. And then I ejected that Samiko guy because I got sick of trying to speak broken English to him. And then I came back up here, and literally I had looked into the screen once, looked back again, and then I heard your voice, and then I popped my head back in and went, "Yeah, I'm here." That was it. So I, at no time from when you left to when you came back, had I sent any message in any form to anyone. I hadn't sent an invite to anyone or nothing. So that's really fucking strange. If you got an invite after, and did this happen after that Samiko guy was talking? Was it? Yeah. Yeah. I'll wait.
So give me 2 seconds, okay? Yeah, about 2 minutes. I'm getting on this. I need to get on this.
Sure. That's some
Yeah,
fucked up.
because I'm getting fucking, give me 2 seconds. Wait a minute, I'll explain in a second. You're good, man. You're good.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I don't know what happened there. I really don't know what happened there, but I was kicked out of that fucking thing. I was kicked out of this. Okay.
it was weird that you just went straight dropped. I mean, usually when people like their broadband drops out or something, that they drop
No,
out.
I don't drop out. I don't drop out. I've got the best, well, the best we have in the UK, the Infinity thing, and I keep getting fucking that. You know, when you get a message, you hear this ding. You know,
Yeah.
like
I heard it.
I can't, yeah. Are you hearing that? Are you hearing that? Yeah,
I'm hearing
that.
Yeah, I just did.
No.
So who's giving you the messages?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that one. I just heard you get one then.
Yeah, no, there's somebody messaging me here. It's somebody I'm speaking to, actually. Well, I will speak to. No, it's somebody. That's cool. No, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But before that, right? Before I was kicked, I was getting that shit, and I wasn't getting no messages. And I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the computer anyway. He's not seen Nite wrong, so. Who was that slow? Well, you're freezing now. Are you there? Are you there, Mark? You're freezing on the screen.
Yo, Richard.
Yeah.
Hello. Hey.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yeah. My laptop. I can see you, but you probably can't see me much with the. Hang on, let me try and turn it with the light shining at me. That's better, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
It was my laptop's just shit itself, so I've got to restart it. I only need to bump my laptop and it decides to freeze up on me, so I just have to give it a power restart. That's why I have so many computers, because they're all shit. I've been fixing computers for people for 15 years, and there's so many of them. People just say, "Oh, keep the old ones," or "throw the old one out for me," or something whenever I do an upgrade. So I've just got I just threw out for about 10 cases of empty shells, and I just keep the inside bits. And whenever I've got enough, I just make another one. And eventually the kids all get one each, and it costs me nothing. It's just a time-honoured process of collecting shit and making something good out of it. It's the way I live anyway, One man's rubbish is another man's treasure. And you'd be surprised, if you get an old system, and these days they're worth fucking nothing, but you get an older system and you run a good version of, say, Windows XP on it with a whole heap of RAM, it's like a super deluxe system in the old days, and it runs really quick. Hell of a lot quicker than Windows 7 or 8 half the time, because it's only XP.
You know something? I like the best system. I like Windows XP, man. That's my favourite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other one's started up, so I'll just...
You know what I'm on right now, Mark? It's Windows 8. It's a fucking shite. Fucking shit. The shit. Bullshit.
Right. Bear with me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Right. Solves that problem.
I'll tell you, that's a beautiful room. That's an absolute beautiful room that you're in there. I love that where the dogs are. Old is my kind of theme. I love that. I love that shit. Yeah.
They're all old windows. Like, I'll show you this. You can see in the other screen, like this window here that I'm opening, right?
Yeah.
This window here is plastic perspex. It's multicoloured.
Right.
You've got
Perspex.
orange and red. So when the light in the afternoon shines through the coloured perspex, it gives all sorts of nice colours in the lounge. The fireplace there, I installed that one myself a few years back. That's just something I made. This wooden framing here that you see used to be the base of the baby's cot that I made for my daughter when she grew out of the newborn cot that I made her. I made her a little cradle that rocks out of wood. This was the base unit with the mattress on top. And when she grew out of that, I cut this in half and made it into the fireplace. So, yeah.
I love that kind of shit, man.
I waste nothing.
I was in as I was saying to you earlier, I was in the collectible fucking thing, with the vintage things and shit like that. So yeah, that resonates for me. I love that. I love that kind of shit. Yeah.
All the curtains I sewed myself, the fireplace. This is all mini corrugated iron that I just put on fire line.
Your name is Simon. I think your name is Simon. I'm only kidding you, man. I'm only kidding you. You're fucking for a man. Is that rude? Is that not rude, but fucking patronizing? I don't mean to be patronizing, but you're fucking absolutely. I mean, computers, sewing, shit like that. You know, building.
I had a well-rounded uphook, you know.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, and that's what I tried to do with the son. And you know, I'd like to get a property in the sense of being able to. Just now I'm in suburbia. That's where I am. I'm in suburbia, and I don't like it. We lived in country and I loved it then, man. It was, but my daughter's heart transplant, and we had to get back to town. She's 20 now, so we can do it again. It's just we don't have backs, you know. We don't have the money to do it. So
Yeah, it's hard, eh? Like I say, I'm just fortunate because where we are with the mother-in-law owning the property for 30 years, we can pretty much do what the fuck we please.
yeah, I'm envious you in the sense that of that, you know, and that.
Yeah. And everybody on the property here knows, you know, God help any fucking government agency or anything that wants to step foot on this property and have a go with me. I'll fucking have them running in 5 minutes. I'll just mention the word liability and signature and sign-in sheet and questionnaire form that they must fill out before discussing any matter with me.
Yeah, listen, I'm the fucking same.
I got a big one-page questionnaire for them to fill out. I want all their fucking details before I even speak to them.
Yeah, fucking right. You're right on there, Mark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man after my own heart. I'll tell you that. That's for sure.
I don't. I just love bringing people back down to, hey, look, you're just a man like me, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so now you're
that's what we are. We're fucking human beings. But what we are actually is full of electricity and fucking body fluids. That's it.
we're a biomechanical, electrical, fucking marvel, basically.
We're consciousness, and that, you know, I like to think that anyway. I like to think that this is the shell, and within us is the reality, and if you can get that. Yeah. That's the way I think. But whatever. By the end of the day, you're fucking, yeah. What you said there resonated with me. Yeah, even where I look now, I mean, I'm lucky. You know, we're lucky. I always see myself. There's always somebody worse off than yourself, and that's the way I see the world. And I think if you see the world that way, then you're gonna have some kind of what's the fucking word?
Mutual respect.
Sorry?
Mutual respect.
Yeah, mutual respect. And yeah, exactly, yeah. I've been awake so fucking long now. I'm losing touch. Yeah,
Oh.
mutual respect, but not only that, but there's a word I can't get it. It's on the tip of my tongue. But anyway, I brain farted. But I am allowed to brain fart after so many hours a week. So yeah, mutual respect. Yeah, absolutely.
When I was brought up, mate, from a young age, we were taught to chop a fire a wheelbarrow full of wood each night because we had to have the coal range going from a hot water cylinder to keep warm. We always had all the chooks were fed because we had just a chook house with a dozen chooks and some homing pigeons, and we fed the chooks each night because we got the eggs. We'd go and get a trailer load of coal each winter time for the coal range, so we could put some coal, a lot slow burning coal on the coal range over the winter time. We did all the baking on the coal range. Everything was, we had real low power bills. Put it that way. You know, we built our own garage. I mean, my old man had 17.
Yeah.
We had 17 Fiats in the backyard. So I grew up taking cars apart and putting them back together for a fun. They were all Fiats. You name a Fiat, we fucking did it.
Fiat, I had a Fiat 128. You remember
that? I've had a Bambino, you know, the little Fiat Nova 500s. We had 3 of them in the back. Right. The Multipa 600, which had a sloping back on it and a flat front, almost like a Volkswagen. They had flat engines in the back of them. We also had the 1100D. We had the Auto Bianchi. We had the 1100F, the Fiat 1500, the 2300, the 2500, the Fiat 128, 124, 127, and we had a couple of the 125s as well. Yeah, we had a lot of Fiats. And that's just the ones I can remember. But yeah.
Fight the Fiat.
Dad loved the Italian type cars, the twin overhead cams and the Fiat 125s. You know, that was his workhorse. He took that everywhere, through the rivers. You know, he'd go whitebait fishing and go out and come back whitebait. Just we'd have a big feed, margarine containers full of whitebait and beer batter, and you know, those are the days where you could actually eat seafood and not worry about getting fucking irradiated or poisoned. Yeah, you get big bluff oysters, you know, the size of size of 2 thumbs together, you know, big bluff ass oysters, and just raw.
The Fiat 128 that I had, it was a saloon, you know, 4-door.
No, they're a little one, yeah. They're like a little version of the 125.
It's a 128. It was, it's a 128 that I had.
Bonnet.
Sorry?
Is that right? Little pop-up bonnet on the front that folds forward.
I tell you what, it's fucking speedy, man.
Yeah.
It was speedy these days. Speedy. I had little fucking Tiger transfers. I put them. Little go faster stripes. You know what I mean?
that was one of my mother's runaround cars. They were quick little fucking things, those.
Yeah, they were quick. You know, they had pace. That's what the description I put them. They weren't like fast over the long run, but I remember myself in the Fiat 128 and a Cortina, right? And it was a fucking, I can't remember the engine size of Cortina, but it's a big beast. But on pace, man, I fucking blew that motherfucker out. And we were going down the street. I was on the wrong side of the road, and it was a game of chicken. That's what it was. It was like, it caught up with me. I tried to overtake it, but it caught up with me. I was a game of chicken. And, well, I won. I'm here.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I had the same me with the semi.
I said my son, I've got a son, right? And it's like, don't you ever fucking do that shit, man. I'll knock the shit out of you before you die, you know what I mean? It's like, it freaks me out, you know? It freaks me out. I shouldn't lay it, but it's not fair in a sense, but I tell him my experiences and shit, and he's my best friend, and Julie's my best friend, and Annalise, my daughter's my best friend, and I just fucking come out with shit, and I say to the son though, especially, I say to him, don't you fucking, you know, I mean, I lay it down to him, and it's like, no, Dad, I won't. It's like, well, he's got to experience it. And the thing was, my wife, right, Julie, right, she was a navigator in the rallies. She was navigating. She was the fucking man with the map and the shit. with a guy in the rally drivers, right? It's amateur rallies, right? And the snowman rallies, so they're big rallies too, you know what I mean? And she did it for different drivers, and I fucking just had a spell just sitting in the back seat one night just for a fucking show, you know what I mean? It's just like, holy shit.
You enjoy that?
No, I did not enjoy it, man. No. No. I want to be in control. That's the thing. This fucking cliff edge, the cliff edge, and all this shit. And it's like, get me out of this fucking. It's like being a roller coaster in the sense that it was like fucking mental. It was accumulating.
I used to navigate for pre-65 hill climbs down in Timaru.
Right. Oh well. You
fun,
and her, you and Jules would get on fine. You would be fucking talking.
Oh,
nah, I couldn't get that shit.
I remember in Monaco, once we left the engine behind us. You know, we'd drive along, and all of a sudden it got real fucking quiet. What the hell happened? The engine mounts failed, and the engine was behind us. What the fuck?
No, not for me, not for me. If I was driving, if I learned it, you know, fair enough. But, nah, even if I'm going to the shop, right, my wife drives me, it's like, it's like, fucking, I can't handle it. I'm saying to her, you're going too fast. She said, I'm only doing 40. You know, it's like, I can't fucking handle it. But I'm driving, fine, fair enough. Not a problem.
Oh, you're the typical psychotic nervous passenger then.
Yeah, well, no, it's a control issue. It's a control.
You're holding on like fuck to the oh my god handle saying, stay down for fuck's sake. Your foot's posting a hole through the floor panel at the front. For fuck's sake, slow down. Yeah.
I'm braking for her and I'm fucking turning.
The brake pedals are on the other side, you know. Yeah.
I couldn't be a driving instructor, put it that way. Nah, was it?
I'd have a lot of fun like that. I'd really have a lot of fun like that. Driving instructor, I've taken my sister-in-law driving instructing. You know, she was reversing out. I was going, look out! Screaming all the, look out! What the fuck? Look out! Made her a nervous wreck before the first corner. She turned around and parked up again. That's been got a license and she's 36. No, she's. I've put her off it for life. It was terrible. Evil fucker. But yeah, I had great fun with that one. That was 12 years ago. Yeah.
So you were navigating, yeah, for a rally?
Where? In Timaru, down in South Island. Yeah, we go hill climbing. In the pre-65s, like the old Ford Anglias and the minis. Or the
right.
Mark 1 Cortinas with the big, the big round tails and the wings on the rear end.
Mark, I love these days. There's no character to the car, man. There's just no. I don't know if it's a shape.
They're a tin can built around the windscreen.
Yes, it's electronics and it's fucking. It's not my scene at all, but yeah, obviously, safety, blah 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 blah. I love the older, the further you go back, the more I like. And that's where I went into with the collectibles and shit and the vintage shit. And I'll give
you an example. I saw a head-on between a Honda Civic, the typical Honda Civic piece of shit, and a Hillman Superminx with the big ass front grille. And the guy in the Hillman Superminx got a sprained wrist and a semi-dislocated shoulder from the steering wheel, 3 people in the Civic were dead instantly, mounted in the back seat. They were just completely crushed from end to end. The Super Minx had a dinged up front bumper and a bit of front end damage. The Civic, you could not make out that it even had a front end anymore. You know, that's the difference. The old days, they were built like a fucking tank and made to take a hit. These days, they're made to take a crumble. When I worked for a company called South Canterbury Toyota, just a Toyota stockist in Timaru, 26 years ago, I was just a stock boy delivering parts, ordering parts for people and shit. And they told me back then that the structure of the whole vehicle was built around the windscreen. So that as soon as the windscreen got cracked or chipped in any way straight, you might as well throw the car away, because even if they replace that windscreen, the entire structural integrity of the car is built around the initial first installation of the first windscreen. So as soon as it's cracked, throw the car away, because half of the structural integrity of it's gone. But they won't tell you that. They'll just get your windscreen replaced. But you know, that blew my mind to think that the whole car was built around a piece of glass, and instead of a piece of metal.
Yeah, yeah.
That work. But it was because of the way it collapsed, and they had the special hooks to stop the windscreen from coming, the bonnet from coming through the windscreen, and they had hooks to stop it and stuff. You know, clever little ideas, but it was mental. They have it. It made no sense to me. But it was because it's a throwaway world. You know, you crash a car, they don't expect to repair it. They're just going to replace it. They're not really giving a flying fuck about the things that are actually inside the vehicle. It's all about the turnover and the stock. Mental. It's what I mean, that's 25 years ago. But God knows what they've got up to since then. I'm sure they've found new and devious ways to screw with us more.
Well, fucking Christ.
I try not to drive full stop. I'll go out twice a week, and that's it. I'll go out to do the shopping once a week, and I'll go 3 minutes down the road to the kids to the school each day if I have to, and that's it. Yeah. I have no need to go anywhere or do anything. My life's at home with my wife and my kids.
Yeah. Listen, sorry, I got sidetracked there. I'm hearing, you're probably hearing that too. Wait a minute. Let's see what this is. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a deep guy. I ask deep questions and shit like that. I shouldn't do, but that's what I am. Yeah.
Each to their own, mate. There's no reason why you shouldn't ask questions.
No. It's not about questions. Well, it is about questions, but it's the questions. It's the way I think. And I've always done that, and it's like well, people say to me, you're when I was a kid, you're thinking too much. That's a common one when I was a kid, especially with adults. You're thinking too much. You know. I grew up in an era. I'm 50 now. Well, knocking on 50. And it's like in an era that was, you were to be seen but not heard, that kind of fucking shit. And it's not good, man. It's not good at all. And I'm glad that I'm what I am. I'm not glad what I did in the past. Not that I hurt anybody. I've never killed anybody. In the Gulf War, I want to say to people, it's a live chat, so I want to say to people, I've never hurt anybody. Not enough. My job was to patch them up. Yeah, I probably patched somebody up to go back out to hurt somebody, for them to hurt somebody. That was their job, but I'm guilty of that. But I can't take back time. I can't take back time, and that's what I did. I'm truthful. I wear my heart on a sleeve. I am not. Somebody said to me, would you turn it back? I can't even fathom to even think that. How would you even? Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. And it's like my cats are fucking screaming like hell in the background. You probably hear. But no. And guilt. Yeah, I feel guilt. Of course, I feel guilt because I know now. I'm aware. And I was always been aware. Fucking hell, man. I was protesting from the age of 12, 13, 14, 15, and then I got this loop, and it was like, I was like fucking back into the clock again, and it was like, and then to the age of, when did I join the fucking TA? 1987. It was the TA, Territorial Army I was in. So it was 1987, and I was, and then when I was there, it came back to me, my younger years, and it was like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I here? Why are these people? There was questions before that. Saudi Arabia. Jesus Christ. I've not been back since, but I don't think it's improved. It's fucking Jesus arcadic. There was buses, right, that were boarded up at the back. Double deckers, like fucking London buses. The old fucking double decker buses. And they were boarded up at the back. On the bottom floor, just the bottom floor, right? Fucking wood. Just fucking boarded up. As I say, right? At the back. With the door. And that's where the women and children sat. And the men could sit anywhere else. If a woman was found at that time, I'm talking about 1990, 91, if a woman was seen in the front, that it might have changed from then, obviously, a long time ago, but I don't think it's changed much from what I hear now, I see and blah, blah, blah. A woman had to be married to sit in the front seat of the car. The women were fucking treated like
worse than the cat, mate.
Yeah, but I was seeing glimpses then of the young ones. I've all seen through the fucking veils, you know what I mean? I've seen glimpses of fucking independence in the sense of I hate the word fucking democracy. I don't like the word democracy. I think it's a fucking I would like it more if we had it, but I don't think we ever have had it. But independence in the sense of...
It depends on what you mean the word democracy to be. Democracy to me means mob rule.
Sorry?
So, democracy to me means mob rule. 51% and the other 41%.
That's exactly the experience I saw. That's what it was.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
A republic is opposite from a democracy. And that's what I don't get. You've got a democratic president in a Republic of America. How the fuck does that work?
It does, though. It does work in the sense that it's finely tuned, though. Mark is finely fucking tuned. It is what it is.
We're all playing to the same script.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway, I know what's going on, but I left my roach in my mouth there and pulled the fag away. But I'm going to get a light for this, BB. Give me 2 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just going to shoot away myself for about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm just going to do a little bit of trimming and then I'll be back.
Yeah, cool. No problem. those the old cultures, the old cultures. If anybody's listening to that, they're good. Stranglers do the Stranglers excellent, absolutely excellent. Do,
Right.
there, Mark.
Anyway, You look like you're almost asleep there, Rich.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go now, and it's nice speaking to you.
Indeed, mate, indeed. We'll catch up again, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Um,
Get more than a couple of hours, mate. Try and go for 4 hours.
I will do. That's it. I go with my body, and that's what I have to do. And
Yeah, mate.
yeah, yeah. So anyway, it was a nice speaking to you, Matt.
Sure, dude. Stay easy.
Yeah, you take care. You take care, man. You take care.
See ya.
See.
nice. You must be stopped with evil machinations contrived. And how will you deal with bad things? No. Not any preparation. And this diet kills people.
A warm round of applause for Bill Thorne, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Kind of interesting that we're in the Greek Orthodox Church because I'm wearing a genuine Greek fisherman's cap, coincidentally. Anyhow, tonight I'm going to introduce you to a subject that many of you, one way or another, have touched on. And over the years, I'm sure you've seen many of the things.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Stephen. Welcome to the Granada Forum tonight. For those of you that have made the long trek down here, I pray that this information will be very, very informative. Tonight we have Bill Thornton with us. He's going to be talking about the law, one of our favorite subjects, and he's going to be commenting on the common law and how we may have a standing in common law. Also, I have a little note here, which Bill will probably be bringing up later on. You can go to a website, www.1215.com. So, I imagine .org. Oh, I'm sorry. That later on in the information.
Thank you. Kind of interesting that we're in the Greek Orthodox Church because I'm wearing a genuine Greek fisherman's cap, coincidentally. Anyhow, tonight I'm going to introduce you to a subject that many of you, one way or another, have touched on. And over the years, I'm sure you've seen many of the things. But what I've done is I've kind of put these things together in a way that you may not have really connected them before. I get a lot of comments from people who say, I never thought of that before. And yet they knew the facts, but they never connected them. So I'm going to try and connect them. And there are a lot of approaches that you've heard other speakers come in here with. I want to warn you one thing. There are many different ways to skin a polecat, as the saying goes. And your speakers that have come through here, each of them have refined and developed their way of doing things. And so have I. But I want to warn you, don't mix philosophies. You can have a perfectly good philosophy or strategy, and then you mix in another strategy from a different way of spinning the polecat, and the next thing you know, you get scratched. So you have to, it's very important when you file a lawsuit that you have your strategy mapped out in advance and you stick with it. If you switch, as the saying goes, if you switch horses midstream, you can get in trouble. It isn't that one is better than the other. It's that you have a strategy, you have a method, a point of view, and if you want to win, you've got to drive through on that. And what I'm bringing you tonight is another one of those strategies. I'm not saying it's better, I'm just saying it's another one. If you decide to incorporate the concepts that I give you, let me warn you, don't mix it with the others, because you will lose, okay? So what I'd like you to do is to open up your minds and take a fresh look at some of these things. Don't assume just because I use a word that you know all there is about it from your prior readings or studies, okay? Because this sometimes, for some people, this is a whole new point of view. So, just to pique your interest, and by the way, tonight, I'm only going to talk for, what, a couple hours and answer some questions? Believe me, that's not enough time. I have put on a full seminar. A full seminar means 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with breaks, of course, Saturday and Sunday for 3 weekends. It's a lot of time, but I really load everybody with a lot of stuff. And I'm just going to, so tonight, all I'm doing is giving you a taste of it. You're not going to get the whole picture tonight. Now, I do have a website. There's a website, as it was given you earlier, 1215.org. Also tonight, I brought enough CDs so that everybody can have a CD. You came, you're going to walk away with this CD. On the CD is everything that you will see on the screen. So you don't have to take notes if you see it on the screen, because you'll walk away with a CD with that information. So I really want you to pay attention and to open your minds to these, I guess you might call, slightly different concepts. That's more important. And just take notes on the stuff that you don't see on the screen, okay? You do have to have a computer in order to look at the CD. The CD is a digital CD, not an audio CD. So you must have a computer. It will work on any IBM PC with Windows. It will also work on Macintosh, but some Macintoshes have a vertical drive, and these CDs will not work in those vertical drives. If you happen to have one of those computers, then I was given this evening a CD, regular size, so that for those few who have one of those vertical CDs on their Macintosh, they can have this one. The price is right, it's free, so I'm giving them to you because I want you to know. This thing is being videotaped. As far as I'm concerned, I hope you make copies of it. I do not consider anything I say here proprietary. If you can use it, super. Okay? Also, if you have questions later on, you're welcome to email to me your questions. Okay? My email address is x@1215.org. Okay, just the letter X at 1215.org. I do not help people with their cases. But what I do is I will answer distinct questions. You send me a question on a specific point, I'll try to give you a sensible answer. But I won't get involved in your case. I think you know why. There's simply too many problems in the world for me to single-handed battle. But I'm happy to answer the questions. I find that creates the right balance of my time versus, making a living and that sort of stuff. Okay, well, basically, like I started off a moment ago, to pique your interest, I'm gonna jump to the end of the talk and tell you what I do when I go to court. The very first thing I do with the court, before I even enter the court, I suspend the judge. The judge may not make any decisions whatsoever. He cannot make a decision against me. He cannot make a decision for me. If he makes a decision against me, I'll issue a court order vacating his decision. If he makes a decision for me, I'll issue a court order vacating his decision. If I like the decision, I'll issue another order granting it. But I do not let the judge make any decisions at all, not one. Okay? Not on his own. There is one case, and that case is on this CD, where the judge didn't get the message. And he issued a second decision after I had vacated his first decision. And by the way, when I vacate a decision, I don't just do like judges do and issue orders. What I do is I have an introduction to the order, which is a small course in law for the judge to read. I don't care about the attorneys. But it's written for the judge. It's written on his level, and it educates him as to why it is that I'm number one and he's number two. Then I give him the order. Okay, he gets it as a package. Now, there was one judge who didn't get the message. So what I did was I fined him for contempt of court. Okay? The Founding Fathers really understood abuse of power. They had it up to their eyeballs with Mr. King. The old King George up there, he really was having a good time with all his military coming over and harassing us, killing our people, raping them, robbing them, and not getting convicted, not punishing his soldiers. We had it. I mean, and if you want to understand the situation, just go back and read the Declaration of Independence. That's a wonderful statement of what the problem was about and why we reacted to King George. We didn't want to leave the king. We were very loyal as a people. But there were the abuses. The Founding Fathers understood this. Well, they didn't really understand it. They first tried the Confederacy. That didn't really work so well. So the Constitution was a second attempt at it. Now, in my opinion, the Constitution is one of the finest documents ever created. But it's being ignored. You see problems around you today, in my opinion, they're not because of the Constitution, they're because the Constitution is being ignored. And why is it being ignored? Because ignorance is rampant now. They do not teach civics in school anymore. The very first school that was mandatory, public school, the very first mandatory public school was populated under military supervision. The children were escorted to the school against the parents' wishes by the military, not the police, but the military. Now, why was it so important for the federal government, or whatever government was that brought the soldiers out, why was it so important for them to go to that extreme, which basically was illegal? Unconstitutional? Well, because the key to population control is mindset, and they had to get them in. From the 1850s to the 1950s, they gradually stripped out the subject of civics and replaced it with a new subject called American government. Has anybody seen that in school? Okay, what's the difference? Civics, if you look it up in the dictionary, it says something to the effect that it's that branch of political philosophy that concerns personal rights. It does not concern government, it concerns personal rights. They quit teaching that. I want you to understand, when the Constitution was formed, or actually when we declared our independence in 1776, We were not an uncultured, boorish bunch of people. We were not a bunch of backwoodsmen. That's what they like to tell us. They like to leave us with the impression that, we're just a bunch of, random people that decided to rebel. Just to put it in perspective, I want you to realize that in 1776, Harvard University was over 100 years old. Okay? We were a cultured society. We had our customs, we had our usages. We were equal to England in terms of our development. They like to tell us that the United States is over 200 years old. Well, when you talk of the culture here, we're over 400 years old. We were established. And out of those experiences, we developed the Constitution. Who do I mean by we? I mean we the people. Okay? So, anyway, let's get into this. On this CD is law notes. And that's just what it is. This is not a complete CD. It just has some notes that I've accumulated over time. On the cover page here, you'll see there's law notes and there's the example. The law notes, that's the theory. The example is an actual case where the theory got applied. Okay? So this case involved an automobile going through a stop sign and injuring a rider on a bicycle. And it resulted in, $50,000 or $75,000 in surgery, plus a lot of ongoing treatments. Interesting feature of the vehicle code, and that is that if the driver is a minor and has a driver's license with the okay of the parents, then any accident that minor gets into, the liability is limited to $15,000. Who do you think pays the rest? The victim. The victim. It also says that the parents are limited to $15,000 liability. And on top of that, the aggregate total of the liability of both the child and the parent is $15,000. So the bottom line is $15,000. That's your limit. Victim pays the rest. That's how the statutory system seems to work. Well, this is common law. Under common law, we have a little different approach. Under common law, we look at this and we say, well, one of the principles of common law is there shall not be no remedy. There must be a remedy for every injury. So if there isn't a remedy, we can make up a remedy. Okay? That's one of the principles. Also, it's an established principle in case law that the state of California, or any government, is not responsible for what happens among the people, okay, or the citizens. They're not really responsible as long as they just pass the rules but don't participate. Okay? So the legislature makes up the rules, we call them statutes and codes, but they're not responsible, they hold no liability for those rules. And each and every citizen is responsible for his own behavior. Okay? And the state's not responsible. However, if the state jumps in and participates, then the state assumes the liability. Well, take a look at this. Here's the vehicle code. That's a set of rules. Fine. Now, do we have driver education programs? Do we have quality control experts out there called traffic cops? Okay. Do we have a number of administrative things? So what we said is, well, plus we have one more factor, and that is that this individual called the state of California is a third-party intervener. We don't care how much the child and parent are protected by the third-party intervener if the third-party intervener is willing to cover the costs, cover the liability, right? It's only fair. I mean, your common gut feel tells you that's fair. So that's what the common law is all about. Common law is common sense. It really is. What is common law? It's public opinion. What do all of you think? What would you think if you were on a jury in a common law case before you and somebody said apply common sense? That would make sense. So that's what we sued them on. This case is ongoing. We have yet to write the final judgment. We're almost there. Actually, we are there. We just have to write it. So what you have here is everything except the final judgment. But you don't need the final judgment because all the principles are on this CD. Okay? I'd like to point out something else. Many years ago, there was a fellow named Cicero, and this is on the CD. I'm not going to hunt for it right now, but it's on there. Cicero said that a few men live by reason. Most live by experience. The remainder live by necessity, and the animals live by nature. Now what he's saying here, let's start at the top. A few men live by reason. What this means is that you look at something, here's A, here's B, and out of the A and B you conclude this is C, okay? You hear a noise on the roof, and you conclude without looking out the window that it's raining, okay? You draw your conclusions from the facts that are before you. This approach that I'm using requires you to think. Don't ask me for an example. I already gave you one. It's called example. So when you go looking through this stuff, you're going to have to be on top of it. There's a real simple rule of law that sometimes we forget. And what it is, it's actually a maxim of law. And what it says is that the law does not protect he who slumbers on his rights. Okay? Law is not going to go out and see if you're in trouble and protect you. Now, if you don't have the intellectual power, then you're considered to be one of those who's slumbering on his rights. The law won't protect a person who's dumb. So you'll have to, I don't know who's smart and who's dumb, but I'll tell you this. If you use this approach, you're going to have to be on top of it. You're going to have to be able to reason your way through, because if you don't apply your reasoning powers, then it won't work. They'll pull a quickie on you and you won't figure it out. The very first time I ever issued a court order was really interesting. The guy was in jail, and he asked me to help out, and I was just fresh studying this stuff. But I had formed some ideas. So he understood sovereignty, and he was careful to guard his position. So the municipal court had him and in jail, and so he moved for habeas corpus in the Superior Court. Superior Court rubber stamped a no on it. So he made a second motion for habeas corpus. They said no again. So then what he did, it was after that I got involved. And he said, he understood sovereignty. So what we talked about it, and what we had him do is appoint me as a special master in his court. Now, a special master has any power that the sovereign will allocate to him. There's no limit on a magistrate, or a special master, I mean, if the sovereign grants it to him. So in this case, he granted me the power to take depositions, to investigate, and do a whole bunch of other stuff, and to hold hearings, okay? So while I was working on the case, we heard a rumor, jailhouse rumor, that they were going to bring his case up on the following Monday. So that Monday, I dressed up like an attorney. I had a pinstripe suit and tie. I looked very much like an attorney. And I got there early, and I managed to wangle an audience with the judge. went into the judge's chambers. And I said to the judge, I said, I've been appointed as a special master in the Superior Court. And by the way, I had it filed and I had a certified copy in my hand. And the appointment, by the way, was made by the sovereign himself, the guy who had moved for habeas corpus, because it was his court, see? And I'll explain that in a few minutes. So he appointed me, he listened to me a moment, and I said, the reason I'm here, I'm not here to discuss the case. I don't want to impose on you that way. I was very polite to him. But I said, there's some unusual things that are happening here, and I just wanted to give you, a heads up on it, letting you know that I'm here to conduct business, not to stir up anything. Okay? So I said, great. He appreciated that. Let me tell you something. These judges, some of them are really human. Okay? I had a little luck. As I found out later, he was much smarter than most judges. I didn't know it at the time, but it turned out this guy was really pretty sharp for a municipal court judge. But anyway, as I was talking to him, the prosecutor came in. He took one glance at me, obviously a fellow attorney, and so he started talking to the judge. And lo and behold, he's going to talk about the very same case I'm in. Now, you know that an attorney is not supposed to go in without the other party, right? So here I had him cold. Now, it was okay for me to be there because I was not representing him. I was an officer of the court, the Superior Court. And besides, I wasn't discussing the case anyway. I was just letting him know that I had a purpose. Well, the judge was pretty sharp. He cut that off real quick. Of course, if I wanted to push the issue, it was too late for the guy. But I let him off the hook. But we got out. When he called the case in the courtroom, I stood up, and I had on my right the public defender that had been appointed to the case, and on my left I had the district attorney. And at some opportune moment, I got a chance to speak. I was standing right between them. So the judge says to me, we talked back and forth. He wants to know what's happening here, and I said, well, I'm from I've been appointed as a special master in the Superior Court of the state of California, and I am here today to observe the proceedings in this master, and I'm here and now declaring the Superior Court of the state of California open and in session. So now we had one courtroom and two courts. And so then we started discussing it, and I said to the judge, I said, there were some issues here involving common law and so on, and I said, and so he told me, he says, well, he says, the common law doesn't have any standing in this court. And I said to him, I agree. However, the Miranda decision, Miranda versus Arizona, says that where substantive rights are concerned, there shall be no rulemaking. That wasn't quite correct, but close enough. So he acknowledged that. He said, okay, yeah, he respected the Miranda decision. So then he says, well, what do you want from me? Now, that was a trap, because I don't want anything from him, but my court does, my sovereign does. So it's very important that I didn't say what I wanted. Instead, I represented the court. So I said to him, it is the wish of the Superior Court that the municipal court release jurisdiction of this matter to the Superior Court until such time as the issues in the Superior Court are settled. Okay? And so he said, I'll do that if you will give me the order in writing. So I said, well, I came here, now I can speak for myself, see. I said, I came here with an order half prepared because I didn't know exactly how things would go, but I said, if you will recess the case, I'll complete the order and deliver it to you upon recall. So he said, great. So he recessed the case, moved on to other business. In the meantime, I went out and I hand printed the rest of it and did the copy machine thing. You know, it was quite a race there because I wanted to be back soon. So I got back there and he recalled the case. Now, before I go into what happened, I'd like to tell you something else that happened in that case. in that first session, we had a moment where we were both collecting our thoughts, the judge and I. The district attorney stood up and she said, "Your Honor, who is this man? I don't know who he is. I don't know what he's doing here." Silence. The judge just sat there and looked at her. She sat down, and then he turned back to me, and he picked up on our conversation as though she was not in the room. Now, you know how cozy district attorneys and judges are. Was that an insult or what? Now, there I was with my knees shaken because, you see, I was operating on reason. I had no experience to look to. I couldn't ask anybody what happens, blah, 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 okay? It was pure, raw reason. But my research told me I was right. But my knees were shaking, believe me. I was scared because I knew I was kind of out on the, on the plank on this one. So anyway, when that happened, I instantly knew I was on the right track, because no way would any judge ever treat a district attorney that way. No way would he give a third-party intervener such as myself the amount of time he gave. Right? You know that. But he did here, so I was doing something right. So anyway, back to the second session. I delivered the order to him. He read it into the record, and then he ordered it to be filed in the record, and then he closed the case for that moment, and that was it. Okay? He accepted the order. Now, I'm sure he was going to do some research and decide whether or not to arrest me and so on. But as it turned out, it worked. And now, what I'm telling you here doesn't always work, okay? Gandhi made it clear that passive resistance works extremely well. He beat England with passive resistance. Using passive resistance, he liberated all of India from England. We have the same thing here. These techniques, we've been pretty successful at stopping the government. We have not been successful at getting the government to pay. Why? Because passive resistance works for the government too. They say, make us. Okay, pretty hard to make it. So what you have to do is when you do these things, you have to put their paychecks at risk. That's when you get their attention. Okay? As long as they're secure in their paychecks, and you know how bureaucrats are, they're all insecure. Bureaucrats don't like to take risks. They're non-risk takers. And when you start suing them and including them in it and making a reasonable lawsuit to where it looks like, I might lose this one, all of a sudden their attitudes change. Also, another thing that is really, really important is attitude. Okay? Attitude is one of the key things. I do not buy into the concept that the government is evil. What I do buy into is that there's a lot of abusers in government. And my own experience has been that if you do your paperwork right, and of course if you have a high enough risk assessment on their paychecks, there are a lot of people in government who will back you up if you give them the tools to work with. There are a lot of people who don't agree with what the government's doing who are in government, but they're not going to put their jobs at risk. They will put their jobs ahead of your liberty. So you've got to give them the tools with which to protect you, because they're not going to do it on their own. And so we've had a number of turnarounds where the judge, who was a real tiger on the bench, suddenly became a lamb and sweet as pie. Why? Wasn't anything that we directly said as far as we knew, and yet he did a 180. Well, I know a leopard doesn't change his spots. Isn't that the old story? So what happened? Well, what happened, and I'm theorizing because I don't know, but my theory is that we must have got him boxed in, and somebody, one of his perhaps wiser colleagues, told him, you better quiesce this thing or you might get in trouble. See, that's what I can figure. That's what must have been happened. Or they might have just told him it was flat out wrong. So all I know is that I select my target, I select my strategy, I go straight toward it as best I can, and I trust that there are honest people behind the scenes who I will never meet, never know about, but who will back me up if they can do so without risk. And how do they do it without risk? They look at the paperwork, and the paperwork's solid, and they let the guy know, hey, this is solid. Watch out, these guys might get you. You better get rid of this as fast as you can. Okay? That to me, and I count that as a win, even if I didn't collect any money. So anyway, that's my little 2 cents worth of philosophy on that subject. Well, like I said, I can't cover in great detail everything, but I'm just going to skim along and introduce you to some ideas which I think you'll like. Let's go to the law notes. Oh, well, before that, I want to tell you about the devil and Daniel Webster. Okay? This is a great little story, written in 1936, I think it was. And the reason I put this story in here is because Daniel Webster was an attorney, among other things. The real Daniel Webster. This is a fictional story. It's a great little short story. First appeared in the Saturday Evening Post in 1936. And what I like about it is the common law in action. And there's the accuser. The magistrate came in. The jury was there. It was a jury of all Americans. I think the pirate Teach was on there, and a few other interesting guys. They were all picked by the devil, okay, because it was his court, because he was the accuser. But it's such a neat little story, and it has some very, very wise advice. By example, it has some wise advice on how to deal with a jury. So, entertaining story. I think everybody should read it, and so that's why I put it in. Okay, so if you want to send me an email, click on the email comments, and that will bring up the email. Poco Mail is one of my little packages I use. I didn't intend that, but okay. Okay. Little footnote here, totally unrelated to this, but time for some entertainment. I was over at a labor union the other day in their offices, and I saw a bumper stick on somebody's desk. It said, "Get that son of a Bush." No, it said, "Get rid of him." That's what it said. Okay. Anyway, we'll go to the law notes. Now, the law notes, we have an overview, which is just a few words that are nice, but they don't mean much. We have the foundation right here, and the rest of it is supportive of the foundation, but the foundation is the most important part. If you're going to read this CD, I suggest that first chance you get, you read everything that's in the foundation, because that gives you the foundation on this strategy that I use. Okay? So let's take a quick spin through the foundation. The first thing is language and dictionaries. Remember 1984, that story? Here's a little quote from it. "How's the dictionary getting on?" Winston asked his comrade. Okay? "We're getting the language into its final shape," Syme answered. "By the year 2050, at the very latest, not a single human being will be alive who could understand the conversation we're having now." Okay? This is what they're doing. They're changing the language for us. If you look at the at the Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. I like that dictionary. The reason I like it is because it tells me what their policies are. It's not a very good legal dictionary, but it sure tells me what their policies are. I like to know what the attorneys are thinking. Same thing with the 6th, 7th, and I think the 8th is now out. That's policy. That's what they want. They're telling the attorneys what they want the attorneys to know. The 4th edition and earlier has real law in it, common law. Okay? But they're stripping out the common law. And they want to go purely to statutory law. Well, good reason. Statutory law is the law of the special interest. Common law is the law of the people. They don't want that. So the statutory law is being modified through education or lack of it, rather than an honest argument in the legislature and so forth. And one in particular has to do with what a court of record is. And there are 5 factors that define a court of record. In Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, they're all listed. In Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition, they took out 3 of them. Okay, we'll get into that in a moment. But language is very important. In America, we speak 3 languages. Every one of us speaks 3 languages. Okay? All 3 are called English. So they don't make us aware of them as separate languages, but they are. Now, the most unstable form of language, the one that changes from day to day, street to street, town to town, is called slang. That's English. Now, just think of the tough time foreigners have here. You have a foreigner with you, okay? He's listening to what you say. You walk in, there's a party. You don't know what's going on, so you say, hey, what's coming off? Going on, coming off means the same thing in slang, right? So a foreigner who doesn't know the idioms, the slang, is in trouble. So in order to communicate with foreigners, and also a foreigner means even somebody from a different city or a different culture, whatever, we have another language we call formal English. That's the language that comes out of the book. We learn it in school, we learn to talk about that, and that language is a lot more stable. It takes 50 years or 100 years to change the meaning of a word, and even then it's still fairly stable. But there are differences. Have any of you ever studied the meaning of resident? Okay. The word resident, as it's used on the streets and in formal English, doesn't mean what it means in the courtroom. Okay? And that's where the third language is spoken, courtroom English. You absolutely must study each language separately as if it were a separate language. Do not assume when you are studying law that you know what those words mean. What I did, when I started reading the Constitution, I had the law dictionary right next to me. And every word that was used the first time in the Constitution, I looked it up. Boy, did I get some surprises. So you look up these words, you learn these languages, and you'll find out, and the most obvious example is the word resident. In ordinary language, resident means this is where you live, this is your home, this is where you are, right? By right. But the legal meaning of resident means that you're a foreigner, you're here for a specific purpose, and when you complete that purpose, you will leave, you will go home, back across the border, wherever you came from. Okay? Are you a resident of California? That means you came from outside of California. Where did you come from if you came from outside of California? Well, to find that out, I always ask the person, are you a citizen of the United States? He says, yes. I know he came from the District of Columbia. Okay? That's his real home. So the legal meaning is important, so be careful how you use words. I hear people throwing words around. I hear them using phrases carelessly. How about without prejudice? Have you ever seen somebody create an affidavit and at the bottom sign it without prejudice? I bet a lot of you have. I know I've seen it quite a bit. What does without prejudice mean? It means you're reserving all your rights and you really didn't mean anything by this. This is not a commitment to tell the truth, even though you called it an affidavit. That's what it means in legal language. So I'm just alerting you, without getting into too much detail, that there are 3 languages in America, and be aware of it, and be sure you're speaking the right language when you go to court. Okay, let's get right into the first thing. People or citizen, which one are you? You better be a people if you want to use this technique. If you're a citizen, believe me, you're going to get hurt. Okay, so you better be a people. And you better understand what it is. Well, there's no real definition of people. I cannot honestly tell you what a people is. By the way, the word people can be either plural or singular. Okay? So it is correct English to say you are a people. I am a people. Or all of us together are people. Plural or singular is correct. So I don't have a definition that I can draw on what a people is. But what I can do is I can define the relationship between people and government. Whatever a people is, I know it's above government and outranks government. Let's look at the preamble. You see, before the United States was formed, there was no government. Yeah, we had King George as our leader, and we were his subjects. But 2 things happened that were significant. One of the things that happened was that we rejected King George, Declaration of Independence. The second thing that happened was King George canceled the charters. Nothing. We were a free people then, both from our point of view and from England's point of view. It was really a mistake, on legally speaking, on King George's part. So there's no precedent. We were all literally sovereigns, but we were not ignorant sovereigns. Like I told you, Harvard University was over 100 years old at the time of the American Revolution. We were a culture, and we had a way of knowing. Did you know that before the American Revolution, the English booksellers sold more law books to the Americans than they did to the people in England, or the subjects in England? We were all lawyers. In fact, an admiral wrote back to the king saying he couldn't enforce the king's laws because everybody in America is a lawyer. Lawyer means know the law, okay? Not an attorney who represents somebody. He says they all know the law. And he said, by night, they're destroying the king's properties, and by day they were sitting on the grand juries and blocking us from prosecuting. Okay, well, it was a problem for the king's men. So, but you see, later, we were still lawyers, but we were all now sovereign. Every one of us. There was no higher law. So they did a little experiment. The states themselves, understand this, not the people, but the states themselves organized themselves, and they came up with this confederation of states. Okay? And that didn't work out so well, apparently, so they sent a bunch of representatives to fix things, and the representatives apparently took a new tack, and instead of representing the states like they were sent to do, they declared themselves to be people. And using their own sovereignty, which they had all along, they created a new entity called the Constitution for the United States of America. And so then they said, look, I'm paraphrasing, but you will find what I'm telling you at the end of the Constitution in the last couple of paragraphs. Basically what they said is, look, we created this thing, but we're not going to put the Constitution into effect unless at least 9 of you states agree to it. Well, they got the 9 to agree to it, one way or another. But those were states. Understand, that wasn't people. The people created the Constitution. The states decided to join in as separate entities. So now we have 10 entities, right? The states were 9 of them, and the people were the 10th one. So now we have this Constitution, and there have been court cases that recognize that the Constitution is a document of the people and not a document of the states. It was created by the people. Okay? So now I know that there's a lot of stuff you've probably heard about. For example, we're all subjects of the Queen of England now. Anybody heard that one? We've heard about, yes. Okay, time out there, just flip the tape here. Yes, sir. It's the book is on the CD that you will get. The Devil and Daniel Webster, right? Everything you see up here is on the CD. Okay, so there's been a lot of these theories, and I'm sure you've heard people say, well, there's a big scam going on. Well, I'll tell you what, I think they're right. But I don't pay any attention to it, even though I think they're right. Why? Because when I walk into court, the only thing that means anything when I'm in court is what comes up on top of the table. And if we are under the Queen of England, they better put it on the table, otherwise it won't work. Okay? It doesn't matter what the lie is if they don't bring it out. So I pretend, because I don't know everything, I just move ahead. I pretend. We've got a constitution, we've got the statutes, we've got the codes, we've got the rules of court. I presume that they're all there, and I move forward as if they were real. And there has not yet been one judge or prosecutor or defense attorney who has had the guts to say, wait a minute, we have a scam working against you and you can't do that. Okay? They may have a commitment to that hidden system, but they also have a commitment to try and fool me. They can't let that secret out. So I just go on ahead and exercise it, and it seems to work. So I just don't worry about all these complicated theories. Also, I don't worry about what the specific statutes are and this type of thing, unless I'm applying it to them. Then I do worry. But it doesn't apply to me because I'm in my sovereign capacity. And we'll get into that. But here's where it comes from. You look at the preamble, okay? In the preamble, it says, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic needs, got a laundry list of tasks here, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Well, if we have a Constitution, I'm going to take the Constitution at face value in the courts. Okay? And this is legal language now. This is not formal English. This is not slang. This is legal English we're looking at here. So it says, we the people. Does it say what the people are? No. So I can't tell you what the people are. But it also says where we're from. We're from the United States. To me, that means the states that are united. We're from there. Doesn't mean I'm subject. It just means I'm from there. And in order to do this laundry list of tasks, we the people ordain and establish this Constitution for whom? Not for you, not for me, but for them, the United States of America. The United States is 2 words. The United States of America is 4 words. The United States is the states united. The United States of America is that 10-mile square plot of land called the District of Columbia, and all the properties that they may have owned wherever they may be. That's the United States of America. The United States of America is a trust, a public corporation. It is not a country. Technically, the United States of America is not a country. The states are countries. The states have governors. How can you tell the United States of America is not a country and that it's actually a corporation? It's real easy. All corporations have presidents and a secretary and a treasurer as a minimum. Does the United States of America have a president, secretary, and treasurer? Of course, because it's a... If you read the preamble, you will see that every single element is needed for a trust. You have the trustors, that's the people. You have the trustees, that's the United States of America. You have the task to be done by the trust, it lists them there. It has the authority by which it exists, it's ordained and established. That's everything you have in a trust. So it's a trust. All corporations are trusts. Whether it's a corporation for profit, a non-profit corporation, a trust that's actually called a trust, common law trust, for example, or Massachusetts trust, or if it's called the United States of America, it's still a trust. And so there we have it there. Now, what did we the people do? Well, we ordained and established. What's the legal meaning of ordained and established? Ordained means to make law. It is by our sovereign authority that we people authorized the existence of the United States of America. And to establish means to actually write it on paper. We created the paperwork. So we have the authority and we have the actual document for them to read. So that is what establishes it. Okay? Now, again, I don't know what the people are, but I know what the relationship is. We, the people, are the authorizers. We decreed the law. And the law is that the United States of America shall exist. And we established it with the written document. So, even though I cannot tell you what people are or what this people is, I can sure tell you my relationship with the United States of America. And the very line of logic, the reasoning that I gave you, also applies to the state constitutions. You read them, you'll see. It says in the preambles. You know, the attorneys, you ask an attorney, what's the preamble, what's the significance in the Constitution? Say, oh, well, that's just an introductory thing. Well, actually, he's right, if you subject yourself to the Constitution. But if you stay outside the Constitution, if you decree that you yourself are one of the people, then you're outside. It doesn't apply to you. Okay? And that's my assumption. That's what I do when I go to court. When I open up in court, when I open up a case, and I'll show you here, I'm going to go to that example. Okay? And we'll go down to the First Amendment action because the original action really wasn't any good. First Amendment action, okay? Here it is, Superior Court of California, County of Calamity. Now, the first paragraph was necessary because this is an amended action and it replaced the original action in its entirety. But the second paragraph would normally be the first paragraph. Look what it says. William Jones, hereinafter plaintiff, is one of the people of California, and in this court of record complains of blah, blah, blah. Those two things, plaintiff and court of record, that's the key. You don't have to say you're sovereign. You don't have to say God's on your side. You don't have to say that you have higher authority. You don't need it. You are the higher authority. Okay? The first part, being one of the people, that establishes your sovereignty. That's all you have to do is you say you're one of the people. That's it. You're now sovereign. And check this out. Who's accusing you of being one of the people? Yourself, right? You don't have to prove anything about yourself. The only time proof is needed is when one person accuses another person. If somebody chooses to tell me I'm not one of the people, guess what? Now they have to provide the proof. The presumption is I am whatever I say I am. Okay? It's their responsibility as accusers is to prove I'm not one of the people. And if they try to put up some flaky contract, if they try to say, well, you have a social security number, you have a driver's license, blah, 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 I'll say, okay, how does that make me not one of the people? Because people are sovereign automatically, see, by that, if you have that label. How do you pull me out of that? It's their responsibility to prove. You understand that? Prove I'm not one of the people. Okay? And if they try to say, well, it's because of the contract, I'll say, well, where does it say that in the contract? And then they reach into some remote statute somewhere, let's say, and they find it and they say, well, this is it. Well, now you know under international law and local law and common law, every legal system there is, you know that for a valid contract, it has to be entered into knowingly, right? Intelligently, right? And if the other party in the contract knows something that you don't know, and if he knows you don't know, and he fails to disclose it to you, that's fraud. And therefore the contract's no good anyway. So I don't worry about the fact that, by the way, I do have a social security number. By the way, I do have a driver's license, although it is signed without prejudice. I think some of you can appreciate that. Okay? Without prejudice is the UCC 1-207, or under California UCC it's 1207, that reserves your rights. And so I reserve my rights. So they pull this on me and say, well, wait a minute, you know, yeah, that may be the contract manual, but where does it say that I'm beholden to you in all areas of society? And besides, I'm not engaged in commerce anyway. But that's another issue. Okay, so what I'm pointing out to you is that when you open up your lawsuit, you say you're one of the people and in this court of record, and I'm going to explain the court of record. And I've gone into a lot about this people because this is critical to the strategy. You've got to understand that if you're a people, you are sovereign automatically. You are above the government because the government it exists by my authority. That judge on the bench has no authority to overtake me unless I grant it to him. Okay? That's why I'm able to vacate his orders. That's one of the reasons. There's actually a couple more reasons. Okay, so going back to the principles, the theory, we'll go to the law notes. And people are citizen. Which one are you? Now, I'm going to contrast this with being a citizen of the United States, because I've explained the preamble, and now you understand that the preamble is the fork in the road. The preamble is where you choose. Are you going to go into the Constitution, under it, and accept its authority, or are you going to remain outside the Constitution as one of the owners of the country? Okay? Do you own the country, or does the country own you? Well, I go in as one of the owners. Okay, so now we have let's go further down here. By the way, I explain right here the structure of the preamble, who the trustor is, the venue, the purpose, the beneficiary. So if you want to know more, read the CD. But there's some interesting things to back you up in terms of case law. Now understand one thing. You have a structure here. You have the people. Underneath the people, you have the Constitution. Under the Constitution, you have the legal system. Okay, the statutes and the codes. Okay, and the Admiralty law. The Admiralty law draws its strength from this Constitution also. That's their authority to act. Then under that, you have the slaves. Some people call them citizens of the United States. Okay? So, but if you're one of the people, look what they said in New York in a case here that happened 1829. The people of this state, as the successors of its former sovereign, are entitled to all the rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. You want to know what your rights are? Don't ask me. I can't tell you. You are the only one who knows what your rights are. The Bill of Rights is not your resource. It's nice that there's some things listed in the Bill of Rights that I like, but those aren't my rights. My rights are whatever I, in my sovereign capacity, by my own prerogative, decide they are. Pretty powerful concept, isn't it? Okay? So, that's the key thing. Formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. Okay? So, there's other supporting case law, but I thought that might cover it sufficiently. Now, what is sovereign? What does that mean, sovereign? Well, let's skip a little further down. Let's see, I got a good one here, if I can find it. Let's see. Okay, I don't find it here, but that's not unusual. I usually cannot find things when I'm, performing. But what it basically, there is a case which basically says that the very essence of sovereignty is that the sovereign makes law. Okay? If you want to prosecute somebody, you don't have to have a statute. All you have to do is say it's wrong, whatever their action is. Now, I have a personal hang-up as a sovereign, okay? I am really offended if anybody wears pink shoes in my presence. As a matter of fact, I'm so offended that I attach a death penalty to it, okay? I don't tolerate pink shoes. I hope none of you are wearing pink shoes now, because it's really a bad deal. Okay? Now, if somebody were wearing pink shoes, what I would do is I'd prosecute, of course. That's what kings do. Well, as it turns out, in our system of common law, you're entitled as a defendant to call in a jury. And what's the job of the jury? Well, the jury has two jobs. One job you always hear about. They judge the facts, right? Do the facts conflict with the law? They don't tell you the other one, and that is that it's your job to also judge the law. Now, what do you think the probability is that in my court I could gather together a jury that would support my anti-pink shoe law? Okay? Yeah, they're not really too good, and I happen to know that as a king, so I've been a little slow about enforcing that law. On the other hand, let's say somebody walks up to you and really gives you a black eye, really slugs you, okay? Unprovoked, they just came out of nowhere and did it. And then you brought charges against them, and you decreed in your lawmaking that A, it's wrong to poke somebody in the eye without provocation, and B, the penalty is 30 days in jail. What do you think the chances are that I could get a conviction from a jury? I'd say they'd be pretty high. In your gut, you know that's good law. So that's the beauty of the jury system, the custom and usage, and that's the protection for the defendant and the great leveler, the stabilizer in our common law. And they used it a lot during the early days of this country. And so we the people don't need statutes. We just need common sense. If you want to bring the Bible in, you want to quote a passage from the Bible, and you decree that this is the law of this case, that's fine. And by the way, That's what I do. I have a section in my lawsuit. It always says the law of the case is. You know how it is when you appeal a case and they tell you that, well, if you didn't bring it up, then they cannot consider it? That's the law of the case. And they call it that, the law of the case. Well, where did that law of the case come from? Well, in the absence of anybody decreeing it, the judge is going to fool around and kind of bring it in, because after all, there's so much ignorance out there, he can get away with it. Nobody objects. But the law of the case is decreed by the sovereign. You're the plaintiff, you decree what the law is. And the word is decree, okay? You decree what the law is. So that becomes the law of the case. And I include a whole section in my lawsuits that is the law of the case. Okay, now let's go down here to I think it's the 14th Amendment. Here we are. In the 14th Amendment, it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. Of course, the excuse for having this 14th Amendment was so that the black slaves who had been freed could now have some standing, whereas there was no legitimate way for any slave to become a citizen of the state they were living in. The feds introduced this clause in order to, say, force the states to recognize that these black people who used to be slaves were now citizens of the United States. And if you're a citizen of the United States, you had to be recognized and you got all the benefits, privileges, whatever that you should get. That's the theory. Okay, well, actually this is a Trojan horse here because they wanted to include everybody. Okay? They want everybody to be a citizen of the United States. So, but they couldn't change the Constitution to pull in the white folks. So what they did is they changed the educational system. Again, we go back to about 1850 when they created the first mandatory public school. But it wasn't until 1868 that we got the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment defined, there's only one other place where a word is defined in the Constitution, and that's treason. Okay? And now here we have a phrase, citizen of the United States, and it's specifically defined. Not everybody can be a citizen of the United States. Or I should say, not everybody is a citizen of the United States. For example, its requirement is you have to be born or naturalized. Well, if you're born or naturalized, that's easy. Most of us are. But it also says subject to the jurisdiction. Well, what if you're born or naturalized and not subject to the jurisdiction? Well, then you're not a citizen of the United States. You still belong here, but you're not a citizen of the United States. Who are you? Well, I can tell you who I am. I'm one of the people of the United States. Okay? So, are you a 14th Amendment citizen or are you a preamble people? Now, I do not accept the phrase sovereign citizen. Why? Because a sovereign is a master. A citizen is subject to the master. How can you be a master servant? That's why I reject the term. I never use it in my paperwork. In fact, I don't even say sovereign and I don't say citizen. I never use those terms. I stick with constitutional vocabulary. I say I'm a people. Let them challenge it if they dare. By the way, no one's ever challenged it. You know why? Probably because they don't understand the significance of it. They read through this, they go blah, blah, blah. He's one of the people, I say, yeah. They read down, they get down to the meat of it, right? Well, I'll tell you something. Being a people of the United States is what gives me the authority to bump off the judge. Get him, legally speaking, off the bench. He's still there. I let him play the part. I actually assist him in scamming the opposing attorney. Okay? You read the transcripts. That example case has also the transcripts. You can see how the judge reacted. Check out how the judge talked before he found out he was number 2. Okay? And then compare that to how he talked in the court after he got the order, vacating his order. Big change in attitude. And my method is educate the judge, Then when the judge wants to do something, he looks to me and he says, I think we should do such and such. And he says, is that okay? Or he says, or he just looks at me. And I say, yes, Your Honor, that sounds good. That's fine. What am I doing? He's not making the order. I'm authorizing him to make my order. Okay? Then he turns to the attorney, and you know all attorneys are taught in law school that the judge is an 800-pound gorilla. And if the gorilla demands a banana, what do you give him? You give him a banana. They're actually taught that in school. And so when he turns to the attorney and he says, is that all right with you? I have never, ever heard anyone say to the judge, no, Your Honor, you can't do that. I won't let you do that or anything, or object anyway. No, they say, yeah, okay, by the time you get to that point. But what's the difference? In the first case, the judge is asking for authority. In the second case, he's being polite and being soft with the guy. Because I'm the king of the court, okay? Sovereign of the court. And all I have to do is say, I'm one of the people, and that covers it. Now, they don't necessarily understand what you're saying, so the very first time when I'm in court, all I do is if the judge does something, I say I object. He says, why do you object? I say, well, I really don't wish it that way. Or I wish it to be some other way. Why do I say wish? Because when you're a king, my wish is his command. Okay, that's centuries of tradition backing me up. So it sounds like I'm talking softly, but I'm not. That's an order when I say I wish. The judge in his initial ignorance will say, well, if that's the best you can do, you're overruled. Say, well, for the record, I do object. And he says, all right, duly noted. You know, by the way, the word duly, what does that mean? I'll tell you because you don't know. Duly means, D-U-L-Y. That word means that whatever it is satisfies the requirements of both the common law and the statutory law. Whenever you use that word duly, that's what you're saying. So be careful how you use the word duly. Don't use it unless you mean it. Okay? That's more legal language. Words will trap you. Okay? If you say something is duly, that opens a way for them to enforce the statutory law against you. Okay? Your own law against you, if you decree it. Anyway, so then all of my court sessions last about 5 minutes. Hardly ever go beyond 5 minutes. Why? Because I don't handle business in court. All the business is defined in the paperwork. Any questions, it's in the paperwork. That's it. And then if they do something, I object. And we go through that scenario. And then after we object, we leave the courtroom. That's when I sit down and type up the orders vacating the judge's decision, if he dared to make one. Okay? It's that efficient. This case that we have as an example is about 5 years old now. But don't let that fool you. It's 5 years old because we intended to produce a perfect case. We researched everything, and we let it stretch out so that we could do the job right. It's actually, the case should have been resolved in 60 days. There are a few delays introduced. We could have resolved those faster, but we wanted a perfect example. We got the bonus of finding the judge in contempt of court. We never expected to get to that level, but we did, so you got it. It's kind of fun. Okay, we fined him $1, by the way. He never paid it. Now, a lot of people tell me, that proves it didn't work. Well, let me tell you something. You run around giving orders, you better be right, because those judges are not shy. They'll throw you in jail for contempt of court. It's a misdemeanor to put out a paper purporting to be a court order. You betcha. And what really happened was he got in trouble. I mean, he was in trouble. That was a good contempt finding. And the presiding judge pulled him off of our case and 900 other cases. We could have glued him to the case if we chose to, but we chose not to. What happened was that they assigned a new judge. They assigned him to another court in Timbuktu, different part of the county, handling only criminal cases. And the new judge He seemed like an okay guy, but we looked up his background. We found out that this guy was their big cannon on our case. He and some other judges loved the common law. They had their own organization where that's all they do is study common law. They love it. He was a specialist in common law, and this case we had was a common law case. And on top of that, this guy, now this is a Superior Court case, this guy at one time was the presiding judge of the appellate department of the Superior Court in California. We had one of their sharpest men on the job here. But you know what? It made no difference. Why? Because he wasn't in charge. He couldn't make any decisions. You know, I like to tell people, partly because I'm mentally ill, I like to tell people that I am the world's foremost authority on how a guest should be treated and how a host should act when a guest is visiting a host in the host's home. Okay? You want to know anything about etiquette? Just ask me. I'm the self-appointed authority. I can tell you all about it. Okay? Now, there is one little detail. When I go to visit you in your home, how much authority do I have? Somewhere close to zero, right? That's the problem the judge had. He was in my home. You see? So, anyway, going back to this, citizen of the United States means that you're a 14th Amendment citizen and you are subject to the jurisdiction. People are not subject to the jurisdiction. Only citizens of the United States are subject to the jurisdiction. Okay? If you're not subject to the jurisdiction, you can't be a citizen of the United States. Now I got another one for you. In addition to all that, did you know that you can be a citizen of the United States for some purposes and not a citizen for other purposes, and the choice is yours? You decide. That's why I have a Social Security number. That's why I plan to get whatever retirement things they want to throw at me. That's fine. Because it's restricted to that specific contract. Okay? Unless there's some overt agreement on my part that I accept all those terms, and it better be knowingly, intelligently, you know, all those conditions for a good contract, they're in trouble if they try to carry it beyond the basics. So you can be a citizen. Now, how is that possible? Well, here's what happened. Back in, well, we're in the wrong section here. We're in the people are citizen, which one are you section, okay? But let's go back to, well, sovereignty, okay? And so here we quote this case again, the people of the state, you know, it's king's prerogative and all that. All right, now, here in the United States, here in California, they have a section in the government code. Now, the government code is specifically written for them guys in government, okay? The government code is not written for you or me, although it makes interesting reading sometimes, as I'm about to show you. But it's written for them. It's to tell them what the score is. These are their job instructions, okay? So what does it say? Well, this is the beautiful one right here. You're going to love this. Okay? Where did it go? There it is. Check this out. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. Is there anything about that that you don't understand? Yes, they do. But you have to put it in terms that they understand. That means a court order. Okay? You're just going to walk up to any old policeman and say, hey, you know, you don't have any authority over me. He'll demonstrate how a gun works. Okay? So you got to use a little judgment here. But when you back it up, you'll see, when you go to read those court orders that are part of this CD, you'll see, we lay down the logic. Okay, starting with the preamble, working all the way through, and we bring this out too. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. And I'll tell you something else. It's in there twice. See down here? Okay. Section, also the government code. So you have it in 11120 and you have it in 54950. They said it twice. One of the few places in the codes where they said it twice and it's word for word the same. It's a very important concept. This is a republic. And because it's a republic, that has validity. So we don't yield our sovereignty. Well, what is a sovereign? I think we can get that now. Sovereignty, the power to do everything in a state without accountability. That's what a sovereign is. In other words, you make the law. There's no law above you. Moral law certainly is not law, not in the secular sense. Okay? Understand that there is a limit. It doesn't mean that we're without law. Okay? All some sovereign has to do is point his finger at you and say, you violated this rule I just made up. Okay? And then your only protection will be a jury. But, so, it is possible, you know, to do wrong and get punished for it. So don't, but it's a different system. Common law, you know what the punishment is for first-time burglary under common law? We know it's 30 days under statutory, don't we? Death. You get executed. It's a capital offense. Okay? Have you ever been burglarized? You ask anybody who's been burglarized, do you feel violated? Do you want to kill somebody? You bet. Well, under the common law, that's how it worked. So anyway, sovereignty, it's the power to do everything in a state without accountability. So in the United States, the accountability does not exist unless the other sovereigns get mad at you. Okay? Who are the other sovereigns? Well, they're the members of the jury. A jury of peers. Do you know what peers are? Huh? No, it's not your equals. Not at all. Never meant that. A jury of peers means a jury composed of members of the peerage. The peerage is the sovereignty. Okay? Back before we had the 14th Amendment, everybody except the slaves was a sovereign. So when you had a jury, you had a jury of your fellow peers. Sure, they were your equals, but they were equal because they were sovereign too. No, it doesn't have to be family related. They're sovereigns. They're noble. They're the members of the nobility, the peerage. So since they were members of the peerage and you were too automatically, in the United States, since everybody was a sovereign, everybody got judged by their equals, right? Now, here's what happened one time. Kind of cute. Now they try to compose jurors of citizens of the United States, which is interesting because there was a case in San Diego about, I'd say about a dozen years ago or so, I forget. I heard about it. I should have gone and verified it. But anyway, this guy was accused of something and he demanded a jury of his peers. And nobody who got into the jury would admit that he was not a citizen of the United States. Nobody would admit that he was above the government. They were all law-abiding citizens, right? So finally, the accused insisted on a jury of his peers and made it clear to the judge he knew what a peer was. So the judge finally ordered the sheriff of San Diego County to go out and find some peers. And he had to report back he couldn't find any and had to dismiss the case against him. So, okay, it's kind of fun here. Now, you see, when we broke away from England, we had an attitude, okay? The attitude was, we're sovereign. They understood it back then quite well. It's because of our educational system from the 1850s to the 1950s. from the time they instituted that first public school till the end in 1950, when they stripped out, or they actually phased out, everything relating to civics, the study of personal rights. And so they've changed a lot of attitudes. I noticed about roughly 30 years ago that they've been implementing the visual signs of lack of sovereignty on the part of the citizens. How do I know? Well, let me tell you this. You go to England, or you watch on TV any proceeding that involves the sovereignty, the Queen of England, or if you look at a no parking sign on the street, you'll see that there's a stripe that goes across. And the stripe goes visually from your upper left to your lower right, as you see it. That stripe signifies a command of the sovereignty. It's what you do. Most people are right-handed. So when you go into battle, you reach across your body and you grab your sword. That's the sign of power. And you draw out your sword with your right hand, if you're right-handed, which most people were. And so in heraldry, it reflects that. Well, guess what? Our ties that men wore reflect that. Okay? That's the tie of a sovereign. Okay? All the ties in the United States, or 99% of them, were that way. It's a symbol of sovereignty. About 20 years ago, I noticed that they were phasing out this type of tie and phasing in neutral ties. Till finally, about 10 years ago, you couldn't find anything but neutral ties, pretty much. Well, there's a few, okay, but of the sovereign ties, but most of them were neutral. Now I've noticed in the next 10 years, they phased in stripes going the other way. That's what they wear in England when they're subjects of the Queen. You go to Bullock's or these places and try to find a tie with stripes like they go on my tie. You can't find them, or you're lucky if you do. If you want to find one of these ties, go to a thrift store. Okay? It's significant. When I go to court, I always wear a striped tie. Why? Because if I wear a tie going the other way, I might have some bad luck and run into a judge who knows that little fact. And he might make a, you see, we communicate with words, we communicate with signs and symbols too. And so most judges are ignorant of this. They have no idea about heraldry. So it doesn't make a hill of beans of difference what tie I wear. But I'll tell you something, if the other guy sees me, you see, wearing a tie like this, okay, I'm wearing a tie. Wearing the other tie, if the other guy knows, he knows I'm ignorant. So I can't tell him what my knowledge is, but I certainly can portray my ignorance if I'm not careful. So when you go to court, I recommend that everybody pay attention to some of these other traditions that are hundreds of years old, because some people in those courts are educated and do know. It's just a subtle thing, doesn't make or break the case, but it might make or break an attitude. Okay, so now you can be a sovereign for some purposes and not a sovereign for others. Where do I get that from? Well, it turns out there are some cases, a few, but my favorite case is this one right here. Reservation of sovereignty. Oh, here's that other case. Sovereignty means that the decree of sovereign makes law. So the government code informs a judge who's working for the government that I don't yield my sovereignty to him. And then I have this case here of the Moscow Fire Insurance Company of Moscow, Russia versus the Bank of New York. Okay, and that they said that's what sovereignty means. The decree of the sovereign makes law. So I couple them together. You want to know what the law is, Judge? Just ask me. Okay? All right, so Likewise, up above, the very meaning of sovereignty is that the decree of the sovereign makes law. More of the same. But here's an interesting case, reservation of sovereignty. Just kind of, I'll tell you in business English what happened. The Indian tribe entered into a contract with a corporation to do some mining. The corporation brought in all the equipment, set it up after they made their contract, and they were going to split the profits, okay? So they're bringing in, they're extracting the minerals and hauling them off the Indian reservation to do whatever they do with mined stuff. Okay, everything's going fine, okay? One day, the tribal council said, you know, we should establish an extraction tax. An extraction tax. You know, yeah, depletion tax, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, they decided to tax everything that got mined out of there. Well, the corporation screamed to high heaven on that one. They said, hey, you know, we have a contract. You agreed to your share of the profits, and all you're doing is cutting yourself a bigger share. Well, it ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, too bad. They're sovereign. They have a right to tax. Okay? And you're going to like this statement, which they said, which I have here. Okay. It is one thing to find that the tribe has agreed to sell the right to use the land and take valuable minerals from it, and quite another to find that the tribe has abandoned its sovereign powers simply because it has not expressly reserved them through a contract. Do you now understand why it is you can have a social security number and still retain your sovereignty? Okay? That's the linchpin case for us. Okay? Because look, that statutory law, I know some guys who are really, really sharp on it. And I have a problem with that. The problem is that I'm lazy. I can't deal with it. I don't want to spend, already spent my thousands of hours in the law library. And I just can't deal with this. You know, I can't know everything. I don't want to know everything. So, here's the loophole. This is what gets me out of it. Hey, I can be a sovereign for some purposes, a citizen for other purposes, and the choice is mine. And just because I signed a contract doesn't mean that I gave everything up. Okay? Just because I failed to reserve my sovereignty doesn't mean that it's lost. So that's kind of a nice one. I guess we can skip over that. There's more detail, but let's go on to something else. Okay, Bill of Rights. Anybody ever heard of the Second Amendment? Yeah, I think a few of you have. But guess what? Amendments not available to U.S. citizens. Right to keep and bear arms. Think about it. Think about it. What does the Second Amendment say? It talks about people, doesn't it? It doesn't talk about citizens. Citizens are subject to the jurisdiction. The government is subject to the people's jurisdiction. So, you have a right. Well, let's put it this way. Your rights are anything you say they are if you are a people. But if you're a citizen of the United States, then you have no rights. All you have is privileges granted by the government. But, let me warn you, or actually alert you, if everybody were told that, hey, you've got privileges, you don't have any rights, do you think there would be a reaction among the citizens? Oh yeah, there would be. Yeah, there would be. No, that could be built up if they were all told that. So, they're not told that, okay? You've never heard the government say that point blank. Well, I mean, you might have, but as a general rule, when you look at the propaganda that comes out, it's always, well, they never say that, okay? They never say, oh, you just have privileges, and we'll pick and choose what privileges you should have, okay? No, what they do is these privileges have been repackaged with a different title. They're called civil rights. Okay? You see, when you're in your sovereign capacity, all rights that you choose are yours. But if you're a citizen of the United States, or a citizen of a state for that matter, you are subject. A citizen has an obligation he owes to the city, to the municipal law. And the United States statutes are municipal law. Okay, all statutes are municipal law. So you have duties you owe. And so you have, quote, civil rights, meaning they grant you certain privileges because they know darn well there'd be a revolution if they didn't. Okay? But little by little, they squeeze down. They change the educational system. How can you claim your rights if you don't know to claim them, if you don't know what they are or how to go about it? So they teach everybody. Do they ever teach you what a people is in school? No, but they sure taught you what a citizen was, didn't they? And when you go into court and you say, I'm a citizen of the United States, right away, they know they got you because you're in the jurisdiction. You've admitted it just by that phrase alone. Okay? There's other things here. On the left of this chart, you have amendments available to the U.S. citizens. Believe me, they're available because they're legislated, not because of the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights has absolutely nothing to do with the citizens. Okay? They say it's available. Now, where did I get this from? I got it out of a book. The title of it is The Constitution of the United States of America, Analysis and Interpretation. Okay? It's about a 2,700-page book when you have all the amendments and stuff in it. Okay? And that book is included in this CD. We have reference law books that are included in the CD. Let me show you some of them. Here it is. The Constitution of the United States of America, Analysis and Interpretation. That has it. It tells the truth. That book is printed by the Congress, by the House. And then a free copy is given to every congressman, or I mean every representative. It's given to every senator, and a free copy is given to the Vice President of the United States. The President of the United States has to buy his copy, or maybe the executive branch will buy it. But only the Congress and the Vice President. Why is it that the Vice President gets a free copy, but the President doesn't? He's the President of the Senate, exactly. He's part of the Congress. There's some cross-linking there in order to make sure that although there's a separation of powers, they didn't want them too separated. Okay? It's really an interesting compromise they did when they constructed this Constitution. Okay, so that book is given out. It has the truth in it. An interesting thing is, I took the 1938 issue of this. It's published on average, and this is just an average, once every 10 years. It might go 20 years without publishing, okay? But there's been a series of them. I looked at the 1938 edition, and I compared it to the next edition, whenever it was, some 10 years later or so. And they were pretty much the same, except for one thing. All the common law references in the index only were stripped out. There was like a full page of references to common law that you could look up. You won't find them. Now, in the body of the book, it's all there. But they took it out of the index. What are they doing? Information control, right? Okay. The attorneys look it up. It's not there. What do they know? Okay, we have Title 4. We got Title 18 United States Code, Title 28 United States Code. Got the Act of the Confederation, so if you want to know what the original United States was, there it is. Northwest Ordinance. You got the 1849 and the 1879 Constitutions. Let's just check the preamble for a moment. Oops, something happened. Uh-oh, I might have given you a defective copy. Too bad. However, if you go into the CD, you'll find it in there somewhere. Maybe the 1849 Constitution is there. No. Okay, well, it's in there, but I guess we also have the Anti-Government Movement Guidebook. This is a book specifically written by judges, for judges, because they're trying to figure out how to control us. how to get around our arguments. It's good reading. And what you're going to find, don't be surprised, what you're going to find is they don't really understand either. So there isn't a big scheme on the part of the judges against you. They just naturally are against you. Okay? They're not that well organized, and that becomes apparent when you read the anti-government movement book. You see these judges are, I mean, it's their book. So, let's see. Back to the law notes. Are you following me so far? I hope. All right. By the way, the website was featured on Rush Limbaugh's Site of the Week. It was up there for 7 days. It's kind of nice. Okay. Republic versus democracy. Am I in trouble? Okay. All right. All right, that's a good sell. Oh. Okay. You want to take a break for 10 minutes? Okay, let's do that. Then we'll tell some more after that. Okay. Thank you. Client. Now it's misused a lot in business English, but in legal English, client means you have an attorney, and he's advising you. Go ahead. No, a customer, you have a business relationship of some kind. That's okay. If you don't want to use it, that's fine. You're sovereign. If you want to prohibit the use of that word in your court, that's fine. You lay down the law. Okay. So anyway, just a couple of little things to get out of the way. The question was, a judge decreed that rights and privileges are the same. Do you know how that affects us? Well, if you let him be in charge, it affects you any way he wishes it to. On the other hand, if you're in charge, you say that's frivolous. That's what they do, right, when they're in charge. It's frivolous. You know? Hey, well, in fact, that brings out another point. Capitalization of the name. Okay? Anybody heard that one? Okay. Now, I'm not saying that that's an invalid concept. As a matter of fact, I've actually seen the Texas law that says that if you don't, something to the effect that if you don't say you're not a corporation, the presumption is that you are. Or words to that effect. I don't have it down accurately. But see, when it's my court, it's my discretion too, isn't it? I'll lay down the rules. Hey, if you don't want the word customer used in your court, that's fine. Okay, let's, so anyway, caps versus lowercase, that's my position is that if I'm doing the judging, then it doesn't make a hill of beans difference to me, not in my kingdom or my court. All right, let's go on to let's see, republic versus democracy. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I do want to get some basic things explained about it. Okay, basically, let me explain a republic by first explaining a democracy. Okay, in a democracy, we've all been taught 51 beats 49, right? So that means that the majority wins and the minority loses. Okay, well, that's perfectly clear to me. That means the minority has no rights. They can't exist in a democracy. So all these clowns running around here demanding democracy, they should be careful what they wish for. Because democracy means the majority wins. And whatever privileges the majority grants to the minority, it's purely at the will and pleasure of the majority. And that's a pure democracy. In a democracy, if we look here in the dictionary, I got this out of the Black's Law Dictionary. It says democracy. It's that form of government in which the sovereign power resides in and is exercised by the whole body of free citizens, directly or indirectly through a system of representation, as distinguished from others. Okay, got that? The whole body. In other words, you have this big argument, big difference of opinion, you vote on it. Whatever the group says in the voting process, that's the law. And everybody now is subject to the law, even the ones that voted for it. Okay? So the sovereignty only exists in the entire body of the citizens, but not in the individual citizens. So 51 beats 49, the sovereignty is in the body. Whatever the issues are, they vote on it. Now everybody's subject to it. You have no choice. No rights for the minority at all. And the majority doesn't need rights because things are all going their way anyway. Okay? Contrast that with the Republican form of government. Republican form of government is one in which the powers of sovereignty are vested in the people. Remember, that can be singular as well as plural. And are exercised by the people either directly or through representatives chosen by the people. Okay? Now, my position is I own the government. I'm really not against the vehicle code. What I am against is the abuse of power. And I think it's a very reasonable rule that everybody should drive on the right side instead of the left side, that everybody should stop at the stop sign. That's pretty reasonable to me. It's also reasonable to me that you don't stop at a stop sign if you can see clearly in all directions. Nobody's there for, so go on through. But as a general rule of thumb, I'll stop at a stop sign, partially because of the threat of the citizen cops, partly because I think it's reasonable anyway. But I own it, so therefore I hired these guys to work out some rules. Maybe I wasn't personally there, but the people hired them. And so they came up with a system of rules, and they said, this is how we're going to run things. And that's great. But the thing is that, notice this. It says, a Republican government is one in which the powers of sovereignty are vested in the people and exercised by the people either, and here's the key, directly or through representatives. So, I hire the representatives, they create a system of courts, okay? And these courts conduct the cases, right? Because I created this system, I'm one of the people, I've created it, and it's a good system, I like it. Sometimes. But in my sovereign capacity, as I look over this system that I own, sometimes some issues are simply too important to leave to judges. Okay? Some things are too important, like individual rights. So what I do in order to do that is I exercise my power directly instead of through my representatives. I open up my own court. Okay? That's what a republic is. In a republic, the minority is important. What does sovereignty mean? It means no higher authority. The sovereign decrees the law. Now, when I go to court, I'm not subject to others. Why does it take a jury in America, in a criminal jury, why is it that it takes 100% of the jurors to get a conviction? Well, very simple. You take a jury consisting of 12 people, theoretically, now this is all theory, but it's how we did things, okay? We basically have said that each juror represents 1/12 of society. Now, there's many ways to compose a juror. In Athens, in Greece, a jury consisted of 1,000 people, the theory being that there wasn't anybody rich enough to bribe 1,000 jurors. Okay, that's why they had such large juries then, and that's how Socrates got convicted in one of those juries. But in America, we have decided, for whatever reason, that 12 is the magic number instead of 1,000. And we've said it has to be all 12. Why? Because if you have 11 people saying guilty, and you have one saying not guilty, what you're really saying is that 1/12 of society agrees with you, as in accordance with their representative. That one juror is a representative of 1/12 of society. And so, if you can convict on 11-1, what you're saying is that 1/12 of society has an opinion that is not important. That's 1/12. That's 8.5% or 8 1/3%, something like that. Okay? Yeah, it's 8 1/3%. So you're saying 8 1/3% they're not significant. If you can convict on 10-2, which is what some states I think actually do now, we're saying that 16 2/3% of society doesn't count. Well, now you have a democracy. See? Okay, so in a republic, your sovereignty is absolutely unassailable except under one condition. And that condition is that if you get 100% of society against you, you're done for. Okay? But as long as you can get one juror representing that segment of society in a republic, you're covered. That's for criminal type stuff. Okay? Now, that's just a quick trip on that because we have something far more important to get into, and that is a court of record. Okay, I'm going to skip to California Admission to Union. We have a court. Let me explain what a court is. There's this article about a court. You should read it. It's very important that you understand what a court is. I'm going to distill this article into one short sentence. A court is a stage upon which the sovereign conducts his show to convince the rest of the world that he's right. That's what a court really is. You can give me all the court rules and everything like that, but the number one question you should keep in mind as you're conducting your court proceedings is, what will other people think? See, that's the ultimate criteria. It's not a legal criteria, but it's a practical criteria. So make sure that when you conduct your proceeding, when you look at these papers, did you notice when I flashed the example on there how much it looked like an ordinary court paper? I mean, it had the headings on it, everything was placed, there was no capitals, there was no screaming on paper. Did you notice that? It was all just like an attorney had written it. That's good, because you want them to think an attorney wrote it. You want to make that impression. But there's certain key things in there that make the difference between my papers and an ordinary set of papers from an attorney, and that is, number one, I'm a people, and number two, I'm in a court of record, which I'm going to explain the court of record. Okay, but right now I'm not talking about a court of record. I'm talking about the generic court. A court is a place where you put on a show. You're the sovereign, you want to put on a good show. All right? You're the king, you're sitting on your throne, and you see some knave outside through the window stealing oranges off your orange tree. Okay? What some kings would do is they just send the guards out, grab and throw them into the dungeon. No problem. That's it. All right? Well, the problem is that on visiting day, the prisoner's brother visits him, and the prisoner tells him, you know, I was treated unfair, I didn't really do it, and tells a convincing story to his brother, and his brother says, you know, don't worry, he says, I'll take care of you, bro. I'm the chief cook. I can deal with this problem. And the next day you have a dead king. Okay? So we come up with a court procedure. Replay this example. The king's sitting on his throne, he looks out the window, he sees some knave stealing oranges off his orange tree. sends a guard out, brings him in, and they put him in temporary custody, and they say, okay, everybody, make the announcement, we're going to have a trial. This guy, the king thinks he did something wrong. We're going to have this trial. Everybody's invited. All the courtiers come in. Now, back in those days, they didn't know how to read or write unless you were a priest. And so the members of the court were the memory of the court. They've been replaced by 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. But the sheets of paper we file today are the replacement for the courtiers that were in the king's court. So the form is different, but in substance, that's the memory of the court, see? So you have the trial. Everybody attends the trial. The brother of the prisoner is there too. He looks it over. He sees all the evidence presented, you know, and the cogitation that goes on, and the king's just kind of rubbing his head, you know. And anyway, come to the decision he's guilty, and then we have a little book here for certain types of crimes. You have to serve so much time, and he goes back into the dungeon, just like before. Now visiting day comes, and he tells a good story to his brother about how unfairly he was treated, but his brother says, you know, bro, he says, you went looking for trouble when you found it. I was at the trial. I saw the evidence. So the king lives to another day, doesn't he? That's why you have a court. You're putting on the show. I mean, the bad guy knows he was bad. The good guy knows he was good. You know what the answer should be. So that's why you have the court, is because, and you're in your sovereign capacity, you could order him to be thrown in, but you want to put on a good show because you don't want to have hidden resistance. I know people who have judgments that can't get them enforced, okay? Because they put on a bad show and the sheriff refuses to enforce them. You give the sheriff an order of execution on a judgment default maybe or something, whatever. And so the sheriff is against you. So the sheriff calls ahead to the guy he's supposed to arrest or grab his car or whatever. He says, hey, he says, I'm coming over in a half hour. You going to be there? The guy says, yeah. So the sheriff goes there, the guy's not there. So he goes, well, I couldn't find him. Ever had that happen? Ever hear that happening on judgments? It does. Okay, so you want to put on a good show. You want to convince everybody that you got a real case here. So don't get wild in your papers. Just make it look normal, but don't give up your rights. Okay, retain your sovereignty and stay in a court of record. All right, now that's what I'm going to talk about next. You're going to love a court of record. All right, I told you there's 5 requirements. There's 4.5 actually, because the 5th requirement is optional. The 5th requirement is that the court has to have a seal. It doesn't have to have a seal, but it generally has a seal. Okay? You know what a seal is. You crimp the paper with it or stamp and it says seal. Okay, that's an optional requirement. Now, if you look in Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition, it tells you right there the 2 requirements of a court of record. Number 1, it has the power to fine or jail for contempt. And number 2, it keeps a record of the proceedings. Okay? And I love this because I love that 5th edition and later. I like these attorneys who are always up on the latest, you know? We've got the latest materials and so forth. Because I say, I'm one of the people, and in this court of record, complain of whatever. All right? Now, so if an attorney should happen to be sharp enough to detect that, which they aren't, I haven't met one yet that I found out was, but if he happened to be sharp enough, he'd do the right thing. He'd go to his dictionary, he'd look it up, and there it would be. Court of record, power to fine or contempt, and keeps a record of proceedings, no problem, slam it shut, move forward. What's the rest of the complaint say? All right? Well, you're about to find out what you missed. Here's a court of record, the 5 requirements. I told you about number 5, generally has a seal. I told you about number 1, keeps a record of the proceeding. I told you about number 4, power to fine or imprison for contempt. But look at number 3, proceeding according to the common law. No statutes. Got that? No statutes. Look at Article 6, Section 1 of the California Constitution. It says right there, I'm summarizing it, but it is very short anyway. It says all the courts in California are courts of record. So why are they using statutes? I'll tell you why they're using statutes. Because you agreed to it. That's why. How did you agree to it? Very simple. You failed to object. That's all. They brought it in. You didn't object. You didn't demand a court of record. You just let it flow right by. No criminal court in California is a court of record. Why? They use penal code. That's not common law. You see, it takes more than a name to make a court of record a court of record. You've got to act like a court of record. You know, just adopting a name doesn't do it. So when you see statutes being enforced, when somebody cites penal code section so, vehicle code section so, health and welfare code section so and so, you know you're not in a court of record. Okay? So it is proceeding according to the common law. The California Constitution recognizes the common law as the highest law. If you allow statutes to come in, you will be subjected to Civil Code Section 22.2, or is it Code of Civil Procedure 22.2? I forget which one. It's the one that says that the common law shall be the rule of decision so long as it's not repugnant to the codes. Right? You know that one? I think that you'll find that in the Code of Civil Procedure or the Civil Code, and you'll also, I believe, find it in the Penal Code. Okay? Well, how is that possible? If the Constitution of California says that the common law, it says that the courts are courts of record, which you now know proceed according to the common law. And by the way, lower down, the actual case sites are there, so don't worry about it. It's a court of record. Then how are they getting away with this? Well, what they do, well, let me explain a lawsuit. In a lawsuit, you sue somebody, civil suit. Actually, a common law suit is not a civil suit, because a civil suit is a suit based on civil law. Okay, so it's actually common law. But anyway, you get the civil cover sheet and you fill it out as if it were a civil suit. It doesn't affect the case at all to fill out those civil cover sheets. But anyhow, you've got this common, you make this lawsuit going. Now I forgot my point I was going to make. Sorry. It'll come back to me in a moment.
You're suing me.
Yeah, but I had a point to make.
Yeah.
It'll come back. Anyway, let's go on to point number 2. This is the killer point. This is the one everybody's going to get up and cheer, I hope. In a court of record, the tribunal is independent of the magistrate. Now let me explain what a tribunal is. A tribunal is the one who does the judging. Now what's a magistrate? Well, if you look in the penal code, it tells you all judges of all the courts are magistrates. That means they can't do any judging. They're not tribunals. The tribunal has to be independent of the magistrate. California Constitution says all the courts are courts of record. Court of record, the tribunal is independent of the magistrate. You see that judge doing a decision up there, you know you're not in a court of record. So there's 2 points against it. Number 1, the judge is making decisions. Number 2, he's using statutory law or codes or admiralty law or anything else you want, but not common law. Okay? So hold their feet to the fire. I want a common law court. Okay? Make your charges. This brings it back to basics. But actually, I don't wait that long. Before, if there were a criminal charge pending against me, I do what's called a counterclaim. A counterclaim is different from a countersuit. In a countersuit, you kind of balance things. You say, well, Okay, A is suing B and B is suing A. The judge sits there in the middle and he just kind of totals it up and, you know, comes up with a difference, and whoever got that difference, that's the winner, and he awards that. That's a countersuit. A counterclaim, first of all, your counterclaim is based on jurisdiction. You're challenging jurisdiction, and you won't have any trouble finding case law on this. It is solid, absolutely solid case law that when the issue of jurisdiction is raised, the court must prove its jurisdiction before it can proceed. You're familiar with that, right? Okay. Must prove its jurisdiction. It cannot assume the jurisdiction. It cannot, you're going to love this. One judge, I said, "Oh, what's your jurisdiction?" And he said, "My jurisdiction? My rope's my jurisdiction." That's proof. Well, I had to admit the facts were correct. He did have a rope, you know. But, you see, jurisdiction must be proven. And if he does anything, if he does not prove it, what is he doing? He's committing a fraud upon the court, isn't he? Because the judge is not the court. You ask any attorney, what's the difference between a court and a judge? And say, well, they're really about the same. Not really a difference. The heck there isn't. What is a court? The definition of a court, here's the legal definition of a court. And it's in here, by the way. It is the person and the suit of the sovereign. That's a court. Okay? The plaintiff owns the court. It is the person and the suit of the sovereign. That's the first sentence you will find in Black's Law Dictionary. Well, maybe not the first. I think it's after tennis courts. Okay? The person and suit of the sovereign. The sovereign, combined with his suit, those two elements make an artificial entity, which is called the court. Okay? The judge is the highest officer of the court, but he is not the court. Nobody's the court. You're not the court. The sovereign's not the court. It's the sovereign combined with his suit that makes the court. Okay? When I create a court order, and you'll see samples of court orders in that example, there's actually a couple of them there, I always put in the upper left-hand corner, alternatus privatus, which is Latin for private attorney. You look up private attorney in the dictionary. A private attorney is somebody who's an attorney for one special purpose only. You can be a private attorney. You cannot be a general attorney who is holding your services out to the public. You can't do that. But you can be a private attorney. And who are you representing? You're representing the court. The court is an artificial entity and cannot speak for itself because it has no vocal cords. Somebody has to represent this artificial entity. So you have an entity. Normally, the representative is the judge. Normally, in your customary procedures, the judge is the witness to the court's decision, and he speaks for the court because the court cannot speak for itself. That's the theory. So, when I issue a court order, I appoint myself as a private attorney, and then when I sign the paper, the first line after everything is the court, because that's who's issuing the order. The court, not a human being. And then below that, I sign it with my name, and below that I put private attorney, or in Latin, alternatus privatus. This is strategy. It depends on how much I want to browbeat, okay? Whether I use Latin or English. But the idea is that you're an attorney representing the court. Okay? So you're a private attorney in the court. You issue that order, and now you go from there. Whenever, by the way, as a footnote, whenever I issue an order, I always make it an order to show cause as well, in addition to the order. So if I order something, I also say, or show cause why this court order is not proper, or why it shouldn't be executed, or whatever. Then I'll tell you, of all the orders that I've been involved in, not once have they ever shown cause? Never filed a paper. Never said a word. Okay? Well, they did say a word. I have to admit that. In the transcripts, we got it in here. The court said, well, we have a difference of opinion. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so you see, a court of record is very, very well defined. First of all, you start off with a court. It's the person in suit of the sovereign. But then that's just a court in general. Now we get down to specifics, a court of record. Well, I mean, yeah, a court of record. Keeps a record of the proceedings. Tribunals independent of the magistrate. Proceeding according to the common law. Power to find in prison for contempt, and generally has a seal. Okay? You see why it is I'm able to bounce out a judge's order? Now, you cannot do that if you're a defendant. You can only do that if you're a plaintiff. So take notice. If there's anybody here that's asleep, wake up. Okay? Somebody asleep back there? Make sure she knows. If you're a defendant, you cannot issue any orders. Not at all. Do not issue any orders if you're a defendant. Before issuing any orders, convert yourself into a plaintiff. Then issue the order. How do you do that? With a counterclaim. Okay? In other words, you're suing. In your counterclaim, what are you doing? You're suing because they exceeded their jurisdiction. You're challenging the jurisdiction. They are obligated to explain themselves. They have to prove their jurisdiction. And who do they have to prove it to? They have to prove it to your court. Okay? They have to satisfy you. Now, don't be frivolous. Remember, what's the number one purpose of a court? It's to put on the show, isn't it? So don't be frivolous about throwing your weight around with your newfound powers. Okay? Every order I issue is explained. Judges issue orders, but they don't explain them. They will explain them if you demand that they explain them before they issue the order. Remember that. Before they issue the order, you tell them you want the order explained. If you wait until after they issue it, they don't have to explain it. That's in the court rules. It's also in my court rules because I adopt the rules from my court. And that's a safe thing to do because, after all, who exercises discretion? Me. Okay? I think the rules are great. You read those rules. Actually, you go ahead and read those rules. You'll see that they're actually pretty reasonable. It's the abuse of discretion that's screwing things up. And so I'm very comfortable with the rules, especially if I'm the final authority. There is no appeal from my orders. If there were an appeal, then I wouldn't be a sovereign, would I? I do not yield my sovereignty to the agencies which serve me. Okay? A lot of theory here, but you got to be facile with this. You gotta have this. You know how I jump from thing to thing, and as it relates, I pull it up out of my memory. You can do that too. Let me tell you how to do it. Okay, there's a technique. It's not an easy technique, but there is a technique. What you have to do, if you want to learn this, if you want to try it out, you absolutely must teach it to someone else. The doctors, when they go through their medical education, they have a 3-step process when they learn medicine. It's called see one, do one, teach one. Okay? They see a medical procedure done. In other words, somebody teaches them. Then they do it. They get the practice. And then they teach the next doctor. And it's when you teach it is when you really learn it. That's when I learned this stuff. When I was first learning it, I was struggling, just like everybody else. In fact, I'm still struggling, but that's another story. But, you know, when I happened, you know, you may have noticed that I used the name the Nitty Gritty Law School. Well, there was a gentleman that started the Nitty Gritty Law School. His last name escapes me at the moment, Bob something or other. But he was selling some videotapes where he was covering a lot of these subjects. And when he had a heart attack and died, eventually, a couple months later, his wife called me. She was getting these questions from people who had bought the tapes, and she couldn't answer the questions. So she asked me, could I answer them for them? And I said, well, yeah, I'd be happy to, but I need a resource where I can go when I get stuck. And so she made the arrangements. There were some people, in fact, several people, and that I could call and discuss it with them and come up with answers. So over a period of about, I don't know, 10 years, something like that, I got involved with about 150 different cases. So I got a lot of vicarious good experience. We made our mistakes. Some people went to jail. Other people didn't. But I learned this stuff because people asked me the questions and I was teaching it. And there's something that happens to your mind that forces you to dredge up the answers. You must absolutely work with each other. If you're going to take this disc home and study it and try to run your case from it, well, you can do some stuff, but believe me, the quality is going to be way down there. So work together in groups. Make sure you got a case, jump in and help, because the number one beneficiary when you jump in and help is going to be you. You'll be amazed at, you'll be surprised. You know what I do sometimes? You're not going to believe this. But there are videotapes of me giving, lectures from time to time. Once in a while, I'll pull out one of those tapes and watch them. I really learn a lot from those tapes. I didn't know I knew that. You forget stuff too, So really, I can't emphasize enough, you must work together. Your group memory, somebody will remember something you forgot. Okay? The other thing is that if you do use the tapes, play them over and over again. You'd be surprised what you hear the second time through, and the third time through, and the fourth time through. It's just amazing what you get. So do that. Replay the tapes. Unfortunately, this tape is really limited. I've really skimmed over. I've mainly entertained you rather than giving you really good stuff. Okay? Kind of open your eyes. But you really got to study that CD to get the benefit. You don't really need me if you really work together and work with that CD. So I'm just telling you, it's nice to talk, it's fun, but you don't have to do that. Now, that was the court of record, okay? That's all there is to a court of record, but it's a very important concept. Okay? Court etiquette, very important. You never talk to the opposition. You always talk to the judge. Okay? Even if you're talking to the opposition, you aim it at the judge. Okay? That's an unwritten rule of court etiquette. When the other side is presenting his story, don't shake your head, don't groan, don't show, just be like a statue. He gets his moment in court, lying through his teeth. That's what they do sometimes. Maybe all the time if they're cops, I don't know. But, you got it, you'll have your say. Okay? Now, and there's more stuff in this article. Let me explain quickly what habeas corpus is. Back in the days of England, I'm not giving you a legal definition, I'm giving you the real definition of what a court is. Back in the days of England, the king had many courts. He had the common law court, the equity court, the court of the exchequer, the Star Chamber court, admiralty court, maritime courts, tax court. Okay, you probably heard of some of these courts. All right, now, the courts are just like bureaucracies, that's all. They like to build their empires, right? So naturally, the consequence of that is that sometimes an equity court would take a common law case, or the admiralty court would take an equity case. So what they did, they set up a system where, let's say that admiralty was cutting into equity, and you're the defendant. What you are entitled to do is you could run over, either directly or through your representative, if you're in jail, run over to the equity court and say, hey, these guys have invaded your territory. And that procedure for letting the second court know about it was called habeas corpus. So the second court became the dominant court. Okay? The second court would take the case and look at it and say, yeah, that looks like equity, that's ours. Or they'd say, no, that is admiralty, that's not our territory, and throw it back. So that was the concept of equity. It was a means of turf protection. And so, but, you know how bureaucrats are. Bureaucrats, if they get the opportunity, love to stick it to their fellow bureaucrats if it means enlarging their territories, right? I mean, that's their characteristic. And so habeas corpus became a means for sticking it to the other guy. If you were not a common enemy, in other words, the second court liked you, then they'd take the case, they'd say, you guys, you don't know anything about equity. You know, your area is admiralty. This should have been over here. And then just for good measure, they'd cut them loose and say, well, that case didn't even belong in here. Right? Showing up the other guys. That's if you weren't a common enemy. Now, if you were an enemy to both, if nobody liked you, well, that didn't work. Okay? But habeas corpus is the only known right in the history of law to have grown stronger with time. All others, the government slowly encroaches, but that one grew stronger. Why? Because it had nothing to do with rights. It had to do with turf protection on the part of bureaucrats. Okay? So, that's what habeas corpus really is. I think it's habeas corpus ad sufficiendum, something like that. Okay? That's the full name. But habeas corpus is turf protection. Now, how does that apply in America? Because what they did, the two most common battling courts were law and equity. So, in the United States, they combined them. Now the same judge is both a law judge and an equity judge. He was both a judge and a chancellor, because that's the proper title for an equity judge. He's a chancellor. So whether he's a judge, meaning a law judge, or he's a chancellor, meaning an equity judge, it made no difference at this point. It's the same guy. As a result, 99.9% of all habeas corpus applications fail. Okay? But here's how it works with us. Once you go into common law, remember, the common law is still good here in the United States. Okay? Why? Because it's recognized by the Constitution, about 3-4 different places in the U.S. Constitution. When it uses the word law in the Constitution, they mean common law. Okay? So, there is an ancient rule of law that says that the king, the sovereign, is always subject to his own court. That's why you have a court of claims. You see, the king declares the law, and he says, okay, he decrees it. This is what the law is. But the king cannot break the law, because if he does something contrary to his own law, all that means is he changed the law. So how are you going to enforce the law against the king? You can't. So what you do, they acknowledged in England, and we inherited in the United States, that sometimes the king has a moral obligation, maybe not a legal obligation, but he has a moral obligation. If an action by the king caused harm, even though he's not legally liable, he's morally liable. So they set up the court of claims, and that's the purpose of the court of claims. You go to the court of claims, you say, hey, king, come on, you know, pay for what you did. Okay, new tape, time out the flip. Show us the document that launches the court of record. Line 2, you mean? Yeah, paragraph 2 of that lawsuit? Yeah, sure. Sure, we go to the example. Okay. Yeah. All right, we rolling again? Okay, so the question is, how do you activate the court of record? Well, you do it in your action. Okay, so we'll go down here to the action. First amended action. Okay, and here it is, paragraph 2. Can you see it on the screen? William Jones is one of the people of California, and in this court of record complains. That's it. That's it. That's activated. You are the plaintiff, and as the plaintiff, you have a right to choose your forum. I choose the forum specified in the California Constitution. All courts are courts of record. And remember, I own those courts as one of the people. Right? See, if I own the government and the government owns the citizens, and I'm not a citizen, I'm one of the people, and I do not yield my sovereignty to the agencies which serve me, so I go into that court. That court's a court of record, and what's the definition of a court? It's the person and suit of the sovereign. Okay? That's in there somewhere, so you'll find it. But so combine that all together. I'm the person and suit of the sovereign. And I said it's a court of record, yes.
You did an earlier sheet that just said this is a court of record all along.
Oh, that. Okay, sure, we'll go back to that. Gotcha. The definitions.
No, this is a court of record.
Yep, here we go. I think I know what you're talking about. Right here, court of record. There it is, this thing.
It's the case that's before the last one you showed. This is a court of record.
You lost me. I talk a lot, but I forget what I say.
Just before the last one you showed? Yeah, just before that?
Yeah, well, my memory is erased. I have a destructive readout on my memory. So. Okay, well, I'm sorry I can't fulfill that request. However, it's on the film. So, but what is the question relating to court of record? What is it that you really were digging for?
It's the way you presented it to the court. When you presented it to the magistrate. Right up there, number 2 is what he presented.
Well, in the presentation to the magistrate is your original filing. That's what I showed you. That was the amended action. Yeah. The first amended action, which normally would be your action, but if you're doing a counterclaim, you would say a counterclaim, but you, right there, that first paragraph, it is, you say you're one of the people, and this is a court of record. It doesn't. You decree the law because you're one of the people. And you're sovereign, so you can decree that sovereignty. Okay? So, going back to this other here, the habeas corpus. So in the habeas corpus, you see, you as a sovereign are subject to your own court. And there have been cases, like there was this one king, he was presented with a problem. The chief judge said to him, if somebody who was of one of the nobility, and he didn't want to name any names, but he said if somebody were doing this and he was cheating on his noblewoman in these conditions, what would be the penalty? The king said, well, with that, it would have to be death. Well, it turned out he was talking about the king, and so the court executed him. Be careful who you appoint in your court, okay? So, I make it clear that this is a court of record. That means no authority for the judge to make any decisions. He's a magistrate. He cannot make any decisions unless I permit him, unless I certify it. He wants something, he looks to me, I say, sure. Okay. Looks to the attorney, he says, sure. But I've already explained the difference. Okay? So, habeas corpus, that's what that is. Now, common law. what is the common law? You've all heard that it's custom and usage, right? But where do you point? How do you put some muscle behind that? Right? You say you want to run your court according to the common law. What is that common law? Now, you know how bureaucrats are. They like things in writing. They can't handle concepts for some reason. If you don't show it into writing, it doesn't mean beans to them. Well, I'm going to show you where the beans are. Okay? Confirmatio Cartarum. Magna Carta, basically the noblemen got tired of the king conducting his wars and forcing them into service and taking their wealth, you know, to pay for the wars. So one day they cornered King John on the River Thames. And they presented this little document called the Magna Carta, and they said, sign it or we'll cut your head off. And so he signed it. Now, when he signed it, he had absolutely no intent of keeping his word, but they kind of had the upper hand. Remember, this is in the days when each nobleman had his own army, you know, his own military. The king would borrow the military from the nobleman to conduct his wars. And also the Pope was kind of in charge there too. And the Pope said, later blessed it and said, yeah, the Magna Carta is good. But the Pope really didn't intend to keep the word either. And they were just going to wait for a more opportune time when they built their political strength and they straightened the situation out. Well, you know, I guess God works in mysterious ways. Well, fine, he authored. I just said they presented it. Okay. Well, fine. If that's it. It says that the Pope authored the Magna Carta, right? Fine. But the point is that I accept that for value. Okay. Okay. Now, but the point that I'm getting at is this: within a year, one of the two died, the king or the Pope. And I think it was like about 2-3 months later, the other one died. This created a power vacuum in both spheres. The new king was King Edward, and the new Pope, I can't remember who he was, but it created this power vacuum. You know, whenever you get a new leader in, he's got to establish his power base. He had enough power base to get to that position, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a success. I mean, we've had a lot of kings that only served 1 year, you know. And but you had this other power base called the noblemen, and they were still organized, and they didn't lose any time. First thing they did is they got King Edward to bless the Magna Carta, to reaffirm it, and they also got the new Pope to reaffirm it, and they had to because they didn't have the strength at that time. And then in succeeding kings, it was the Magna Carta was reaffirmed again. Is that correct? You know your history, right? Okay, so there you are. It was reestablished. Now, check this out. Confirmatio Cartarum. This was the second king, King Edward the First, and who followed King John. He signed the Confirmatio Cartarum, and here's the important point right here, starting with number 3. Okay. It says Edward, by the grace of God, King of England, and so forth. He's delivering his message. This is a writing by the king. And he says, and that our justices, sheriffs, mayors, and other ministers, which under us have the laws of our land to guide, shall allow the said charters pleaded before them in judgment in all their points. That is, to wit, the great charter as the common law. Okay? So, if you are a defendant, you can demand that the Magna Carta be the common law. They can't force it on you. The common law is the common law, but if you demand that the Magna Carta be the common law, then the king's men, in other words, the judges and all those guys, sheriffs, whatever, they must accept that as the common law in writing. Okay? And this is an important thing. I got this out of a bar association book. Okay? That's where I found it. And You look at the Constitution of the United States and you look at the Constitution of California, they all support the common law. Well, what is a common law? This is what the common law is. The Confirmatio Cartarum, in other words, the confirming charter, says specifically that if you choose, then the Magna Carta is the common law. Now, there's a couple of neat things in the Magna Carta. Okay? Let me go down to the interpretation. It kind of distills it. Okay? Confirmatio Cartarum says the Magna Carta must be accepted as a common law by government. The Magna Carta is a supreme law. All other contrary law and judgments are void, and voluntary taxes cannot be made permanent. Where have you heard about that before? Okay. Now, I just picked out some highlights. There's more in those papers, but the issues that we're always dealing with, well, this is where, here's kind of like a quickie summary. Here I quote the Magna Carta, and then I give a brief, plain English explanation. So, Article 20 of the Magna Carta basically says the fine shall be proportional to the offense and shall only be imposed upon the testimony of non-government men. Okay? Okay? A villain in the same way, if he fall under our mercy, shall be amerced, meaning fine, saving his wainage, and none of the aforesaid fine shall be imposed save upon oath of upright men from the neighborhood. Upright men are not government. Okay? Earls and barons shall not be amerced save through their peers, and only according to the measure of the offense. Similar thing. Okay? Now, look at this one. No sheriff, constable, coroners, or other bailiffs of ours shall hold the pleas of our crown. Plain English, no sheriff, no bailiff qualifies as a witness. He cannot subject you to his law. Doesn't qualify. He cannot. You remember they say all of the, they have the proceedings of people of California versus so-and-so, right? Or the people of the United States versus so-and-so. Well, who's signing that? Who signs that information? One of the district, either a district attorney, somebody. Well, that's prohibited under common law. If this is a court of record and it's going according to the common law, he's out. That's what that means to me. Okay? No constable or other bailiff of ours shall take the corn or other chattels of anyone except he straightway give money for them and can be allowed in a respite in that regard by the will of the seller. In other words, he can't confiscate your property. The rule of eminent domain also applies to personal property, which must be paid for when taken. Okay, that's basically what it's saying. Now, 30 is one you're going to like. No sheriff, nor bailiff of ours, nor anyone else shall take the horses or carts of any freeman for transport unless by the will of that freeman. All right? You're familiar with that modern problem, aren't you? That was 800 years ago. That's sovereign. Freeman is a sovereign in America. So, can't take your car without permission. However, if your car has a license plate, it's owned by the state, isn't it? You're familiar with that. So, okay. All right, let's see. Here's a. Now, 34 is your protection. Henceforth, the writ, which is called precipe, shall not be served on anyone for any holding so as to cause a free man to lose his court. Okay, if you're sovereign, you do what sovereigns do. What do sovereigns do? Well, one of the things they do is they have their own courts. Somebody violates your sovereign's law. Now, what qualifies? Basically, it boils down to this. Is there an injured party? No injury, no obligation. Okay. Well, did you demand a court of record? Did you make a counterclaim? No. Did you make a counterclaim? No. You did a countersuit, or a suit, or an original suit, but you didn't make a counterclaim. Okay? It's very important to make a counterclaim. You want to stop that process until your lawsuit's settled. Of course, now, remember, I'm giving you theory. There's also practical. And so in practicality, they're going to move forward. Now, I haven't brushed up on this, what do you call it, the Council on Judicial Performance in California. But there is a Council on Judicial Performance, and there's also a similar thing federally. Now, I can tell you how it used to be. And then there was something voted on by the citizens, and then they changed the rules somewhat. But here's what it used to be, and I know that there's got to be traces of this left. But it used to be that in section 900 and something or 9,000 something of the rules of court, they had a procedure for complaining against a judge. And it used to be that you would send, if you sent a letter to them, the committee would receive it, the council would receive it, they look at it, based on what you tell them in the letter, they decide whether or not they'll check this further, okay? So, if you had to beef or something, that was the word you got, well, let the Council on Judicial Performance know, write them a letter. But if you read further into the procedure, it says that if you give them an affidavit, they must investigate. They have no choice. Okay? Hardly anyone ever sent in an affidavit. They always sent a complaining letter. Okay? Now, they can't change your case, but they can make it hot for the judge. Okay? And I would say check out that procedure, because there's still remnants or some, yes?
I have to disagree because I've dealt with empty conditions.
Hey, you're not supposed to be answering questions.
Right, a microphone. Oh, microphone.
Be answering questions. You're supposed to be teaching.
Yeah.
Questions come after you're finished.
Oh, well, I think I've gone past your normal closing time, probably.
You're talking about closing. We're listening.
All right. Okay, well, if you can keep up with me, great. All right. Okay. Well, anyway, look, I've given you a lot of theory tonight, but don't forget practicality. I mean, there are people who will ignore you. Okay? If push comes to shove and you know, they have the guns, you don't. But we don't give up. Look, just getting back on an everyday level, you know that robbery is illegal. So we created a law outlawing it. Did that stop robbery? No. But did we give up trying to enforce it? No. We still try to invoke it when we can. So I say the same thing here, but I also, as I said earlier, I believe there's enough honest people in there. You give them the right paperwork, you'll get hidden support. There was a woman one time, in this one case, she went all over the LA court in downtown Los Angeles looking for her case. It was missing from the clerk's records. Nobody knew where it was. She spent the entire day hunting for that case, and near the end of the day, she found it. It was on the judge's desk. She didn't go in there, but somebody went and looked. They found it. And that was illegal on the part of the judge, because that was supposed to be in the custody of the clerk. At the end of the day, she was out. She was walking down through the aisle, and the employees were coming out. They were all in the aisles. And there was this little clutch of women that were talking. They were clerks. They were talking among themselves. And as she walked along, one of the women separated from that group and went over and said, "Are you Mrs. So-and-so?" And she said, "Yes, I am." She says, "I just want you to know how much we appreciate what you are doing." And then she went back. You see, that clerk couldn't openly help her. But behind the scenes, there is support. Okay? In another case, I suggest you be very friendly toward these people. You never know who your friends will be. Now, this is practicality, not law. Okay? Huh? They're human, yes. Yes. They may not understand it. You know, they operate in ignorance too. They got their routines to follow. They think they're right. But here's what happened. This actually happened. This woman I had told her to always be friendly with everybody. So anyway, she went down to the court, and she was always friendly with the clerks, always told jokes, traded personal stories, how are the kids, kind of thing. And over time, she developed a rapport with the clerk. One day she went in the clerk, and she had an order. I don't know, against the judge or something. The clerk said, I can't file that. Well, why not? Well, she says, I can't, it's not proper. So she was ready. She said, well, here's a court order ordering you to file it. Okay, she was prepared. The clerk said, well, that's not a proper court order. She says, if you're, and they were friendly, okay? There was no animosity whatsoever between these two. They were just talking and trying to mutually solve a problem. And she argued for 4 hours with that clerk, going back and forth, saying she had the authority, and the clerk saying no, and the clerk told her, look, if you want me to actually do something, your only recourse is to go up to the appellate court and get a court order from them telling me to do it, and then I'll file it. So she was kind of at a dead, kind of dead in the water at that point. So she went home at noon, called me on the phone, and we discussed it, okay? And I said, well, we're going to have to think our way through this one, what to do. So that happened on a Friday. Saturday morning, she went back in the days when they had Saturday delivery at residences, she received a letter from the clerk. The clerk invited her to bring the papers down and she would file them. And she pointed out that section 1368 or 1326, I think it is, of the United States Code, Title 28, the Civil Code, okay? Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. It was that particular code that said that the district court, the United States District Court, had original jurisdiction where over a clerk or any federal employee to order that employee to perform a duty owed to the plaintiff. Well, what happened to the defendant? The statute specifically addresses the plaintiff. Well, what happened is this. The plaintiff owns the court. The clerks are the plaintiff's employees. Okay? A court is defined as a person in suit of the sovereign. The defendant is an outsider. If the defendant has a beef with the employee of the court, he's got to go up a level higher to get the order to order the lower court to do the job. But when you're the plaintiff, you own it and you have direct. Well, we never dreamed that section was there. We knew we were right in principle, and it was the clerk that found it for us. Okay? Boy, was that a real gold mine. So, never underestimate the power of your adversary to be your friend. Okay? Be nice to these people. There was a, in Thailand, I believe it was. You remember, some of you people remember these Buddhist monks that were dousing themselves in kerosene and setting themselves on fire? Had quite an impact on the government and international rules. So what happened, you see in Thailand, it was real simple how they solved problems. If you were a problem to the government, you disappeared at midnight. No problem. Okay? Well, here's this. These Buddhist monks were causing all kinds of trouble internationally, and everybody knew who was responsible for these Buddhists doing this. It was their leader. He was encouraging his people to do it, and everybody knew it. And this guy went around the country with a minimum protection, and nobody touched him. Nobody hurt him. And it was the wonder of the reporters of that area, the newspaper reporters, and TV and so forth. Why didn't this guy disappear at midnight? That's what happened to everybody else that was that troublesome. Well, the reason was very simple. Everybody liked him. The guy was just simply so likable. Even his enemies loved him. Oh, he was a pain in the neck, but they didn't want to hurt their buddy. He was a nice guy. And that's how he survived. So be sure when you're not conducting court business, you know the minute you turn your back, your adversary would love to stab you. Okay, you know that. They'll pull every trick. I've had an attorney call down and take claiming to be me, and take take my motion off calendar. And then I show up and the judge isn't prepared or anything else. Okay, they do all kinds of dirty tricks. They use wrong case numbers. Anytime you get a paper from somebody, check it carefully. That case number might be different. Okay, so what I found was that be nice to everybody, your buddy. I had one attorney screaming at me in the in Orange County Courthouse in Santa Ana. I heard the echoes bouncing off the end of the wall at the end of the hallway. Okay, he was yelling at me. He was really out of control, and I was nice to him. Of course, that made him madder. But generally, you're nice to these people. So I just want to tell you that always be nice, even to your enemy. You'd be surprised what will get you. Let's see. Well, that kind of is a big summary of what I would like to say. Let's see. Is there any quickie here? Yeah, I guess. Oh, well, notice and demand, or notice and request. I'm changing my view on that. It says notice and demand there, but I think it should be a notice and request. Because what are you doing? You're trying to get a contract with somebody. A demand means that by right, somebody owes you something, by your right, and you have a right to demand it. But that's not too polite. If you say notice and request, remember, titles do not affect the body. In the body, you still say what you want, and that's what counts. So you do that. Okay. Hit me with some questions. Sure.
First of all, I am a jailbird.
Oh boy. I like your words.
Okay. I've been arrested and thrown out public meetings over and over. The thing is that when I've always believed that truth plus law plus common sense equals justice for all. I don't care if you come from the moon, I don't care if you come from anywhere in whatever galaxy.
Well, what's your question?
But the thing of it is, we have a pedophile judge in San Bernardino County.
Do you have the facts?
Yes.
Then sue him.
No, he is still in office, and he's been laundering quite a bit of property for the powers that be.
Well, sue him.
A lot of people have written to the Judicial Commission. Says, how could this be?
Sure.
The Judicial Commission actually sent in a letter stating that, yes, he erased his own evidence. And that because he wasn't brought to a higher court and condemned, even though he had molested other children in Ontario,
sure.
Then still the judge.
Well, you get those people to file a suit. Look, it isn't what you do, it's what people complain about that counts. You know, if you're just going to talk about it without any muscle behind it, well, nothing's going to happen. You got to get the victim to make file the.
Now 24. He's had his job.
Well, then he's a big boy now.
He has been raped in jail.
Sure.
By the time he was 14.
Sure.
The judge has used him.
Sure. Okay, that happens. So what you have to do is you got to get him to file a lawsuit. Now, if he's in jail and he can't handle it for himself, then what you can do with your sovereign capacity is you can go for habeas corpus. You can file a habeas corpus in the name of another. That's in the procedure.
What they've done is put a gag order on the family, and any time that he speaks of it, they put him back in jail.
Sure. Yeah, but that gag order does not apply to lawsuits.
The gag order applies to the family as well as to the victim.
Then what they have to do is appeal that order. or file an original lawsuit, which means they'd have to learn common law and so forth. Look, the law does not protect he who slumbers on his rights. And it doesn't count. It doesn't count. There's no buts.
Many of the judges are family related.
Yes.
And they do have incestuous relationships.
Yes.
In the courts.
Yes, but who's complaining? And I mean complaining, legally complaining. It doesn't, you can't just talk about it. You've got to actually put some muscle behind it. Or take it to a grand jury and have the grand jury make a presentment. I'm sure they do. Yeah, if you've ever watched the procedures. Which, by the way, let me mention something about grand juries. You know, look, there's a difference between morality and law, okay? And obviously there's power there that's being abused. Obviously there's power being used to protect the judges themselves from their own criminal acts. So you have to go outside that system. Maybe it calls for a federal type thing, and sometimes they're in bed with each other too. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a perfect system. Sometimes you have to just say, well, I can't fix that problem, move on to one you can fix. You know, you cannot change the ship of state. What you can do is affect it by degrees. See, a big ship does not suddenly turn. It goes half a degree at a time, slowly, and ends up in a new direction. That's what we're doing here. You know, if a robber has you in the alley, he's got a gun on in your ribs, and he says, give me your money, you give it to him. And he's wrong. You don't stand there and say it's against the law, his mother won't approve, and so on. You've got to, but what you do is once you let go, once he lets you go, then you move heaven and earth to try and get even. But if you can't find the power to do that, sometimes you just have bad luck. As Kennedy said, life is unfair. Yes, sir.
Would it be possible that one way to operate would be to file a civil RICO, a federal lawsuit?
Well, you have to be the injured party if you're going to file a civil.
Injured party?
Yeah, sure. Sure. But you can also, if he's in jail because of something, you could now bring it up habeas corpus in his behalf. That, you see, you cannot sue in the name of another except in habeas corpus. Habeas corpus you can.
Well, speaking of habeas corpus, I understand that with the USA Patriot Act, that now is in limbo.
Well, that may be true of the civil law system, but the common law has not been suspended by the Patriot Act. Okay? Because you're outside the Constitution.
So have you ever challenged any of the U.S. Patriot Act activities?
No, it's too new. I haven't been involved. I haven't seen any cases on it.
Well, I saw that was on the front page of the paper here just last week, I believe it was. Just 10 days that some judge finally said this business law is unconstitutional.
Oh, great. Somebody challenged it, wasn't me.
Right. So, how about, you mentioned license plates, and if you have a license plate, of course, you don't own your car.
Yeah, you have a federal tax stamp, and the very meaning of the license means that the owner is granting permission to you to use his property.
So is that the way you operate, or do you?
Yeah, I have a car with license plate and so forth. Just as a practical consideration, I'm involved in a lot of things, and I haven't taken the time to properly deal with that issue. So I took the easy way out. I went ahead and got it and so forth.
And how about your driver's license?
Same deal, but it's without prejudice. Both of them are without prejudice. If I ever get a ticket, I think I can deal with it.
Right.
If I choose to. I might choose to pay it because it's small potatoes compared to some real big issues I'm involved in with other people's cases.
Right, well, speaking of UCC and
yeah.
Operating outside of the driver's license, I have just written on here, just firstly, I'm a traveler / sojourner, not a driver at UCC 1-207, which of course you're familiar with. 2 days ago, I was stopped by a cop in a parking lot on a shopping center over by USC.
Sure.
And he wanted to see my driver's license.
Sure.
I showed this to him. I said, I've operated this way now for the last 12 years in 4 states. I've never gotten a ticket for this. I want to put my nose. In fact, if he was going to challenge that, if he get a ticket, he was, be some repercussions from it. And they checked it out. They called in about it, and they let me go.
Well, apparently you're on the records as being somebody to leave alone.
Well, yes.
Which is good.
Right. And of course I got court before.
Yeah.
You know,
So what's your question?
So my question is, have you dealt with people who have operated this way here? Have you ever helped them deal with this?
Not with these issues. I've stayed away from driver's license issues because I had bigger things to deal with. Right. People in jail, you know, and stuff like that. But, you know, but, you know, here's what I would do. If you really want to do it right, look, I suggest that as a policy, okay, just as a general way to do things, I don't think you should fight a traffic ticket. I think what you should do, if you get a traffic ticket, go down and pay it, their bail, you know, but pay it and be sure to sign it without prejudice. Now that gets them off your back. Now if this really is an issue with you, then sue them. But now you're the attacker, okay? You signed without prejudice, you gave up nothing, you have all rights to sue them, and they have no justification to get out and go after you because they got the money, the thing that they were after. So now you sue them. But what you could do before you even get a traffic ticket, you could get a driver's license so that, you know, you avoid the hassle on the street. But then, let's say you really, that is important to you and you want to follow through. What I would do is I would shoot for a declaratory judgment, but I would do it on my terms. In other words, I'd create a lawsuit. This lawsuit, in my sovereign capacity, I'm suing the state. Well, background first. I'd write the state and say to the state, what would you do to me if I didn't get a driver's license and you caught me on the street traveling? Okay? They will write back and say, we're going to do you some harm. We'll put you in jail or whatever. Now you have a justiciable issue. Now you go to court. There's a disagreement. You haven't done it yet, but there's a disagreement. You say, what would happen? They say they do this. Well, you object to that. So now you go to court and you get a declaratory judgment, and it's your court because you're the plaintiff, and you're the one who's sitting there. And then once you make that judgment, you now order the state of California to update their records, which say that you are not subject to their jurisdiction. And then when the cop stops you, looks up that driver's license number, and it says, and they tell him to leave you alone, he will. You'll respect their word. So that's the technique I suggest. It's much better to be the attacker than the defender.
Great, thank you.
And you don't give up that right. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by the state?
California.
The DMV or the Secretary of State?
No, California. The DMV, whoever you're dealing with. The cop, if you want.
If you're asking for
Come on over to the mic. You want to know, who do I mean by the state, right?
what do you mean by the state that
Well,
likes to ask if he's required to have a driver's license?
Well, I'd write Department of Motor Vehicles on that one then. Sure.
Because that's the one who prosecutes you.
Sure.
It's the DMV.
Yeah, well, sort of. Yeah, it's the district attorney, actually. But yeah, that's what I do, DMV.
They're the one that issued a license.
Sure. Right. Okay, yes.
Mr. Short, can you just give out your website one more time?
Sure, the website is with or without the www, doesn't matter. But you put in 1215.org, and that gets you to the website. Yes, sir.
Yes, my girlfriend would go to her daughter's, and the daughter either, that's irrelevant, but we got a cell phone so I could talk to her daughters. That was an AT&T cell phone, and they have trying to be gods on me, and I don't like having a god over me.
Okay, that happens.
Okay, it was supposed to be $46 the first month, which we paid. The second month it was $104. The third month they charged us $171.
Do you have a contract?
Unfortunately, yes. I had never had a
No. Do you have a contract that specifies?
contract.
No. Does the contract specify those terms that you just told me?
I don't know. I didn't.
Well, you got to read the contract. That's all in the contract. If it's not in the contract, then.
I'm going to call the FCC on.
Now, well, look, the contract. I'll bet you that. Well, I won't bet you, but I'm certain that in that contract, it's going to say something to the effect that all verbal agreements are cast out and that this contract is the sum total of the agreement. Check your contract. You've got to read.
I asked you 5 times.
Don't ask, read the contract. You make your own decision.
When someone tells you verbally.
No, read the contract. They're not authorized to alter the contract. Doesn't matter what they tell you. Read the contract. Don't avoid your job. Read the contract. It's a contract question, a contract problem. You've got to read it, and that controls.
So you're talking about some judges, other people were talking about some judges.
Sure.
Friends with other judges.
Well, that happens, sure.
That doesn't happen to me. I have a cousin. He's a high pressure lawyer.
Well, okay, that's fine. Okay, sure. Well, then
You're still basically there and it's still sitting situation.
Yeah, but
He was that way.
Well, then,
years old and I was 7.
well, then open up your common law court and go after him.
That's really what I want to do.
Yeah, be kind of fun, because he'll be in there not understanding it, and when you overrule him, you can't figure out how or why.
Anyway, in 98, my aunt died and he did the will.
Okay, but the bottom line is, yes, you can. You can go sue him in court, and it's your court unless he does a counterclaim, which he probably won't do. Well, okay, you got to get the emotion out of it. Okay, what can I? Yes, sir. Yes. No. Well, in a criminal case, the plaintiff is the state. Sure, they own their court, but when you do the counterclaim, you're opening your court. You're now court against court, and you're the second court, and you're challenging jurisdiction, and they have to prove their jurisdiction to your court. If they prove it, well, then you say, okay, continue. But if they don't prove it, then you order dismissal or something, award damages for bothering you. Well, I mean, that you described it. That's the general gist of it. Go ahead, try. I mean,
I was attacked by that twice.
By what? Yeah.
About 20 years after
Sure.
So things didn't quite work out the way we expected it to.
Right.
For his life to be done.
Sure.
So they came as a residential assault battery and there was threat. They dropped without me being present. They dropped the assault battery, which means I lost my ability to speak left handed, so I complained.
Okay, this is a criminal case against him, right? Okay, your status in a criminal case like that is a witness. That's it. You don't own the court. Not in that context. That's state business. On the other hand, you may have a case against him because of the upset he caused you, injury, if any, bruises, whatever. Yeah, sue him. That would be a common law case in a court of record. Then you'd have fun. He'll lose sleep. If nothing else, it'll cost him money to go hire an attorney because those kind of people generally don't educate themselves in law. Sure. Well, common law court. Yeah. Well, when you open it up, you say, I'm one of the people, and this is a court of record. Or in this court of record, I complain of such and such. Follow the example. Grand jury, that's a whole separate area of discussion. Anybody want to hear about grand juries? All right. If you want to hear about grand juries, I'll give you some ideas about grand juries. Okay. But I'll answer the next question until we got enough people listening about grand juries. Yes, ma'am. You had another question?
I wanted to say that
Sure.
the impound my vehicle contract, why they took my vehicle was because I did not have a tag on my vehicle.
Sure.
So I told DMV and Mike Chopla, I directed my realty company, and I said, my contract with DMV has run out. I do not have a contract with you. I have my ACC card taking me out of the public into the private sector. I
Sure. Okay, but see, yeah, right. But you see, the problem is that you're just talking to them or writing them or something like that. That's not legal process.
No, I mean, I've gone out and I'm going to say, I am in federal court right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're trying to say.
Sure.
They say that statutes and codes.
Right.
My rights, which is a lot of crap.
Yeah, but you see, they've said that. Now what you do is you rule on the motion. If the well, you violated one of the rules of good courtmanship. Okay? Yes, really. Because the world, think how the world looks at that. Nobody's going to believe that your case is worth $10 million.
My rights and my vehicle worth, they give me freedom.
To you. But you forgot the most important rule. You still forgot the most important rule. I didn't say you're wrong. I just said you forgot an important rule. Okay? What is the definition of a court? The primary definition is a court is a place where you put on a show to convince the rest of the world that you're right. And I can tell you, well, I'm just telling you what it is. What my experience is, if you're not passing the show test. You may be passing the legal test, but you're not passing the show test. And that's not me. I know a guy who has a multi-billion judgment against one of the cities in Orange County, actually Riverside County, city of Corona. And you know what? He's not even close to collecting. They all laugh at him. Okay? You got to have more to your suit than just a judgment. $10 million worth? $10 million worth? Wait a minute. I'm convinced that you're convinced.
I have a claim to the title.
Great.
Okay?
Don't object to me. I'm not the one to... You're not hearing me, are you? That's right. Why is that?
I said, sir, this is my job.
Don't argue your case before me. I'm not the judge. Okay? I'm just telling you that I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that you haven't passed the show test. Well, that's very idealistic, but you haven't passed the show test. Do you know what the show test is? What? What is the show test? What's the show test? No, you haven't passed my test. You haven't really got it. You're close, but that's not it. You've got to convince the rest of the world that you're right, and you're not doing it. You're right about that, but you're not right about the $10 million. That's correct, but it's not worth $10 million in their minds.
I can see their Cadillacs working as good as mine.
Did you collect the $10 million?
Not yet.
That's right. I don't think you will. I don't think you will because you're not passing that test. See? If you'd said 10,000, you might get it, but not 10 million. Pardon?
I stopped registering my 1991
right.
in 1995.
Sure.
It was towed away because it was parked in the third parking area and it had no plate.
Sure. Okay, but what's the question?
I was when I went to the department, the police department,
right.
They said I would have to register the car.
That's their rules. Sure. Sure. Right.
So what I did was I went to the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Right.
I wrote a check. On the back of the check, I wrote that my automobile was confiscated and it was without due process.
Sure.
Violation of the Constitution of the United States
okay.
of 1787 and the Constitution.
Why didn't you sue him instead? Why didn't you just sue him? Okay. Well, then you...
I got my car back, they endorsed the check.
Mm-hmm.
And I never got another registration.
Okay.
But I go to the right.
Well, yeah, it isn't wrong, but there's other things I would have done instead of that. But, you know, there's many different ways to handle a problem.
I've driven cars with no license plate since 1995.
Okay. Have you ever been stopped?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well...
And I don't have a driver's license either.
Well, let's see the acid test is when you get stopped. Why don't you go down to the DMV and get a copy of your record? Maybe there's something on there that says leave you alone. Check it out. Yeah.
The license is still registered in the system.
No, it'll always be there. It'll always be there.
But there's no record of anything else.
Okay, well, great. But what's your question? Or it's just testimony? Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was wondering if I have experience with I've done a TV show for about 15 years.
Yeah, get closer to the microphone.
Okay, I did a TV show for 15 years. Other people on my show needing some advice going forward. I just wondered if you know this is like an aberration, but I was lazy, it was just too easy. He told me, I filed 10 motions against the judge.
Sure.
And he knew that was trouble, so he closed out the court and the
Sure. Right. Back to common law here.
Yeah. So he closed my case. I walked up to the swinging gates. And when I did that, I stopped real abruptly.
Or short of them. Right. Right.
So he asked me to come into the bar, and I said, no, I'm here on a special appearance, not a general appearance.
Yeah.
Multi-jurisdiction.
Sure.
I denied his jurisdiction, so I'm here to challenge your jurisdiction. He told me if I didn't come to the bar and issue a bench warrant, I told him, well, fine, I'm here, don't bother, you should arrest me now. Yeah. You know, upset.
Sure. You called his bluff. Right. Oh, great. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and he might have figured, wait a minute, I don't want to bother with this. I've met guys like me, you're more headache than it's worth, and nobody was there to witness it. It's just you and him, so who knows what he wrote in the record to justify his action. But he just probably didn't want it, and it wasn't that serious a case. Now, if you'd been in there for murder, it might have been a different result. But, you know, these things happen. I've had cases unexplainably dismissed, too, even before I got involved in this. So I can't explain it. But I've heard that technique before, and apparently it worked in that case. I know of other cases where it didn't work. Now, the reason they didn't work is unknown to me. It may be ignorance of the judge. He just went ahead and did his thing anyway. Or it could be that he actually had a point. I don't know. Well, okay, well, maybe you got a valid technique, and that judge knew it. If you had an ignorant judge, it might not have worked. Okay, sure. So is that it? That's your question? Okay.
I had the same judge as me a couple of years earlier.
Sure.
When I did have a driver's license,
yeah.
I was stopped because I wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
Okay, that happens.
There was a fine of $22.
Yeah, protecting the state's property, right?
Right.
Okay.
I wrote a letter to the court and sent them a public money office certificate.
Yeah, that's a whole other technique, right? I wouldn't use that in the common law, but yeah, you could do that. Okay. Sure.
Declaration
right.
Was in the United States within 90 days.
Right.
And I had my address on it.
Okay.
I went to the court.
Well, now, excuse me, but I want to answer questions. Are you making another testimony? Okay. And it's a different area of law. It doesn't, the area I'm in is a different strategy. I'm not saying it doesn't work, and I've heard of the public money order, or what, I can't even remember what it's called, but I've heard of it, but that's not where I'm at. Okay.
When they did that, I sent back a notice of the
Sure. Is the guy behind you going to get a chance to ask his question? Sure.
So but I went down to the court anyway. I made a
right.
Special
okay.
for the same judges here. They're fine.
All right, now you're not letting the guy behind you ask his questions. You're continuing your testimony.
I told that because they're my special appearance. I showed him all the papers I was sent to the court.
Now, how can I help you with all this testimony you're giving me? You're in a completely different area of law than what I'm talking about. Okay? I mean, it can be valid. I'm not saying... Okay, great. Okay. Yes, sir.
I asked a question, the answer, but I just want to flag around. When I get into a civil court, how do I make sure that
yeah, get closer to the mic. You can adjust it. Yeah. It tilts. Sure.
Because I have retained an attorney for the civil case, and he doesn't see the control.
Yeah, well, you're in the court's jurisdiction when you retain an attorney, and his first duty is to the court, his second duty is to you. Yeah, basically dump him. I mean, but you're on your own then after that. So, you know, do you have the knowledge to handle it? Well, I suggest that if it's a serious case, that you either educate yourself real fast or put yourself on the mercy of your attorney. But don't be in between.
I'm not sure if it's
well, that's right. You maybe fire him and get another attorney. But apparently it's not working for you the way you want. So, well, then maybe you better educate yourself. You know, counterclaim. Right. That's basically it. You counterclaim. That's like another lawsuit, but then they have to answer it. That's what you do with lawsuits. Okay? And then you can reply to his answer. And then he replies to your reply. It's got a different name. I forget what it is. Until at some point you're ready to go finish off the case. But again, that's a whole area. I just gave you highlights here. I can give you enough detail to really work at it. Sure. Yeah. Well, you know, sue the guy. I mean, if you got a battle going, if he's going to be, if the guy is totally incorrigible and he's an aggressor, well then break him through the coals, and if that's what he wants. Well, you can't. I mean, you know, you always have to remember. You have to remember that you cannot outrun a bullet. Okay, so there's those considerations too. You know, there's reality and there's theory. I know what you can do in theory, but the reality sometimes is a little different. Let me deal with the grand jury question, since I dangled that and somebody showed some interest, unless we should cut off. You want to talk about? Okay, I'm going to talk about grand juries for a moment. I think you'll find this kind of interesting. Okay, the first thing to understand about a grand jury is that we haven't had one for years. There are no grand juries anywhere in the United States, as far as I know, that are sponsored by the government. All of the grand juries that exist today are statutory grand juries. Now, I want you to notice something. No grand jury has more than 24 people on it. Typically, they have 21 or 23 people, but never more than 24. Okay? Why is that? Well, here's the reason why. When you go to the Magna Carta, on the Magna Carta, Article 61, it defines a grand jury. Okay? So we'll go to, let's see, Foundation, Magna Carta. If we go down to Article 61, Article 61 is a very long paragraph. Now, you know that Magna Carta is common law, right? You know that. because of the Constitution of the United States, and the state recognizes common law. Okay? Since it recognizes common law, you can bring it in. Now, Article 61 says exactly what common law or what the grand jury is. And you read down here, and it says something right here. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Finding the beginning here. It's a little hard to find the beginning sometimes. Okay, basically the king, what the king is saying is that if the king himself or any of his minions bug you, a grand jury can take care of the problem. And here's starting at the top. It says, inasmuch for the sake of God and for the bettering of our realm, and for the more ready healing of the discord which is arisen between us and our barons, we have made all these aforesaid concessions. Okay, the king is conceding this stuff. Okay, it says, wishing them to enjoy forever entire and firm stability, we make and grant to them the following security, that the barons, namely, may elect at their pleasure 25 barons from the realm, who ought with all their strength to observe, maintain, and cause to be observed the peace and privileges which we have granted to them and confirmed by this our present charter. In such wise, namely, that if we, our justice, or our bailiffs, or any one of our servants shall have transgressed against anyone in any respect, or shall have broken some one of the articles of peace or security, and our transgression shall have been shown to 4 barons of the aforesaid 25, those 4 barons shall come to us, meaning the king, or if we are abroad, to our justice, meaning their judges, okay, showing to us our error, and they shall ask us to cause that error to be amended without delay. And if we do not amend that error, or we being abroad, if our justice do not amend it within a term of 40 days from the time it was shown to us, or we being abroad to our justice, the aforesaid 4 barons shall refer the matter to the remainder of the 25 barons, and those 25 barons with the whole land in common shall distrain and oppress us in every way in their power, namely by taking our castles, lands, and possessions, and in every other way that they can, until amends shall have been made according to their judgment. Got that? All right. That's long reading there, and I still didn't get through the whole paragraph. But what they're saying is, if you've got a problem with the king, in other words, the government, you can go to 4 of the members of the grand jury. Any 4. Those 4 evaluated, and in their judgment, they go to the king, if they so decide, and tell the king, hey, we got a problem here, it needs fixing. And the king has 40 days to fix it. Or if the king isn't in town, then he can go to the judges. You got 40 days to fix the problem, a month and 10 days, okay? And if he doesn't fix it in that time, those 4 can go to the whole body of grand jury. Now, it's got to be 25. You see why there's not 25 in our present-day grand juries? Because we're still common law, and 25 is a real grand jury. Okay, those, you go to the 4, go to those 25. Those 25 are authorized to do anything they deem proper until the problem gets fixed. And later on it says they can do anything except they cannot put the king in jail and they cannot put his family in jail. But they can take all his property away from him. And not only that, later on it says in there that the king pre-authorizes anyone to assist the grand jury if the grand jury wants it, that assistance, okay? Now, that's common law. Now, the grand juries we have today, sure, they're called grand juries, but those are statutory grand juries. So I remember in Orange County one year, the grand jury criticized the data processing department, the computer department of Orange County. And I remember the supervisor of the county saying, well, that's the grand jury's opinion, you know, but they really don't know what's going on and how this is supposed to work. I don't think he could have said that to a real grand jury. Now, I'll tell you an interesting provision in California statutes. You're going to love this one. Any grand jury can remove any elected officer from office. It just takes the 25 or 21. Even the statutory grand jury can do it. But you see, how did this grand jury come about? Now, somebody commented a little while ago, well, they have their own people planted in the grand jury. Well, that's true. The interview, basically, when you apply for grand jury service, I've looked at the process, and you go through a set of interviews. They actually visit you at your home, and eventually they decide who's going to be in the grand jury pool. And then once they've pre-selected these grand jurors, they then draw randomly out and get 21 in Orange County. Okay, so that's how they select them. So basically, and it's the judges that do the initial selection. So you can see it's pretty biased. But you look at the procedure here. If we're talking common law, how does a grand jury form? Well, they elect from among themselves. There is no predefined procedure for how the election is run. They choose their own. Now think what it would be like if I could round up 25 of you guys, educate yourself in this whole process, form as a grand jury. And remember, a grand jury can be secret, because this comes back from the old days when grand juries were in opposition to the king, and they didn't want to be identified who they were. Okay, so you don't have to say who's on your grand jury, but I have a suggestion on how it should work, since it's a concept that has not been exercised anywhere in the United States and probably in the past 100 years. What I think we should do is assemble 25, make it a grand jury, establish yourself officially, go down to the court administrator. He's the guy who schedules the courtrooms. Okay, and he has other responsibilities. Sometimes in some jurisdictions he's also the clerk of the court. But you go to the court administrator and you ask him to assign a room where you can meet as a grand juror. Because what will that do? That will give you credibility. If you're actually meeting in the court building, so to rebuild the strength of the grand jury, I think we should do that. Okay?
25 right here.
Yeah, well, but you need to have, select among yourselves a grand jury. You know, who you're going to put on. You want whoever you trust, okay? You want to pick your best people, because this is going to be a real delicate area. And then I would suggest that the very first case you ever take on, and you produce what's called a presentment. That's like an indictment, but it originates from within the jury instead of the DA presenting it to you, okay? You make up a presentment, but the very first case that you should take on should be one of those gut cases that you know in your heart what the right answer is to begin with, and the public will know. You pick a case like that where there's no question about what it's all about. And it's obvious that they deserve to be prosecuted, and it's difficult. And you make your press releases. We, the grand jury, make a presentment because this guy did something really, really bad, and you limit it to that. Once you get your strength in, then you can get to the cases that require more discretion, like income tax and so on. You know.
Well, have you talked to Ron Branson? You know, the judge?
I have not talked to him, but he and I have communicated. And he knows everything.
Yeah, I know that's the problem.
I offered to explain it. I offered to meet him. He's in the LA area. I offered to meet him. He turns it down. He simply tells me I'm wrong, and he's lost total faith in the system. He doesn't. He's bound up in his emotions. That's the way I perceive him. Yeah. So you know, he's got a cause, but I keep telling him I've looked at his jail for judges proposal. And if I were a judge, I'd love it, because there's so many holes in it. you know, and he's not going to get anywhere with that. I mean, it's a way of, you know, somebody throws a punch at you, if you can absorb it with a pillow, he still thinks he's punching you, but, you know, and to me, that jail for judges proposal is like a pillow. And the judges, well, I wouldn't object to it. Hey.
You live here in LA County or Orange County?
Orange.
Okay. So, but you can still help us organize the grand jury here in LA County.
Well, anybody can tell anybody anything.
So,
yeah, you got a question. If I have an answer, I'll give it to you.
If you do this, so would you help
Well, that's my suggestion, yeah.
Could you help us organize a grand jury here in the county?
Well, sure. You know, but look, there's no magic here. Read Article 61 of Magna Carta. It's all right there. It's also Article 52. There's some more information. But 61 is the key one. We haven't done it yet. Okay? I talked to people about it, but nobody moves on it. You have to have 25 people who are committed. Well, that's one.
So you have the district attorney down there that's
Look,
fraud and making all kinds of waves.
well, if you have the evidence and you've got good, hard, solid evidence, and produce the presentment. But don't just willy-nilly. I mean, organize yourself and take the proper steps. Don't let them know that's why you're going to meet. You're a grand jury, you're forming, your proceedings are secret, and you want a room to meet. And now that's going to be your first battle, and he's going to say no. And now you're going to have to sue him so that he gives you what he should. Because you're a grand jury, you can order him. Okay? Ultimately. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now you're not going to testify, right? You got a question? Okay.
I knew somebody a long time ago passed away. His name was Keith Cannon.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
You recall that?
Yeah.
He had his own common law court.
Yeah. But his approach is that you couldn't be sovereign unless you got certification from the community. That's not true sovereignty. And when we had a case for him to handle, he bailed out.
While I was in court, he was supposedly going down there to back up a friend who had gotten a ticket.
Yes, I think I know that case. That's the one he bailed out on.
And the judge, he mentioned something in the court. He was a judge, and after that, his home was raided.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, if you're gonna set yourself up with a lightning rod, you're gonna be hit by lightning. All right, but
he got hit by lightning.
Yeah, but you know, I acknowledge that he did, you know, some good work and he had some good ideas. But the minute when I inquired of him, he specifically in his literature said that you had to get the certification from the community. You could not have sovereignty unless it was recognized by the community you were in. And that's not sovereignty. You're a sovereign because you say you are. Yeah, you don't need permission to be your own king. Yes, sir. Okay, I guess, is that it? We run out of tape? Okay, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Stephen, and thank you on behalf of Wendy and myself for attending the forum tonight. It was a long and exciting evening. Remember, 385-4003, call that recorded message and find out upcoming events. One more time, let's have a round of applause for Bill Thornton. And as in closing, as I always close, for those of you that have the eyes to see and the ears, for those of you that have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, may this knowledge take you on an enlightened path, and may you have a blessed ride and safe trip home tonight. Thank you for attending the Granada Forum. Thank you. Good night.
You done, babe?
Mm-hmm.